Hey, Duvid here. We're live, back for another week in review. So God bless everyone. Hope everyone had a good week. You, Dave. Been a while since we talked, but yeah, glad you're in the audience. If you want to hop on and talk anytime, you too, Michael, if you're around, you want to talk, hop on anytime. I'm going to be covering a little bit of Jewish stuff today. I'm going to go through some text actually on character refinement related to truth. So hopefully, you got a good week in review coming. So I've just been continuing with my research mostly on truth related ideas. So just a handful of links to share this week, not that much, and then a lot of readings. And I'm not sure if, I think I'm on the closing realm of my research for the multiple truth hypothesis. So, now we're actually talking about theories of truth, and there's actually not that much material on it. I mentioned the philosophy of science, and like Thomas Kuhn, Popper, some of the names people are familiar with, but the science of the philosophy of science is not a well-known field, and the philosophy of truth, like the coherent, like we covered last week, are not all that well known. We mentioned like the coherent theory of truth, the correspondence theory of truth, the identity theory of truth, and we're going to cover those a little bit more. But for the due diligence for the multiple truth hypothesis, I want to cover the main current theories on the market relating to truth. And today I'm going to give a little bit more of a historical background in some of the general philosophy concerning truth. You have like epistemology that concerns truth, knowledge, and belief, and religion. So, I put in the title, I'll probably change later, is from virtue to law, history, science, and philosophy. So, Judaism, truth is one of the 13 attributes of mercy. So, on Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, the Hashem, Kel Rachum V'Chanu, Erech Apayim, V'Rav Chesed V'Emes, Noser Chesed V'Alofim, Noser Yovam V'Peshav, Katov V'Nake. So, Chesed is one of the 13 attributes of Hashem. I mean, emes. Although, what does it mean that truth is an attribute of Hashem? And the 10 Commandments include not being false, don't bear false witness, and then later literature talking about character refinement. We'll talk about the acquiring of truthfulness. And the famous story of Pinchas Kortzer. I remember when I was in Israel, I used to eat by this Vizhnitzer Chassid Reb Menachem Mandrer, and had a minion at the Kotel, and he would tell over commonly stories from Pinchas Kortzer. I think he even read from one of his books regularly Friday night, and his famous story that for 21 years he worked to acquire truth, 7 years to find out what falseness is, 7 years to eliminate falseness, and another 7 years to acquire truth. However, most of the Judaic literature on truth, and even biblical literature, biblical law, focuses more on the elimination of falseness than an actual theory of truth. And likely, without clearly defining, I couldn't even find places in Judaic literature that clearly define truth, but it's more likely some form of correspondence theory where there's a presumed reality, and then truthfulness is corresponding to reality, where a person acts, behaves, and speaks in a way that corresponds to truth. And so most of the biblical literature is mostly concerned with speech. And so truth is a quality of speech where a person speaks the truth. And in terms like keeping a person's word, in the Talmud, there's multiple books. There's Nadorim, Shavim. Was there a third one? Maybe just two whole tractates of the Talmud that have to do with oaths, and the oaths are loosely connected to truth. I mean, that if you make an oath, you have to keep it, and like so to say, man true to his word. And the Kabbalists talk about teva could also be a word for word, like Noah's Ark, and Adam giving names to the animals, and the power of speech, and some divine attribute of truthness. So we'll look a little bit into the Judaic concept, and then from there, from like Robert Boyle and the foundation of the Royal Society and the experimental method, where not just in Judaism and Christianity, and then in chivalry cultural, also all societies had this concept of truth, and to the beginning of the scientific method in testing, and then some larger question about what is reality, how do you know what reality is, and then this concept of truth being applied to science and scientific theory. And you will also look a little bit at the Greek history of truth. Aletheia, I have some slideshows, but Aletheia, the Greek word for truth, which means to hide. And a lot of the Greek words for truth have like to not hide, to not conceal, to not deceive. And so truth is defined by the negation of falsity, and specifically through not being hidden. And so we'll have a little bit of insight on that, why truth is largely defined as the opposite of falseness, as opposed to having a clear definition of truthness, and also like a correspondence theory of an idea of possibly a mind independent, objective, exterior universe, and then the concepts in one's mind. And truth is when there's a correspondence between the ideas in a person's head and the external physical reality. So hopefully we'll have a good discussion, learn something. And so enter screen share a few links. So this one, a Trem Kirsanov, interesting channel. So here's some stuff on memory and neuroscience, and he's got good graphics and interesting videos. So I was looking for stuff on truth, and it said there's not really that much good material on truth. So there's something called the VICTR group, which is a think tank that specializes in truth. And here was one of the authors, Jamin Asay, that had a talk on truth. And you can check the YouTube page. They've had yearly seminars on truths with some interesting names. And I saw that there's actually workshops in metaphysics within the philosophy of truth. So this is at the University of Indiana, Purdue, that like philosophy of science is not a well-studied field, not a very popular field. There's only a few institutes that have a department. So something like truth studies. Here you have someone from my parents' alma mater where they met, the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. Someone also, Megan Fairchild from University of Michigan, presenting on truth. So, I mean, there is some thought, but there's, you'll see there's really not that much material on this. So random, more on the Indiana Jones flap, and I guess, narrative, the difficulties of narrative identity. The movie has a whole bunch of just like narrative holes, narrative flaws, problems. They put so much money into it, it's losing money. So, little thought on, the narrative, what the narrative of the hero's journey in the 80s of the original Indiana Jones movies. And I was thinking, kind of like a little bit racist, God forbid, like the Temple of Doom. And I was actually rewatching that, just the scene where, the Hindu priest, and they're chanting Kali Ma Shakti Dev. So, now, which would be common, like, friends, Hindus that chant Kali Ma Shakti Dev, but, the Temple of Doom, they're chanting Kali Ma Shakti Dev, from this human sacrifice ritual, which someone tagged me on Twitter, like offering like lamb's blood to a Hindu deity recently. So even Ramakrishna, from Vivekananda, used to sacrifice sheep. So and you still have some animal sacrifice in Hinduism today. Specifically, Ramakrishna, who was a worshiper of Kali, did sacrifice, I think it was sheep. However, like, the Temple of Doom, where they're sacrificing animals. But I rewatched that, and they were chanting Kali Ma Shakti Dev during it. But trying to refix this narrative of the hero, or to replace him with a hero, the feminism, or just the difficulties, and then all the narrative holes in the story that made this movie a bomb. And a lot of the movies are not doing too well these days. Here's something randomly interesting. Church Entropy said she might be on Modern Day Debate. I'm not sure even tonight, if that's tonight, another flat Earth debate, which relatively not that interesting. But she kept on using the passive voice. So I was looking what they call the existential clause, where you have like a there is. And so there is, where you usually have subject, verb, object. So there is a pronoun. So when you have a there is referred to the existential clause. And it's similar to like Jennifer using the passive, because she doesn't like to use I as the subject. So switching it to the passive, that was interesting terminology called like demoting the agent. That this also has similar forms to that. So it's just a little interesting, this existential clause that refers to the existence or presence of something, where the pronoun there takes the position of the subject. Hey, Mark, thanks for tuning in. Sheesh Delayla came out with a nice video on Gödel's incompleteness theorem, referring to sentences and syntax. And we'll see a lot of that in like Tarski and some of these theories of truth, where semantics and what's the subject of truth? And a lot of times the subject of truth will be sentences as opposed to logic. So, for example, the nobody is great, I'm nobody, therefore I'm great. But we say nobody obviously means different things in different contexts. And then using this to try to demonstrate Gödel's first and second incompleteness theorem and his completeness theorem in terms of semantics and sentences. So we'll see if he continues with that, as opposed to his seems to have taken a hiatus to bash the West. But it's just a nice educational video. Okay, so I have a song this week, and I didn't do a song the last few weeks. So Mother Amma, this is one of her English bhajans, and I was thinking this in relation to truth. What's a song that has truth in it? And there's a few Hebrew songs, like Emes Atahu Rishon, Emes Atahu Achron, Emes, 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 Emes Atahi Achron, ay, 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 Emes, Emes, Emes Atahi Rashon, Umi Yadecha, babum, babum. I have to look that one up, but what me and Michael, when we're doing the introduction to Hebrew prayers, So there's a whole series of emes, true, that start right before Shemona Esrei after the blessing, Kriya Shema in the morning. So Amma doesn't really speak English. And when she speaks, she has a translator, and but there's like one or two songs that they sing in English, and everybody in the world should live without fear, if just for one. So I didn't look that up, but there's another song, In the Still of the Night, that has a verse about truth, and I thought it was interesting, the lyric to it, and when the truth is revealed. So the first stanza, it has multiple stanza, and at the end, a lot of times they sing Jai Ma. So Jai Ma just meaning like hail to the mother goddess. In the still of the night comes a light, comes from the dark. I apologize, messed up the lyrics. In the still of the night, from the darkness comes the light, and I know in my heart it is you. And I know in my heart it is you. I think it's 5 or 6 stanzas, but one of its stanzas is when the truth is revealed, all the sorrows will be healed, which is a little bit interesting. What's the connection between the truth being revealed and the sorrows being healed? Besides maybe that it rhymes. When the truth is revealed, all the sorrows will be healed. And I know in my heart it is you. And I know in my heart it is you. Jai Ma, Jai Ma, Jai Ma, Jai Ma, Jai Ma, Jai Ma, Jai Ma. When the truth is revealed, all the sorrows will be healed. So we'll come back to that, but it was just a song I was thinking that had, I used to go to my local Amma chanting group once or twice a month, and then I actually was part of Amma's Detroit choir. I sang in front of Amma, and I even did arty on Amma. So when Amma came to Detroit a few years ago, I even, waved the flame in front of Amma. That was actually before she met the Pope, and I'm not sure she's coming to Detroit anymore. After she used to come for Thanksgiving weekend for the North American retreat in Detroit, and since COVID-19, um, they have not recontinued her Detroit program. I think she turned 65 years old, so we'll see if that happens again. It might not, but Duvid had been part of the Amma Bhajan choir in Metro Detroit, and most of the songs were in Sanskrit, Hindi, or various Indian languages. Slipping my mind the language of Southern India, where she's part of, that a lot of the songs were from. But that was one or two ones that were in English, and that when the truth is revealed, all the sorrows will be healed. Which thinking about why would the truth being revealed help heal sorrows. So so I mentioned truth is one of the 13 attributes of Judaism in divine mercy. So let's get into it, and we're going to be doing a deep dive into truth. And I'm going to start with Judaism. And truth is mentioned a few times in the Torah, although truth is mentioned most in Proverbs. And there's more a mention of falseness in terms of like sin. Don't bear false witness relating to testimony. False testimony is many times. There's a few verses about being truthful. Most of the verses in the Torah refer to truth as an attribute of the Almighty. The New Testament, they say God is referred to as the truth. And, sometimes logos could be translated as truth, although not usually. So the Mishnah, the famous Mishnah in the Talmud, there's much more about truth. And also, usually truth is in reference to speech and how a person speaks, and a person should be careful to speak the truth, and especially in relations to causing damage and harm to other people, and most specifically monetary damage and harm. And then now you have lashon hara for just hurting people's feelings, or tale bearing, and various elements. But the famous Mishnah, the second Mishnah in Pirkei Avos, is Shimon Tzadik said, "The world stands on three things: on Torah, on service, and on doing kind deeds." I'm sorry. So the 18th Mishnah, Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel says, on three things the world stands. So where Shimon Tzadik says three things the world stands: on Torah, prayer, and acts of loving kindness, Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel says the world stands on three things: on judgment, on truth, and on peace. And so usually just this is referring to truth in speech and not harming other people. Going back to this Greek concept of Aletheia, truth is related to this concept of the Pardes in Kabbalah. So, I've talked about the Pardes multiple times. Pardes, meaning paradise or the forest, and it's the acronym for the levels of biblical hermeneutics, which could be considered the truth, and also like the Greek aletheia in a sense of on hiding, revealing, that the truth is revealed, because the truth is always there, we just can't see it. So the biblical hermeneutics, you have pshat, the surface or literal direct meaning; remez, hints or deep meaning beyond just the literal sense; drush, to inquire, seek, the comparative midrashic meaning as given through similar occurrences; and sod, secret, mystery, the esoteric mystical meaning as given through inspiration or revelation. There's some levels say this is 1,470, 600,000. There's only one pshat. There's 400. There's 4 remezes. There's 70 drushim, and there's 600,000 secrets to the Torah. And whether you call it truth, so each type of the Pardes interpretation examines the extended meaning of a text. As a general rule, the extended meaning never contradicts the base meaning. The pshat means the plain or contextual meaning of the text. Remez is the allegorical meaning. Drush includes the metaphorical meaning, and sod represents the hidden meaning. There's often considerable overlap. For example, when legal understandings of a verse are influenced by the mystical interpretation, or when a hint is determined by comparing a word with other instances of the same word. So you have somewhat these concepts of what is truth, and it said, so usually truth in a biblical sense is in reference to not being false, as opposed to a positive definition of truth. And when you start like Pardes or Kabbalah, you're saying, well, what is really truth? And truth has these deeper and deeper meanings, and you could never really get to the bottom of it. And then, like, well, what's the truth? There's 600,000 secrets of truth, behind each, each verse. So let's start with a little Torah. This is from a famous book called Orchas Tzadikim, written in the 1400s by anonymous authors in Germany, the German early Hasidim pietists. And it has gates, and the gates refer to character traits, good or bad character traits that either one should acquire or eliminate. And so, this sense of truth as a virtue, generally the virtue of truth is not necessarily, what does it mean to be true, as opposed to like, well, what the truth is, and it's a sin to be false and to lie. And people lie not because they don't know what the truth is, but because they want ill-gotten gain. They want to steal, they want to cheat, they want to gain advantage from other people that is ill-gotten. And so it's not really a question like, how do I find the truth? It's just a question of, should I cheat people or not? And, God forbid, you could cheat people just by lying and by being false. So chapter 22 and 23 in Orchas Tzadikim, one of probably the 10 most famous rabbinic Musar texts. So, I mentioned duties of the heart and the path of the just are probably more important. But in the top 10, I had read this book in Israel, I've known about it, as well known. A lot of people, like it's in libraries, there's English translations. When I first came to Brooklyn in a Emunas Yisrael, Rabbi Wolfson, they studied a Musar book over the period of a year. And I think the first year I came in, end of the year, they were finishing Orchas Tzadikim. So it's a well-known, well-studied Ashkenazic book, pre-Hasidus, German pietist book, and some good messages. And when we think of the history of the truth, I'm going to look into the Greeks a little bit, and the Greek origins of truth and logic, but really like truth theories arise in the last 100 years, the last 150 years, and truth and science, the connection of truth and science with the Royal Society of London, and the scientific method, and a consideration of the scientific method and to determine truth. But the correspondence theory of truth, something like with Kant, and even later. So like you have the first hints of real philosophies of truth, like starting with Kant and then later. Although you have questions like truth in history, truth in law, truth in philosophy, going back to the ancients. In the religion, the Judaic, Christian, Islamic, maybe Hindu, the Satchitananda, Satya, truthfulness. It's more as a virtue that truth is an attribute one should acquire, and most of it is more around this concept of distancing yourself from falseness, which mostly has to do with speaking inaccurately in like a correspondence theory of truth type of way, where the external reality is a certain way, and you purposely say something, God forbid, that does not correspond to the external reality in order to better your situation, in many cases by harming or stealing or causing damage to another person. So chapter 22 of Orchas Tzadikim, the ways of the righteous. And if you notice, like sheker, the word for falseness, the shin, kuf, resh, all stand on one letter. So here the shin has a bottom, but usually shin is written, so sheker like hardly balances it. So there's later like Hasidic understanding that your sheker has a tiny bit of truth to it. That's why people could, um, you know, uh, think to, maybe it's true, but like it's hardly in the balance, as opposed to emes, you're saying it firmly stands on the ground. Aleph mem tough, that they have either mem with the full flat on the ground, or aleph in tough. Guys, remember that nice vort, the little thing on truth. Concerning falseness, you must know that just as a man weighs silver and gold on the scales and distinguishes between the light and the heavy, so should a wise man weigh utterances on a scale until he is able to distinguish between truth and falsehood. And there is great distinction between one lie and another. How is that? One who says of wood that it is gold, that lie is easily apparent. But one who says of shining copper that is gold, that lie needs investigation, for these metals have the same appearance. And there are counterfeiters who make copper look like gold, so that even the experts can distinguish between the two only with great difficulty. So as with the realm of thought and its expression, there is one who is very clever and proclaims all sorts of theories to establish a lie until it appears that it is the truth. But the wise man knows how to distinguish between the truth and falsehood. And this is a thing known to all, that truth and falsehood are often joined together in one heart. There is the man so false that even though he knows for certainty that a thing is false, yet he is attracted to it, and all the more so if there is some evidence on both sides, so that the lie resembles the truth, that he is certainly attracted to his lie. But there is the honest man who will never deal in falsehood, except when there are many opinions to support that falsehood. Then only is he drawn after the falsehood. But the wise man, with his wisdom, is able to refute those theories that are false. And you should know that every man is influenced his opinions by his qualities. The lazy man will form all of his opinions in support of laziness, and the angry man will find rational support for his anger, and the arrogant person will find support for his arrogance. And thus, it is with all the qualities that we have explained. Accordingly, the quality that is within him will a man act, the spendthrift according to his extravagance, the miser according to his greed, the lover according to his love, the hater according to his hate. Therefore, if a person who wishes to be honest man of God must first of all divest himself of all the inferior qualities, in order that the quality that is embedded in him more strongly should not attract him, and then he will be able to attain the truth. So you see, truth is somewhat this like philosophical character precursor that has an element in the refinement of all other characters. That like truth is an element that that if you know the truth, then you're more likely to overcome all the other bad characters. And there are 9 categories in the matter of falsehood. The first is he who denies his friend's assertion that he give a pledge or a loan, or he testifies falsely, and there are many instances of these. And for this type of falsehood, there are 2 punishments. The first, because of the lie for falsehood, even if it causes no damage, is an abomination to the Lord. As it is said, there are 6 things which the Lord hateth: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, a false witness that breathes out lies, and he that selleth discord among brethren. And it is said, and he frowned, and the frowned mouth do I hate. The second punishment is given because he's injured his companion. So first type is just straight out lying to steal something, to say that you didn't borrow something when you did, or that something is yours when it's not, just a lie for the purpose of stealing. The second category, or causing damage. The second category, where there's no present damage to his fellow in the lie itself, where the liar intends to deceive his fellow into believing him and trusting him, so that he will not be on guard against him, and then he will be able to do evil to him. As it is said, one speaketh peacefully to his neighbor with his mouth, but in his heart he lays wait for him. Even in the eyes of people, falsehood is repulsive, as is said, and is an abomination to kings to commit wickedness. Righteous lips are the delight of kings. The third category is where one lies to his fellow, not to rob him of anything he possesses, but he learns that a certain good thing is going to come to his fellow in the future. So with falsehood and with cunning, he praises this good fortune that is coming and makes it appear that he has a share in it. Or he lies to his fellow until he gives him a gift. For example, he brings him good tidings, false tidings, in order to get a gift because of this. And there are many similar cases. And the sages of blessed memory said, whoever disassembles in his speech is as though he had practiced idolatry. As is said, my father peradventure will feel me and I shall seem to him as a mocker. And it said concerning idolatry, they are vanity, a work of delusion. Now, this does not mean that one who lies is actually like one who worships idols, but the resemblance is there, for he conceals himself in falsehood and is helped by empty things. The fourth category of falsehood is he who lies in recounting things he has heard. He changes part of the story and does so intentionally, although there is no profit to him in that falsehood, neither will it cause any harm. And there are times when he tells things that he has invented entirely in his heart. He is punished for loving falsehood, even though it serves no purpose. For concerning this, King Solomon said, a false witness that breathes out lies. You should know that his quality will lead him to testify falsely against his brother, because he comes to love falsehood. There are also those who change part of what they have heard without intent to do so, because they did not pay attention at the time that they heard the words and did not search out to see whether they were true. This quality is also evil. And concerning this, King Solomon said, but the man that obeys shall speak out unchallenged. This means that he who sets his mind to listen and understand the essence of the matter and the things that are said, because he does not want his mouth to speak a falsehood. Because of his inattentiveness, the man will speak forever, for people will want to hear his words, and they will not scold him because of his words. The fifth category of falsehood is he who promises another that he will do good to him, or that he will give him a gift, or that he will help him, but he does not say this to him with certainty on which the other can rely. And while he is saying all this, the thought in his heart is that he will not give. Concerning this, the sages say that he should not say one thing with his mouth and do another with his heart. The sixth category of falsehood is he who assures his companion that he will do him a favor, and he assures him so much that the heart of his companion trusts in him. Then he certainly must not profane his promise. And if he lies in this, then he bears a great guilt, more than in the previous case, for there it was merely general talk. And the one who tells his fellow that he will give him a small gift, even though he does not put it in the form of a promise, nevertheless, we say concerning anyone who goes back on his word that there is something of a lack of trust in him. For the heart of his fellow relies upon him and trusts in him, insomuch as the gift in question is so small. And if the poor man to whom he made the promise, even though the gift mentioned was a large one, for which reason the poor man should have doubted the promise, and he goes back on his word, then his evil is very great, for he has made a vow and transgressed the commandment, he should not break his word. And thus it is with one who boasts before many that he will not give a gift to a certain man, that he will give a gift to a certain man. This is very much like a promise, for he boasts of his generosity, and therefore it is not right that he should go back on his word after he has honored and praised himself for this matter. The seventh category of falsehood is one who deceitfully tells his friend that he has done a favor for him, or that he has spoken well of him, but he has not done so. Concerning this, our sages of blessed memory says, it is forbidden to deceive your fellow creatures, even a heathen, for they're in this sin, insomuch as we are obliged to speak words of truth, for this is one of the foundations of the soul. So you see here, this is from the Talmud, and said, it is forbidden to deceive your fellow creatures, even a heathen. So you cannot lie, you cannot deceive a Gentile, even an idol worshiper. It is strictly forbidden to lie, even to a goy. It is strictly forbidden to lie, even if the goy is a heathen and idol worshiper. The eighth category of falsehood is he who boasts the qualities that he does not possess. And this is a great sin. Even if he really possesses these qualities, when he praises himself, it appears from his words that he did not do his charitable or generous act for the sake of heaven, but for his own sake, for his own praise. As the sages of blessed memory said, he whom others honor because they believe that he knows 2 tractates of the Talmud, and he knows only 1 tractate, is obliged to say, I only know 1 tractate. All the more so is it forbidden to lie and to boast about qualities that one does not possess at all. The ninth category is he who tells a story that he has heard, but he changes some of his narratives as he likes. Now, there's no loss to any man in this, but he receives a bit of pleasure out of his lying, even though he does not gain any money out of it. For example, Rob would say to his wife, make me lentils, and she would make him peas, and whatever he would say, make me peas, she would make him lentils. He, his son, went and reversed the matter. When his father wanted peas, he would tell his mother, make lentils, and when she would make peas, and this the son did have honor for his father in order that there should be prepared for him the food that he wanted. Even so, Rob restrained him and persuaded him not to do this anymore because they have taught their tongue to speak lies. But the guilt in such a falsehood is not like the guilt of those who lie for no reason at all, as we have mentioned in the fourth category. Thus far, we have discussed the 9 categories of falsehood, but a man should be careful in the following matter too. If his friend comes to him and asks to borrow something that he has, he should not say, I haven't got it, but he may refuse him in a manner that does not call for lying. In the Book of the Pious, there is the ruling that even if a heathen should come into the house of a Jew and ask him to loan him money, and the Jew has the money, but he's not wished to loan it to the heathen, he must not say, I have no money, but he should refuse him in any way he can without lying. But it may well be that if the heathen will learn that the Jew did have money, then he would not be able to take his leave of the heathen without causing hatred. Therefore, it might be better for him to say, I don't have money for the sake of good relations. It all depends on the circumstances and how he sizes up the situation. If he thinks he will cause no ill will by saying, I have money, but I need it for something else, let him do so. So here you have a case where there would be a distinction between how you would treat a Jew and a Gentile, because generally you're required to lend to your fellow Jew, even your enemy, if you have money, as opposed to a heathen, you're not required to lend to him. So comes the question of lying. If the person comes to borrow and you lie and say, I can't let you borrow because I don't have any money, when the reason is other why you don't want to let the person borrow, not because you don't have any money. So in this case, Judaism would make exceptions for not being honest, for being deceitful. And we talk about hypocrisy. That's a slightly different issue. Hypocrisy, from my understanding, when I talked about Ethan Ralph on the Kill Stream, that hypocrisy is not a form of lying or being deceitful. So hypocrisy is when you say one thing and do another, or when you're inconsistent about your beliefs, like multiculturalism and immigration for America and ethno-nationalism for Israel. That's hypocrisy. It's an inconsistency of belief. However, it's not lying or being deceitful. So I'd say that hypocrisy is a topic we'll return to in the future. But, so to say there are exceptions for lying within Judaism, and usually they're minimal. There's not like great, so this, like, can you tell the person that you have no money because you don't want to tell them, I just don't want to let you borrow. Great is a liar's punishment, for even when he speaks the truth, no one believes him, and falsehood could not stand for long. No man should cause others to lie for his sake. What is meant by this? If man sees 2 people speaking together about a secret matter, he should not go and ask one of them to reveal the matter to him, for he may not want to reveal it, and consequently he will put him off by telling him something else, the result being that he has lied. Similarly, he should be scrupulous in all his affairs, not lying in business matters and not causing others to lie. And he should be careful not to associate with a liar, and he should speak to such a one as little as possible. It requires great wisdom to avoid lying, for the evil inclination is always lying in ambush for a man to cause him to fall into his net. But there are sometimes the sages permitted one to lie, for example, in order to make peace between a man and another. Similarly, one might praise a bride in the presence of the bridegroom and say that she is lovely and charming, even though she really is not. A guest who has been well treated by the master of the house should not to say in front of many people how good that man in whose house I was a guest, how much honor he paid me, lest many people come to the host who are not worthy to be his guest. And concerning this, it is said, he that has blessed his friend with a loud voice, rising early in the morning, it should be counted as a curse to him. Interesting that overly praising people could be considered a form where it's better to lie than overly praise people, especially concerning a person's generosity. That if you tell the glories of someone's generosity, then they might get hounded by beggars. And concerning the tractate of the Talmud, if they ask him if the lesson is fluent in his mouth, modesty demands that he should say no. And if he should be late to the synagogue because of marital relations and they asked him why he delayed, let him ascribe it to something else. And all these cases where the sages permit one to alter the truth, If he can manage not to lie, it is preferable to lying. For example, if he's asked, do you know the particular tractate of the Talmud, he might answer, do you think I know it? And if he can put off the questioner in some way so as not to lie, that would be very good. Okay, so chapter 23 is on the truth. And it said that Judaism actually focuses more on not being false than on truth. And you see, even here in the chapter on truth, most of it concerns distancing oneself from falsehood. The soul is created from the place of the Holy Spirit, as it is said, and breathed into the nostrils the breath of life, and is hewn out of a place of purity, and is created from the supernal radiance from the throne of glory. And in the realm above, in the place of the Holy of Holies, there is no falsehood. There everything is truth, as it is said, but the Lord God is the true God. I found written, I am that I am, and it is also written, and the Lord God is the true God. He is the living God and the everlasting King. And now it is important to make it known to you that the Holy One, blessed is He, is the God of truth. For you will find 21 times the word Eye, which is, by the computation gematria of letters, the numerical equivalent of truth. And you will note that the Eye is a computation of the letters, also 21, the numerical value of Emes being 441, or 21 times 21. So like when Moses goes to the burning bush and God, you say, what are you? I am that I am. So this name of God is listed 21 times, and his gematria is 21, and 21 times 21 is 441, the gematria of Emes, truth. And as a proof that God is truth. God made man be upright, and the seal of the Holy One, blessed be He, is truth. As it is written, He has spoketh falsehood should not be established before mine eyes. When a man occupies himself with falsehood, then the falsehood does not cleave to the truth. And where there is truth is as though one were able to describe it as the place of his dwelling and the heavens, and directed towards mankind. For where there is truth among mankind, then everyone concedes that he made heaven and earth, and the sea and all they contain. And this is what is said, who had made the heaven and earth, the sea, and all that is in them. And this is followed, who keepeth the truth forever. But where there is treachery and falsehood, it should appear that the place of dwelling of the Eternal One is not in the heaven and the earth. And he who is worthy to consider these things, how the souls are hewed out of the source of truth, will conduct all of his affairs with truth, and he will not permit falsehood to enter into the place of the holiness of truth. And therefore the verse says, the Lord is nigh unto all of them who call upon him in truth. For the Holy One, blessed be He, who is truth, draws near to him and call upon him in truth. And what is this meant, who call upon him in truth? This refers to the one who cleanses his heart of everything in the world and draws near to the Holy One, blessed be He alone, and whose mind continually strengthens itself to cleave to the supernal light, and who directs his thought in that desire always. And this is what a man can attain when he sits alone in his room and studies. And for this reason, every pious person should often separate himself and sit alone, and should not associate with people except for a great need. But if he prays with only the movement of his lips facing the wall, and thinks about the affairs of the world, and he calls to God with his tongue while his mind is on something else, or if he expects to be honored because of the sweetness of his voice, and he tries to find favor in the eyes of people in order to receive praise from them, then his service is not true. And if one of those of whom it is said, thou art near in their mouth and far from their reins. Therefore we pray and purify our hearts to serve thee in truth, that we should do all of our service in truth, and we should believe with a complete heart and with a soul that desires, and our faith should not be something that we demonstrate only before people, or because of money matters, or because we are in distress. And that is what is said, if thou return to the Almighty, thou shalt be built up. For when there no thought divides you from the Almighty, then you will build up a mighty building in the radiant light of the divine presence. Therefore David said, Lord, who shall sojourn in thy tabernacle? Who shall dwell in thy holy mountain? Who shall walk uprightly and work righteousness and speak truth in his heart? And he did not say, he who speaks the truth in his mouth, for what he meant was that the truth should be deeply rooted and established in the heart of man. Therefore, when the pious men of old had some object to sell, they would sell it to the purchaser for the price they had already determined in their mind. And even if the purchaser wanted to pay more, they did not want anything except what their heart had already decided to accept. If an esteemed person who followed this path of speaking the truth in his heart makes up his mind to do a certain thing, he should write down that thought in order not to forget it, and he should not break the promise made in his thought. And if he is unable to fill it, let him go to a sage who will absolve him of the promise made in his thoughts, and he may vow that nothing in his thoughts should be considered binding so long as he does not utter it with his mouth. Everyone who speaks the truth in his heart and does not want even to think falsely, even without meaning to do so, his words and his thoughts will be fulfilled. It is said, thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee. And he who is a man of truth in every transaction of his, whether it be in buying or selling or in loaning, should express his full intention at the outset, and he should accustom all those who do business with him to know that he will not alter, that he will not add to or diminish from the terms agreed on. The wise man said, always place the truth before you. By this he meant that a man ought to make certain signs for himself, for example, in business matters, that he remember not to speak falsehood, and if he should put this down in writing, and he should bring this writing with him and should look at it before he begins his transaction. He should write something when he sits in his study and at his table, that he should remember not to speak falsehood, and that he may not forget to speak the truth. And he did, and so did one person do. He wrote on the walls of his house and his studies in the upper parts of the wall, remember the day of the death, and you will not sin. And he who does not speak anything but the truth will live, and live long and be free. In support of the statement in the verse, but the Lord God is the true God, he is the living God and the everlasting King. And if a man does not speak anything but the truth, he will be free of all the days of his life. It is written, the law of truth was in his mouth, and the unrighteous was not found in his lips. For he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts. The angels above are in the form of truth, and they are not in physical form. The souls of men give light, like the light that goes from the sun. Now the souls are in bodies, therefore they know only a little of the secret things, and then only the vision of the night. For the souls do not occupy themselves with the needs of the body, and he who knows the secrets of the soul will testify to this. Now dreams are very much like thoughts. It is written, the thoughts come into the mind upon the bed, and dreams come about through an angel who accompanies man. And just as all thoughts are not true, so all dreams are not true. And he who accustoms himself that all of his thoughts are true, then even in the night he will see visions of truth, and he will know future things just as the angels do. As for him who speaks the truth, there is no quality like it. Therefore the beginning of thy word is truth, as it is said, keep thee far from a false matter. Even the gesture of a man should be true, for the reward of truth is very great. Therefore a person should accustom himself to walk in truth, and he should study the Torah and know the truth, so that he will fulfill the commandments truthfully in the law as the law requires. And he should always confess the truth, even the Agada, the non-legal parts of the Talmud, which do not involve the observance of the commandments of the Torah. Even this he must study in order that his heart should believe in the truth. Do not be ashamed to receive the truth from any man whatever, even from the smallest of the small and the most despised. Even from him should you receive the truth, for a precious pearl, even in the hands of the small and despised, is still a precious pearl. Now that our exiles lasted so long because of our many sins, it is more important than ever that Israel should separate themselves from the vain things of the world and take hold of the seal of the Holy One, blessed is he, which is true, and sanctify themselves even in things that are permitted to them, and not to lie, not to a Jew and not to a heathen, and not to deceive them in any matter. As it is said, the remnants of Israel shall do no iniquity, nor speak lies, neither shall a deceitful tongue be found in their mouth. It is further written, and I will sow her unto me in the land. Surely a man sows a seh in order that the harvest many Kurim. Thus the Holy One, blessed be he, exiled Israel among the nations, only so that proselytes might join them. As so long as they conduct themselves among the heathen without guile, the latter will cleave to them. And behold, the Holy One, blessed be he, was furious with the wicked for their robbery, as it is said, for the earth is filled with violence. A parable will illustrate this. There's a story about Rabbi Simon, the son of Sheta, who purchased a donkey from an Ishmaelite. His pupils went out and found a precious stone hanging from the donkey's neck. They said to him, Rabbi, The blessings of the Lord, it maketh us rich. He said to him, I purchased a donkey, a precious stone I did not purchase. So he went and returned this gem to the Ishmaelite. And the Ishmaelite called out concerning him, Blessed is the Lord, the God of Simon, the son of Shetta. There's a similar instance in the Jerusalem Talmud. Some wise men of old purchased wheat from heathens, and they found the wheat a bundle of money, and they returned the money to them. And the heathen said, Blessed is the God of the Jews. And similarly, there are many stories of people who restored an object to sanctify the name of God. When there is truth below, God looks down with justice upon the earth. It is said, truth springs out of the earth, and righteousness has looked down from the heavens. Therefore we see all your matters shall be done in truth, and rely upon the faithful God, who keeps the covenant and mercy with them that loved him and keep his commandments. What is this faithfulness of God? It is that he keeps his covenant. If a righteous man commits a small sin, God exacts retribution in this world. And clearly, it is much better for the righteous person to be sentenced, even with affliction like Job's, all the days in his body, which is a valueless thing, and in this world where he has but a short time to live, and to have God give a good reward to his soul, which is honored in the upper world, and never dies away, and is never finished to the end of time. And this is surely better for the righteous person than if God did not exact retribution for him in this world, and then would have to sentence him in the world of souls to the punishment of Gehenna. And then if because of his sins God should lessen the lofty place of his soul in the world of souls, where otherwise he would cleave to the radiance of the Most High, to which light there is no estimate or likeness. And for the wicked, as for the wicked, he has given them their reward in a little pleasure, which soon ceases in the brief world that is this world, while their sins are kept for a long world to come in the great torment that is Gehenna, and which is too great to be calculated. May the merciful one guide us with his truth, and may bring us to his chambers, so that we may reach the supernal light, which is the secret place of his strength and the beauty of his glory. In the next chapter on flattery has some connection to truth. So, yeah, this is really a great book. So, people could check out Orchas Tzadikim. And, so I was just reading there on the Meta, the character trait of truth, to say, like, historically, in the religious sense, like that God loves truth, desires truth, truth in the heart, and distancing oneself from falseness, especially from sinful. Most falseness is relation to keeping one's word, which could involve action, but is usually relating to what comes from a person's mouth, the deceitful tongue, God forbid. That a person action accords with their word, and that a person keeps their commitment, that a person obeys verbal command, that a person says and does the same thing, and that a person accurately describes things as they are, period, and especially not for ill-gotten gain. You, God forbid, to be deceitful and lie for ill-gotten gain, but one shouldn't be deceitful in any manner per a person, except in relation to the ahimsa principle, where in rare occasions some level of dishonesty could lessen the amount of pain in terms of ending disputes, or in the few rare occasions. So you just give a little backdrop on the theology of truth, specifically falseness, and calling to God in truth, and the idea of being, Hasidus and Kabbalah, truthful in thought and heart, that my heart has been refined, like the Tanya from Chabad, that God forbid my heart desires evil, God forbid, but I act according properly anyways. That truth in my heart, that I've purified my heart, and my heart no longer desires evil. That it's not that my heart desires to do bad things, but through self-control, I prevent myself from doing the bad things that my heart desires to do, but I actually purify my heart, so my heart no longer desires bad things, especially thought, that purify my thought, that don't think about false things, that I don't waste time fantasizing or thinking about sin. So, the level like the famous expression, the eyes see, the heart desires, the limbs carry out. Or the more extended version, the eyes see, the heart desires, the mind plots, the lips plan, and the limbs carry out. So you definitely have to stop it before the limbs carry out. Like sins of the limbs are the most serious. Like once you sin with action, that's the most serious. That has brought evil into the world. Sinning with the lips is the second worst. And once you're talking deceitfully, talking about plotting and planning evil or untruthfulness, that's one step away. Like I talk about free speech, like a precursor to violence, or Duvid's generally a free speech absolutist, that speech is the precursor to action and could be, somewhat of a warning level. In the internal level, thought is the precursor to speech, which is the precursor to action. And you can control your thought. It's difficult. Meditation, and say that I'm very careful about what I think, and I don't think about evil. I don't think about desiring forbidden things. I control my mind, and I use my mind for useful, holy, intellectual things, and I don't let my mind wander on sinful nonsense, especially on glorifying sinful behaviors that are forbidden anyways. And the level of, well, what about the heart? So the heart is much harder to change. So you start controlling one's action, and they're interrelated. That you control your action through controlling your lips, through controlling your mind, through controlling your heart. However, it's very difficult to control one's heart. It's easiest to control one's action, and then next easiest to control one's speech, and then next easiest to control one's thought. And then one's heart is questionably near impossible to control. Like, and so Kabbalah, they say the three garments of the soul of thought, speech, and action. So I wanted to cover a little Judaism, and maybe I'll do an Ask the Rabbi on truth. Maybe I'll come back to hypocrisy and why hypocrisy is a little bit different. And I say where I say that according to Judaism, hypocrisy is not a sin. Speaking falsely and being deceitful is sinful, but hypocrisy, I'm claiming, is not a sin. Like, it's a sign of bad character, but it's a natural condition to be hypocritical. And so that we'll save for a future time. And so let me chant one quick song related to what we're talking about, and then we're going to go on with philosophical stuff, and I have slides and a whole bunch of stuff. So anyone's watching the Jewish prayer series with Michael, if you remember this one, Michael, Vitar li beni lavdecha b'emes, and it said in the Sabbath prayers, Friday night and Sabbath morning, in the Mekadesh Shabbos blessing, V'taher, which means to purify, libenu, our heart, la'avlecha, to serve you, be'emes, in truth. And so we pray that we want to purify our heart in order to serve God in truth. And to a certain essence, you need a pure heart to serve God in truth, because if I desire evil, even if I'm perfect in action, even if I'm perfect in action, speech, and thought, but my heart still desires evil, I'm not serving God in truth. Although obviously, if my heart desires evil, you're much better off to be pure in action, thought, and speech with an evil heart than to, God forbid, that the evil seep into our thought, speech, and action. And part of Judaism, the Hasidus, is the process of purifying our heart, removing the evil from our heart. But that's the most difficult thing to do. And many righteous people never purify their heart. So a person righteous because they perfected their action, they perfected their speech, and they largely perfected their thought. However, they did not purify their heart. And as Tanya says, the purification of the heart is near impossible. So that's what we pray, the Tarli Benu, that we purify our heart, the Avdecha B'emes. Utahir libeinu li'avdechu b'emes. V'tahir libeinu ahoy li'abdechu be'emes. V'tahir libeinu li'abdechu be'emes. V'tahir libeinu ahoy li'abdechu be'emes. And I have the Slen tune on my V'tahir libeinu li'abdechu be'emes. 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 Okay, so there you have it, a little Judaism this week, because we're speaking about truth. And, truth is one of the 13 attributes of God. Truth is something we should strive to our whole lifetime. Truth in action, speech, thought, and heart. And it's a lifetime task. The purification of the heart is a near impossible task. Okay, so let's switch back to philosophy. And, this relates. So you say, why is truth so important? We're saying, because truth is one of the 13 attributes of God. Truth is one of the most important qualities to acquire. And many of the sages say that truth is the centerpiece of all other good qualities, that without acquiring the attribute of truth, you can't really acquire any of the other good attributes. And the same, the flip side, without rejecting falsehood, without getting rid of falsehood, that you can't uproot all the other bad character traits. So I said Judaism doesn't really get that much into a deep detail about what truth is. And you think like the Pardes or the Kabbalah kind of goes with this unknowable. Truth is an attribute of God, and you can't really know God. You just strive to get closer and closer, like the Reb Dessler famous book, Strive for Truth. So truth is this quality that you could never quite obtain, but always reach towards. And it's an essential attribute of what God is. And so we try to become God-like, and God is truth. So we should try to be like God and try to be truthful. However, it's a near impossible task. So truth became more a matter of philosophy. And most truth theories, you really come in the last 150 years, mostly in the last 100 years, starting with Kant. And truth was a matter before that, somewhat logic, like Aristotle and logic had an element where they used the word truth in terms of speaking logically and making deductions and clear thought, but was more in terms of character. Person, truth was a sense of a character. Person either was truthful or deceitful, and that probably is in relation to what we're going to call the correspondence theory of truth, where a person who says it as it is, that's considered truth. And deceitfulness is usually the willful perversion of truth in order to obtain ill-gotten gain or to allow for sinful behavior. So I collected a few slideshows I found just to get a little background information. So we got truths, facts, theories, and definitions. So as we covered last week, there are three theories of truth. The pragmatic, there's more, but three main theories. The pragmatic theory of truth. Truth is what works or serves our purposes. The coherence. Truth is what coheres with the rest of our knowledge. In the Correspondence, truth is what corresponds to facts. So the coherence theory seems circular or question-begging. It defines truth in terms of coherence with our knowledge, but knowledge presupposes true belief. If we know something, then surely anything that contradicts that knowledge will be false. But how do we get knowledge in the first place? What if we only knew one thing? So the pragmatic theory seems compatible with many things we think are false. And the correspondence theory seems to be what we mean when we say something is true. Coherence and pragmatic theories seem to confuse a test of truth with what constitutes it. If truth is correspondence, what are the terms of this correspondence? So one candidate pairing is a sentence and a fact. Philosophers call what sentences say a proposition. So truth is a correspondence between propositions and facts. But what are facts? The best way to think of facts is a state of affairs. So the world is composed of innumerable, though perhaps not infinite, state of affairs or facts. So Ludwig Wittgenstein, the world is a totality of facts, not of things. Sentences or proposition express facts we select from the world. Experience teaches us to be selective about which facts we seek to express. From this account, we see that it is confusion to speak of true facts, or for that matter, false facts. Facts are just facts are the target. We don't say the target was true. We say that Archer's aim was true. When truth does occur, it will be the proposition which is true, not the fact, and the proposition will be true only because of the fact. Snow is white is true if and only if snow is white, as we'll see from Alfred Tarski's famous example, and we're going to see a lot of Tarski today. What that means is the sentence is true if and only if it corresponds to a fact. So breaking it down, analyzing it, snow is white is true if and only if there's an entity referred to by the term snow, there's an entity referred to by the term white, there's an exemplification relation referred to by the term is, such that the entity referred to by the term snow has the property referred to by the term white, and the having of the property is expressed by the use of the term is. Notice this analysis will have problems accounting for the truth of statements about the future of fictional beings, and the whole theory may have other problems too. One last word about facts. Notice that facts as such indicate nothing about how well or poorly we know them. There are gazillions of unknown facts. So how then should we understand this disagreement? So what is a theory then, as opposed to a fact? What's the difference between a fact and theory? So a theory is one possible explanation among other possible explanations. Theories are competing explanations. That doesn't mean there must be two or more actual explanations competing before we call one of the other a theory. It does mean we use the term theory when we recognize the door is open to possible competing explanations. Otherwise, we call our explanation the explanation, not a theory. If that's a good definition, that makes every explanation a theory, relative to a level of skepticism or relative to the ability to conceive of alternative explanations. Aristotle distinguished between real and verbal definition. The verbal definition is the definition of words, and the real definition is the definition of things. Dictionaries contain verbal definitions, which tell us what words mean. Scientists and philosophers sometimes seek real definitions, which tell us what things are. Real definitions try to express the whatness or essence of a thing. Perhaps the most fundamental distinction in reality is between the existence and essence. Existence, that something is. Essence, what something is. In answering the question of what something is, we are providing a real definition. Okay, so here are 5 commonly distinguished kinds of definition. Lexical, reportive. These are dictionary definitions that report the ordinary meanings of words. They may employ all the ways of defining stipulative, a new meaning or new name for a thing or new understanding, precising, or just to be clear. Let's agree to use the word this way. Persuasive, an underhanded effort to solve a dispute with a definition. Theoretical, a meaning dependent upon a theory. In utilitarian ethics, good means to tend to produce happiness. Okay, so those were some basic slides as an introduction. So here's some more slides. I'm not going to cover the examples because I have a lot to get through here today. But I'm going to try to hit this information from a lot of different angles. I think this is pretty important. And, certainly from the philosophy of science, my Duvid, I'm calling the multiple truth hypothesis, which, see why I'm calling it that. Jennifer didn't like that terminology, but there's a reason why I'm calling it the multiple truth hypothesis, as opposed, what we looked at, multiple hypothesis testing and the method of multiple working hypothesis. But I'm going to cover this from a bunch of different angles. Most of the stuff is not well known. There's not much material on it. And, so I want to, do the due diligence, get it down really good. Okay. There are several competing theories of truth, theories about the nature of truth and how it works. The three most commonly held are the correspondence, coherence, and pragmatic. The correspondence theory of truth is probably the most widely held and intuitively plausible account of truth. This theory states if a statement is true if and only if it corresponds to the facts. This theory states a statement is true if and only if it corresponds. The coherence theory of truth states that a statement is true if and only if it corresponds with my other beliefs. According to this theory, the reason we hold any particular statement to be true is because there are other beliefs that we have which justify our belief that is true, which would be like a system of geometry or logic. In the pragmatic theory of truth, this theory states a statement is true if and only if it leads to the successful solution to a real problem. Or better, a statement is true if it works. One of the thoughts behind this theory is that the nature of reality is not something that we have direct access to, and there's no way to compare our beliefs with how things really are, as pragmatists reject the correspondence theory. So despite the problems with these three theories when assessing truth, we should be on the lookout for these following features. Can it be empirically verified? Does it cohere with the rest of my beliefs? And is it useful? Does it provide a better explanation than its competitors? So you might fall within a certain class, so you're more correspondence, coherentist, or pragmatist, but generally when dealing with truth, you should use all three theories, like we talked about last week when I read the paper on Jewish halakhic systems and education, referring to 5 models of truth. So it's good to compare your worldview with all three theories. Types of truth claims. The truth or falsity of a statement is independent of our knowledge of its truth or falsity. If we can determine that a statement is true, then it has been verified. It is true and we know it to be true. If we can determine that a statement is false, then it has been falsified. It is false and we know it to be false. If we cannot determine whether a statement is true or false, then it is undetermined. If a statement is undetermined, it is still either true or false. We just do not know, or possibly cannot know which. There are 2 main types of truth claims, empirical or non-empirical. Empirical truth claims, a claim is an empirical claim if it can be verified by checking the facts. Some empirical claims are easier to verify or falsify than others. So these examples of empirical truth claims are about things in the past, the future, or places that are too far away. Those examples are clearly empirical claims. We can verify their truth by empirical facts. The problem is that we do not have direct access to those facts. These claims will have to be verified indirectly. Besides particular empirical claims, there are also general empirical claims, such as statistical or universal. Statistical empirical claims are claims that talk about part of some proportion of a class of things. Statistical empirical claims can be verified without having to check every particular fact. These claims can be verified using statistical information. In particular, these claims are verified by using inductive generalizations, generalizing from a sample to the whole. Universal empirical claims are claims that talk about all of a class. Unlike statistical claims, universal claims can be falsified by a single exception. Universal empirical claims, therefore, cannot be verified in principle, but they can be falsified. We could tentatively accept a universal empirical claim if the attempt to falsify it fails, but that acceptance should always be tentative. So non-empirical truth claims are true claims which are not empirical. That is, they are claims which cannot be verified by evidence that comes to us from our senses. So the many such non-empirical truth claims: analytical or contradictory statements, ethical statements, aesthetic statements, religious statements, foundational first principles. Acceptability, the question we need to ask when assessing a premise of an argument is, are we justified in accepting it? There are various standards of acceptability of truth claims. These standards will depend on the type of claim as well as the context. So you have strict proof. This is the most demanding standard. The standard is common in mathematics, logic, and some sciences. You have common knowledge. These have the least demanding standard. Nevertheless, they could sometimes be challenged. Common knowledge. If common knowledge is challenged, determine why it is being challenged. If they are merely wasting your time, or is the argument precisely about this sort of claim? Context will usually determine this. If the claim is not common knowledge, be prepared to offer the evidence as required by the context. Assessing the acceptability of the premises and determining whether an argument is sound, we need to determine whether the premises are acceptable. Up to this point, we have looked at many standards of acceptability for the individual premise based on whether the statement is empirical claim, non-empirical, general, statistical, or common knowledge. A. Tinkle, thanks for tuning in. Good to see you. God bless. Some particular fallacies. Premises can be deemed unacceptable if they commit either of these four fallacies: begging the question, inconsistency, equivocation, or false dichotomy. Begging the question, like a circular argument. The fallacy is committed when the premises presuppose, directly or indirectly, the truth of the conclusion. Inconsistency. A set of premises are inconsistent when it is impossible for all of them to be true. That is, if we affirm all of the premises, we will commit ourselves to a contradiction. Equivocation. This is the fallacy that concerns the ambiguity of language. The fallacy occurs when there exist more than one interpretations of a premise, one which is acceptable and one which is not. False dichotomy. A dichotomy is a choice between two alternatives. Alternatives can be said to be exhaustive. The list of alternatives covers all the possibilities. Exclusive when one alternative rules out the others. A false dichotomy presents a choice between alternatives that purports to be exhaustive or exclusive when it is not. The criterion of relevance. There are three criteria of a sound argument: the premise be acceptable, relevant, and adequate. And fallacies that appeal to pity, force, popularity, authority, ad hominem, straw man. And so it goes on with some of these that we might return to in the future. Okay, final call. Thanks for tuning in too. Okay, so I got two more slides to go through on just overview of the truth, and these will be more in detail about truth theories. So Susan Haack, who is somewhat more a well-known famous philosopher in the philosophy of truth. So I found some of her slides. Frank Ramsey, also a well-known philosopher. True is a word we all understand, but if we try to explain it, we can easily get involved in a maze of confusion. So correspondence theory, semantic theory, Lacanist theory, consequences of laconicism, which might be similar to deflationary theories that we talked about last week, and we'll talk about more. Correspondence theories. Some correspondence theories are toothless, saying no more than, it is true that P, if and only if, really in fact P. They're saying, like, correspondence between ideas and external reality. More serious correspondence theories turn those empathetic adverbs into serious metaphysical philosophy of language, giving them real bite. For example, the logical atomist correspondence theories of Wittgenstein and Russell. And, at some point I'm going to pivot back around to monism, because, both Wittgenstein and Russell had monist leanings that the correspondence theories has some level of dualism, where there's a correspondence between the world of thought and the material realm. So these correspondence theories require heavy metaphysical apparatus of facts, propositions with a specific logical form, and a relational or structural isomorphism, which proves very difficult to spell out. You have J.L. Austin's version with correspondence as a coincidence of demonstrative and descriptive conventions. This applies only to indexical statements. Many still find correspondence attractive, but it has never been spelled out in a way that gets beyond the toothless correspondence idea and doesn't lead to excessive metaphysical commitments or restrictive applicability. So the semantic theory of Alfred Tarski, who was Jewish, originally was Teitelbaum, has been enormously influential thanks to a part of the support from Popper, Quine, Davidson, but not always well understood. Tarski proposes formal adequacy conditions. The definition must not be circular, should not use semantic primitives, can be given only for language that is formally specifiable and semantically open. The last formal requirement is imposed to avoid the liar paradox. This sentence is false by requiring truth in the object language to be defined in a meta-language. Because of the formal adequacy conditions, Tarski can define truth only for syntactically characterizable formal languages and can define only truth in language, not true. More famous is Tarski's material adequacy condition. Any acceptable definition of truth must have a consequence, all instances of the truth. S is true if and only if P, where S is the name of the sentence. The material adequacy condition is not a definition of truth, but a condition of acceptable definitions, and according to Tarski, cannot simply be generalized, so his definition takes an indirect route. Tarski defines satisfaction of atomic open formulae, a relation to infinite sequences of objects enumeratively, then satisfaction of molecular open sentences recursively, and then truth of closed sentences satisfied by all infinite sequences. Misunderstandings. That is not, as Popper suggests, a version of the correspondence theory. Tarski wants to articulate Aristotle's insight without relying on correspondence or facts, nor is it a disquotationalist theory, as Quine suggests. If it were, Tarski could simply drop his last 100 pages. For according to Tarski, the quotation mark name of an expression is a new word of which the contained expression is not semantically part. You can't quantify into quotation marks. P, if and only if P, makes no sense. The T schema cannot be generalized in this way. Ironically enough, this is the logical block view of quotation, which Quine himself once accepted when he wrote that a word in quotation marks is not semantically a part of the whole expression any more than so moreover, Tarski is not, as some suggest, a theory of the truth of propositions. Propositions don't have syntactic structure. The same proposition can be expressed by sentences with different structures, but T's definition relies on the structure of well-formed expressions. Tarski's approach has real limitations. It stratifies the truth concept, treated not as one concept but many. Its application is limited to formally specifiable and semantically open languages, which is why Tarski says truth cannot be defined for natural languages. Tarski himself is ambivalent. He says he doesn't claim to have captured the real meaning of true, but would be willing to use the word true instead, and yet goes on to say both that he doesn't say the semantic theory is right and that he can't imagine what it would mean to say that it is wrong. Furthermore, the failure of the Davidson program confirms that Tarski was right in thinking his methods apply to formal but not natural languages, not to mention the failure of Popper's theory of verisimilitude or the causalness of his assumption that Tarski's theory applies to the consistent part of natural language. So the Susan Haack is inclined to conclude that Tarski's work, though a very impressive technical achievement, is not in the end fully satisfying philosophically. So the Laconicist theory. Laconicist is a better name for what is usually called the redundancy theory. A belief is true if it is a belief that P and P, a belief that Smith is either a liar or a fool, is true if Smith is either a liar or a fool and not otherwise, as Frank Ramsey. Ramsey is well aware that while it is true that can be eliminated from is redundant, and it is true that Hannibal crossed the Alps, it cannot be eliminated from Plato said some true things and some false things. So the new name coined by Dr. Kyriake Zerohemona derives from the English word laconic, which means short or terse, and itself derives from the Greek word Laconia, the name of the ancient city-state Sparta. To call something Spartan means that it is austere, simple. Laconicism seems to capture the core meaning of true and to conform precisely to the Aristotelian insight. Still, Ramsey is aware the theory is incomplete, requiring an account of propositional quantifiers which may not itself be use the concept of truth. To explain, Plato said some true statements, said some true things, and an account of representation and an understanding of reality, which Ramsey takes to be involved in saying that this is the belief that P, representation, and P, reality. On propositional quantifiers, neither an objectual nor a substitutional account will do because both involve the concept of truth explicitly or implicitly. The inference ticket approach might work. On reality, Laconicism is entirely compatible with innocent realism, according to which there is one real world, largely but not wholly independent of it, a real world that includes natural things and events, human artifacts, social institutions, roles and rules, mental states, processes, events, imaginative creations such as novels, plays, and cartoons, etc. So the consequences of the Laconicism, that when we say that it is true that P, what we say about P is the same, whatever kind of proposition P is, whether scientific, historical, literary, legal, etc. This is one way to put it what I mean, speaking the unity of truth. And the truth is objective. Normally, whether or not it is true that P does not depend on whether you and I or anyone believes it is true that P, or on whether we argue that P or know that P. That truth is not relative, for just as there's no reference in the account of truth to what anyone believes, there's no relativization to culture, community, theory, or even as in Tarski language. Moreover, Laconicism suggests a plausible understanding of observations like a genuine inquirer seeks the truth. A scientific theory is successful in prediction and technology because it is true. A genuine inquirer seeks the truth means not that there is a kind of holy grail of the truth that every genuine inquirer seeks, but that someone who is genuinely inquiring into whether P wants to end up believing that P if P, and that not P if not P. So she uses James Watson really wanted to discover the truth about the structure of DNA. It means Watson wanted to end his investigation believing that DNA is a double helical backbone out macromolecule with like and unlike base pairs if and only if DNA is so and so. And of course it is, and he did. Watson described too pretty not to be true. The scientific theory works because it is true, means the theory works because it says that P, and in fact, P. Laconicism can really explain why true plays the pragmatic role it does. The use of that's true to express agreement is just a short way to say yourself what the other person just said. Rorty suggests he is following Ramsey when he identifies truth with here and now agreement, but there is a big muddle. that's true often has the force of I agree, but of course we can agree that P when P is not true, and of course we may not agree that P when P is true. So it is true that P doesn't mean we agree that P. The conicism can also explain the concessive use of true. A says the price of gold will probably rise. B replies true, but later it will fall. Equals yes, the price of gold will probably rise, but after that it will fall. Next time I'll explore the plurality the many different kinds of true propositions, the plurality of truth, specifically how truth in science differs from truth in history, law, and literature. So, the last Australian, thanks for tuning in. God bless. Good to see you. So, let's look further at Susan Haack's slides on the diversity of truth. Oscar Wilde, the truth is rarely pure and never simple. Modern life would be intolerable if it were either. So one truth, many truth. What I mean when I say there is one truth is not that there is one all-important true proposition, the truth, but that there is one non-ambiguous, non-relative truth concept that whenever we are talking about propositions of natural science, of social science, of history, law, literature, when we say that a proposition is true, what we mean is the same, that it is the proposition that P and P. What I mean when I say there are many truths is not that there are many truth concepts, but there are many propositions, beliefs, theories that are true, and that these many truths differ very significantly among themselves in their epistemological status, how we know they are true, and in their metaphysical status, what makes them true. Truth in science. A good way to think about the sciences as a loose federation of kinds of inquiry, roughly characterizable by subject matter, which differs from, but sometimes overlaps, that of historical, legal, literary inquiry. Haack's picture is syncretistic, no sharp line between cosmology and metaphysics or psychology and philosophy of mind. Historical sciences like evolutionary biology have some affinities with historical inquiry, social sciences, and legal scholarship. Cynicism is Peirce's word for the methodological principle. Look for continuities, not sharp dichotomies. The goal of scientific inquiry, as of all inquiry, is to discover the answer to some questions, the true answers. This doesn't mean that scientists seek the truth, nor that they collect truths as someone might collect stamps. Only, as we saw last time, that they want to end up believing that P if P and not P if not P, and that it's more complicated than that if it's more complicated than that. Of course, many scientific claims and theories eventually turn out to be false. There have been many scientific truths as well as many scientific truths, and no scientific claims that are certain. All are fallible. Moreover, many scientific claims and theories have eventually turned out to be only approximately true, and or to be true only in more restricted field than formerly supposed. Every scientific theory is the result of scientists' intellectual work. So in one sense, scientific truths are made by scientists, but whether a scientific theory is true or is false does not depend on what scientists do or believe, but on how the world is. Natural scientific theories are mostly about natural phenomena, things, and events which are not of our making. Social scientific theories are about human societies, rules which are of our making. Yet both are true, are nominally objectively so, if that whatever they are true or false does not depend on whether you or I or anyone else believes they are true. There's social science expectations, self-fulfilling and self-undermining prophecies. Of course, not all scientists are objective, unbiased, and partial. Far from it. There may be partisans of one theory, enemies of another, blind to certain evidence. Evidence in the science is always complex, often ambiguous, invariably incomplete, and hence potentially misleading. This is why scientists themselves hesitate to claim truth, preferably to say probably, possibly, or this is the best model. For example, Watson preferred to write of solving the structure of DNA, getting the right model, but that would be equivalent to giving a true account of the structure of DNA. Truth in history, like all inquiry, historical inquiry aims at finding true answers to its questions, but historians are even more reluctant than scientists to claim truth. And these days, Many prefer to speak not of truth, but of truth. Why so? Some probably have been made nervous by postmodernists and other forms of cynicism about the concept of truth, but there are also other and somewhat better reasons. Like all inquiry, historical inquiry is fallible. Like social scientific inquiry, historical inquiry requires interpretation of people's belief, desires, hopes, and fears, which is even harder with distance in time and culture. As Duvid puts it, it's dependent on the answer to the hard problem of consciousness. Moreover, historical inquiry must rely on evidence that itself needs to be shown authentic, which is also even harder with distance of time and requires interpretation of records and so forth. This evidence may be skewed because those who left the records often had their own agenda, and like evidence in the sciences, evidence in history is always incomplete. For example, an account of the battle will probably tell us which side won, what the consequences were for the war, how many were killed, possibly how many tanks, planes, etc. were destroyed, but certainly not how many flowers were trampled, or even probably how many horses were killed. Quite likely not about the famine or the epidemic that ensued. And of course, if the now available records all come from whatever side or party or sect or class or race prevailed in some conflict, this will very likely introduce bias. Hence the saying, history is written by the winning side. For example, Donald Kagan argues that Thucydides's history of the war between Athens and Sparta presented a complex, messy conflict in a partisan manner, while purporting to be definitive, a thing for all time. All this said, that historical account is only part of the truth doesn't mean that it is not true so far as it goes, and to say that historical claim is true is to say that it is the claim that P and P. Truth and law. The word law suffers the same kind of ambiguity as truth. It may refer to the concept of law as in laws distinct from morality, or to specific laws and legal systems as in there ought to be a law against it. There are truths about law, the concepts and truths about legal systems and laws. Here we'll focus on truths about legal systems and laws. Legal truths in this sense are relative to the legal system and a time. Like in U.S. federal law between 1923 and 1975, the Frye Rule governed the admissibility of scientific testimony. In 1975, the Federal Rules of Evidence, Rule 702, provided a different standard. And there are gappy answers to some legal questions are indeterminate. Between 1975 and 1993, it was neither true nor false that the Federal Rules of Evidence had superseded Frye. Legal truths can be changed by the action of legislators or judges interpreting the law, as in 1993 when the Supreme Court ruled in Daubert, it became true in virtue of their decision that FRE 702 superseded Frye. Of course, the legal system is not itself like science and history kind of inquiry, though legal proceedings will involve inquiry of roughly two kinds, into questions of fact, into questions of law. Indeed, the latter kind of inquiry is what legal scholarship refers to. In practice, however, this scholarship always involves interpretation and often shades into advocacy. And like historians, many law professors prefer to speak of truth than truth. Nevertheless, there are true and false narratives to some questions about what the law is in a system S at time t. And it is true that the law in S at t provides the X, Y, and Z. Just in the case, the law in S at t does provide that X, Y, and Z. Truth and fiction. Like legal systems, novels, plays, cartoons are not themselves forms of inquiry, though they involve imaginative explorations of scenarios, characters, somewhat like the imaginative thinking required by scientific inquiry. Though novels may be set in real places and other apparently include real people among their characters, statements in a work of fiction about fictional places, persons are not true. Fictional is the opposite of real. Nevertheless, there are truths about novels, two types: external about the author, the circumstances of the writing, the history of the book, and internal about the contents of the novel. True in the novel raises some good philosophical questions about what is implied in the novel and what is indeterminate, but these are not as interesting as the question about truths conveyed by works of fiction. For many fictional works illustrate and thereby convey obliquely truths that they do not state explicitly. For example, Samuel Butler's The Way of All Flesh conveys without stating truths about the human weakness for self-deception, hypocrisy, and sham reasoning. This work is one of Butler's finest epistemological novels of all time. One hard question: exactly what kind of speech act is involved in conveying but not stating? It is like hinting or suggesting that P without actually saying it, but not exactly. I have another appointment, might convey, let's do this quickly. Another, are there special literary truths? My answer, no. Fiction conveys perfectly ordinary truths in the ordinary sense of the word. What is special is the conveying. Butler's novel conveys the truth that intellectual integrity is a hard-won virtue, not something inborn. And this is true, yes, just as in the case of intellectual integrity is a hard-won virtue and not something inborn. Okay, so there you have some slides and, just a little background scholarship. So I'm curious if Church of Entropy, if that debate is going on. No, although Jennifer said she might be debating soon, and it might have been tonight. Flat Earth. Pour myself a drink and do more. Okay, so let's look at the Greeks and a little ancient history of truth in the philosophical sense. Like, so you have the Torah, and like in terms of like testimony and character traits, but the early philosophy of the Greeks. Oh yeah, God bless the last Australian. Okay, so Aletheia in Greek thought until Aristotle. Found as a professor in Poland. Paper investigates the concept of aletheia, truth in ancient philosophy from the pre-Socratics until Aristotle. The meaning of aletheia in archaic Greek is taken as the starting point. It follows by remarks about the concept of truth in the Seven Sages. The author discusses the concept as it appears in the views of the work of philosophers and historians. A special section is devoted to the epistemological, ontological understanding of truth. Tarski claimed his semantic definition of truth conforms with the ordinary analysis of truth and philosophically follows Aristotle. The core of Tarski's analysis is captured by the T-schema. T-scheme, a sentence A is true if and only if A. This paper has two goals. Firstly, I intend to review how the word aletheia was used in archaic Greek and philosophy until Aristotle in the light of sources as well as some recent interpretations. Secondly, we'd like to derive some lessons about the concept of correspondence. And I'm going to skip quite through a little of this. I'm just going to read a few sections. Aletheia is the most important Greek counterpart of our truth. Alethis, alethos, truly, alethin, to speak the truth. And however, the Greek truth family is much more comprehensive. It consists of 14 words, among others: etrekis, nemertis, dolos, ortos, apsudos, etmos, and etetmos. It is characterized that several words, including aletheia, also beginning to this variety begin with a, meaning like not. The aletheia would lexically mean not hidden. So people open up. There's interesting commentary, a lot of on Heidegger. So what about the meanings of the words belonging to the truth family? It's convenient to consider adjective forms. Alethis can be translated as unhidden, also contrasted with silent or forgotten. Atrekis by not disformed, nemertis by faultless, adolos by not deceitful, ortos by simple-minded or not double-faced, absoudos by truthful, etmos and etetos by real, actual, or authentic. The inspection of these meanings immediately shows the words form a true family, express ontological, epistemological, and moral contents, often combined in utterances used in ordinary situations. Particular items from the true family could be used and were used interchangeably. It is certain that dialogues in the Homer poems were modeled on ordinary dialogical situations in which to say it is true and it is actual mean the same. The same situation occurs in our contemporary life. Concrete dialogical exchanges are very sensitive to lying, deceiving, and thus truth was contrasted rather with lying and falsehood. It seems that in archaic Greek, there was no sharp difference between lying and uttering false sentences, although the word pseudos becomes the most popular form for the Greek falsehood family. This variety includes 67 items. That is much more than the true family. It is indirect evidence that lying and deceiving impresses Greeks more than truth-telling. It is possible that the moral and ontological dimensions of Aletheia and related words were earlier, but their constructions with verbal descenda indicate that their epistemological usage was also not absent in the archaic employment of languages. The pre-Socratics. No preserved fragment of the philosophies of Milet speaks about truth by using aletheia or other words from the Greek truth family. I do not know how to explain this fact. Interest of the Miletians in the philosophy of nature do not provide any hint, because their way of doing philosophy does not prevent one from thinking about truth. Also, nothing is achieved if one points out that perhaps relevant writings disappeared, because if the Miletians spoke about truth, it would be recorded by secondary sources. So just an interesting note that the earliest Greeks, the Miletians, did not seem to talk about truth. Heraclitus' passage about truth does not yield anything new. The wisdom consists in saying that truth can be implicitly found in Solon or Pittacus, but Xenophon's idea began a new chapter in the history of epistemology. The fragment introduces the distinction of the utmost importance, namely between opinion and truth. Although it is restricted to theological matters, the distinction became one of the main themes of Parmenides. There are three important fragments about truth in Parmenides. Come now, and I will tell you the only way of inquiry that are to be thought of, the one that it is, and that it is impossible for it not to be the path of persuasion. Here I end my trustworthy discourse and thought concerning truth. Aletheus henceforth learn the beliefs of mortal men, listening to the deceitful orderings of my words. It is proper that you should learn all things, both the unshaken heart of well-rounded truth and the opinions of mortals, in which there is no true reliance. But nonetheless, you should learn these things too. How what is believed would have to be assuredly pervading all things throughout. So these fragments introduce the distinction between truth and opinion in a fully general way, not only restricted to a particular field as in Xenophon. It is customary to render this distinction as the contrast between episteme and doxa. Thus, the truth is a property of episteme, or we can even say that the domain of truth and the domain of episteme are identical. Let me only register this function of truth without further comments, although it deserves them, but perhaps not in the context of the concept of truth. The history of epistemology from Plato to the Gettier counterexample shows that the problems is that of defining knowledge rather than of defining truth. Thus, there remains a budget of problems connected with, in particular, the question of how truth is related to being and existence. It is well known that there is a number of difficult issues, additionally strengthened by the cryptid thesis of Parmenides, for the same thing is there both to be thought of and to be, or thought and being are the same, and a number of proposals about how to solve difficulties interpreting Parmenides. I cannot enter into the interpretive jungle. Fortunately, my task justifies a restriction to a few rather simple remarks. According to Parmenides, truth is extensionally equivalent to being, what justifies the versical use of tuon. Thus, to say is and is true is sometimes equivalent. Aletheia, in this meaning, is really an ontological category, but it is clear that this sense is only one possible sense. It can even be interpreted more epistemologically if one focuses more on inquiry than on that it is and that it is impossible for it not to be. But the more plausible interpretation of Parmenides is that he focused on being. Incidentally, the equivalence of truth and being has plagued philosophy from the Eleatics to the present. The problem concerns the truth of negative existentials. If truth and being are equivalent, it is mysterious how it is possible to issue true sentences about objects that do not exist, because non-existing objects, due to the assumed equivalence, seem to be a contradictio in adecto. Plato was the first who tried to solve this difficulty. For Parmenides, the contrast between being and not being is sharp and exhaustive. The product of being and not being is empty, and there is nothing in between being and not being. If we map these principles onto truth, we get the laws of non-contradiction and excluded middle, no matter whether they are understood ontologically or logically. In any case, if it was true that aletheia pseudos were at least partially complementary in archaic Greek, what passed away with Parmenides, this is not surprising if we remember that the Eleatics essentially contributed to the rise of logic, perhaps not logical theory, but to logical deductive practice. The last question is whether the idea of correspondence between thought and reality was involved in Parmenides' thinking about truth. The answer is yes, but with various qualifications, certainly not in the sense which is usually attributed to Aristotle or Thomas Aquinas. On the other hand, extension or equivalence of true and being strongly suggested that truth is a relational concept because truth talk is related to being. Thus, the novelties and problems introduced by Parmenides into the philosophy of truth were numerous and fundamental, including his popularization of the word aletheia as a standard one. The role of Parmenides is well summarized in the following quotation. The presence and even the possibility of truth is closely related to the Greek distinction between doxa and episteme and their proper objects. Thus, there is really no critical problem until Parmenides distinguishes being from non-being, associates the latter with the sense perception, asserts that there is no truth in the phenomenal world of doxa, and contracts the latter with the way of truth. As a corollary of this and of the realization of the arbitrary nature of laws and customs, Protagoras propounded his theory of the relativity of truth. Protagoras is presumably the author of the first work in which the word truth occurs. According to the tradition, he wrote a treatise, Aletheia, Truth or Refuting Speeches, the only fragment which is preserved in the famous passage expressing the doctrine of the man of the mensura. Man is the measure of all things that they are, and of things that are not, that they are not. Typically, the first part of the statement is quoted and taken as the formulation of the Protagoras relativism and subjectivism. If man is the measure of all things, then everything is relative or subjective. However, Parmenides, in order to develop his anthropological views, did not need to add the second part of his maxim. He could rely on the practical and rhetorical premises. The title of Protagoras' work suggests that he wanted to refute some views about truth. It is clear that Parmenides' absolutism and rationalism were the target of Protagoras. The sequel to Man is the measure of all things, that is the phrase things that they are, and of things that are not, that they are not, uses the Parmenidean language. The end of the discussed phrase, things that are not, that they are not, clearly contradicts Parmenides, who rejects the idea that they are things that are not. The first part, namely things that they are, obviously expresses Parmenides' idea of truth. Protagoras rejected this understanding of truth by admitting that human opinions dictate the truth and falsehood, that is, decide whether things that they are, or whether things that are not, that they are not. This view devastated logic, which, as I point out above, came into existence with the Eleatics. In fact, Protagoras maintained that everything is true, Gorgias that everything is false, and both views destroy the principle of contradiction, as does, to use contemporary metalogic, every one-valued logic. I do not deny that discussions of Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle with Protagoras and other sophists had enormous historical significance. However, these debates focus mainly on the first part of the statement and thereby concealed an important matter which seems relevant to the history of the concept of truth. Protagoras, in his the Mensura maxim, introduced a canonical language for speaking about truth, although it is not clear whether sentences or sensations were for him the primary barriers of truth. If we add to tell, truth is to tell, to of all things that are, that they are, and of all things that they are not, that they are not, we obtain a prototype of the famous formulae of Plato and Aristotle that certainly apply to sentences. Thus, Protagoras is a corollary of Parmenides, not only replacing absolutism by relativism, but also by developing a suitable language in which the way of truth could be expressed without poetic allegories. Another important point is that Protagoras, who was typically a typical epistemologicalist, probably contributed to the rise of the view that truth is in intellect, not in things. If I'm right, then surprisingly, Protagoras, who refuted Parmenides and was refuted by Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, became a link between the Eleatics and the great Athenian philosophers. Plato. Plato developed the idea of episteme and made it one of the most crucial points of his philosophy. According to Plato, episteme has its own special subject matter, the world of forms. Thus, episteme is the true knowledge about the true being. It is an ontological doctrine of truth, although some authors speak about ontological epistemological theory of truth. In Plato, this section is exclusively devoted to Plato's definition of true and false sentences, propositions. I leave apart Plato's account in Cratylus, where he speaks about the truth of names. Plato's definition of propositions or truth is given in Sophist. There are relevant fragments in two translations. And so this is a conversation between the Sophist, Theaetetus, and the Visitor. So I encourage people to click on the link if they would like to read through it. Plato clearly attributes truth and falsehood to sentences as grammatical units with a suggestive structure, noun plus verb. Neither nouns nor verbs can be qualified as true or false. The relevant definitions that can be extracted from both translations are as follows. Sorry, Plato speaks nothing about correspondence or about facts. So the author here goes into detail also about Plato's arguments. The question that the Epicureans said that if you could think something, it must be true, and Plato's differentiation between thought or truth and whether all thoughts are by definition true. These are famous statements by Plato. Hey, Judas Kai, Shavuto, good to see you, God bless. Aristotle. There's no question that Aristotle was the most influential person in the philosophy of truth. There's a selection of the Staggered statements about truth, multiple books and publications. Your formation of logic and predicate logic. A separate but related problem concerns whether Aristotle gave a version of the correspondence theory of truth. According to Calvinia, an informal statement of the equivalence of the type A is true if and only A, the T equivalence. This point is important because T equivalences is a stable ingredient of any correspondence theory truth. However, two remarks here in order. Firstly, T equivalence is only a part of the correspondence theory truth, not the whole truth. Secondly, Calvini's interpretation must be qualified by observing that causal nexus is involved in the Aristotelian formulation, but typically later versions, in particular contemporary formulations of T equivalence, are devoid of any such factors. On the other hand, the idea that the truth of sentences is rooted in the world, but facts are independent of their assertions, was always accepted by advocates of this theory. Of special interest in this context, the regular okay, so that's a little background at the Greek history of truth. So, it's a big topic, and I'm going to return to this quite often. So I just wanted to put a little information about the Greeks out there, and it's definitely a topic that will be returned to. Okay, so I want to do, from the Dictionary of Philosophy, another overview of truth, just like the due diligence. And, this might be a little bit boring of me just reading these. And I have 4 articles and then also the Stanford Encyclopedia entry on truth. So a lot of this is repetitive. A lot of the stuff is I've covered already, but I just wanted to do the due diligence grind in my own head, or anybody studying along with me, to really understand these fundamentals about the philosophy of truth. Okay, thanks for following along, the last Australian. So, hopefully people benefit from this. And I think it really pays to do a deep dive into truth. Truth. Philosophers are interested in a constellation of issues involving the concept of truth. A preliminary issue, although somewhat subsidiary, is to decide what sort of things can be true. Is truth a property of sentences, which are linguistic entities in some language or another, or is truth a property of propositions, non-linguistic, abstract, and timeless entities? The principal issue: what is truth? It is a problem of not being clear about what you are saying when you say some claim or other is true. The most important theories of truth are the correspondence theory, the semantic theory, the deflationary theory, the coherence theory, and the pragmatic theory. They're explained and compared here. Whichever theory of truth is advanced to settle the principal issue, there are a number of additional issues to be addressed. Can claims about the future be true now? Can there be some algorithm for finding truth, some recipe or procedure for deciding for any claim in the system of, say, arithmetic, whether the claim is true? Can the predicate is true be completely defined in other terms so that it can be eliminated without losing loss of meaning from any context in which it occurs? To what extent do theories of truth avoid paradox? Is the goal of scientific research to achieve truth? The principal problem. The principal problem is to offer a viable theory as to what truth itself consists in, or to put in another way, what is the nature of truth? To illustrate with an example, the problem is not, is it true that there is extraterrestrial life? The problem is, what does it mean to say that it is true that there is extraterrestrial life? Astrobiologists study the former problem, philosophers the latter. The philosophical problem of truth has been with us for a long time. In the 1st century, Pontius Pilate asked, what is truth? But no answer was forthcoming. The problem has been studied more since the turn of the 20th century than any other previous time. In the last 100 years or so, considerable progress has been made in solving the problem. The 3 most widely acceptable contemporary theories of truth are the correspondence theory, the semantic theory of Tarski and Davidson, the deflationary theory of Frege and Ramsey. The competing theories are the coherence theory and the pragmatic theory. These 5 theories will be examined after addressing the following questions. What sort of things are true or false? Although we do speak of true friends and false identities, philosophers believe that these are derivative uses of true and false. The central use of true, the more important one for philosophers, occurs when we say, for example, it is true that Montreal is north of Pittsburgh. Here, true is contrasted with false and not fake or insincere. When we say that Montreal is north of Pittsburgh, what sort of thing is it that is true? It is a statement or sentence or something else, a fact perhaps. More generally, philosophers want to know what sorts of things are true and what sorts of things are false. The same question is expressed by asking what sorts of things have truth values. The term truth value has been coined by logicians as a general term for truth or falsehood. Actually, I disagree with their statement here that truth value is more mathematical in terms of a statistical from 0 to 1 value. So many candidates for the type things that can bear truth values: statements, sentence tokens, sentence types, propositions, theories, facts, assertions, utterances, beliefs, opinions, doctrines, etc. Ontological issues: what sorts of things are these candidates? In particular, should the bearers of truth values be regarded as being linguistic items and as a consequence items within a specific language, or are they non-linguistic items, or are they both? In addition, should they be regarded as being concrete entities, things which have a determinate position in space and time, or should they be regarded as abstract entities as being neither temporal or spatial entities? Sentences are linguistical items. They exist in some language or another, either in a natural language such as English or an artificial language such as computer language. However, the term sentence has two senses: sentence token and sentence type. So English sentence tokens are of the same sentence type. Sentence tokens are concrete objects. They're composed of ink marks on paper, of sequences of sounds or patches of light on a computer screen. Sentence tokens exist in space and time. They can be located in space and they can be dated. Sentence types cannot be. They are abstract objects. Analogous distinctions can be made for letters, for words, for numerals, for musical notes on a stave, indeed for any symbols whatsoever. Might sentence tokens be the bearers of truth values? One reason to favor tokens over types is to solve the problems involving so-called indexical or token reflexive terms such as I and here and now. Is the claim expressed by the sentence type "I like chocolate" true or false? Well, it depends on who I is referring to. If Jack, who likes chocolate, says "I like chocolate," then what he said is true. But if Jill, who dislikes chocolate, says "I like chocolate," then what she said is false. If it were sentence types which were the bearers of truth value, then the sentence type "I like chocolate" would be both true and false, an unacceptable contradiction. The contradiction is avoided, however, if one argues that sentence tokens are the bearers of truth values. For this case, although there is only one sentence type involved, there are two distinct sentence tokens. A second reason for arguing that sentence tokens rather than sentence types are the bearers of truth values has been advanced by the nominalist philosophers. Nominalists are intent to allow as few abstract objects as possible. Insofar as sentence types are abstract objects and sentence tokens are concrete objects, nominalists will argue that actually uttered or written sentence tokens are the proper bearers of truth values. But the theory that sentence tokens are the bearers of truth values has its own problems. One objection to the nominalist theory is that had there never been any language users, then there would be no truths. And the same objection can be leveled against arguing that its beliefs that are the bearers of truth value. Had there never been any conscious creatures, then there would be no beliefs, and thus no truths or falsehood, not even the truth that there were no conscious creatures, an unacceptable paradoxical implication. And a second objection to the theory that sentence tokens are the bearers of truth values is that even though they're language users, there are sentences that have never been uttered and never will be. Sentence tokens then cannot be defined as the bearers of truth values. There are simply too few sentence tokens. Thus, both theories that sentence tokens are the bearers of truth values and that sentence types are the bearers of truth values encounter difficulties. Might propositions be the bearers of truth values? To escape the dilemma of choosing between tokens and types, propositions had been suggested as the primary bearers of truth values. Propositions are abstract entities. They do not exist in space and time. They're sometimes said to be timeless, eternal, or omnitemporal entities. Terminology aside, the essential point is that propositions are not concrete or material objects, nor for that matter are they mental entities. They are not thoughts, as Sprague had suggested in the 19th century. The theory that propositions are the bearer of truth values has also been criticized. Nominalists object to the abstract character of propositions. Another complaint is that it is not sufficiently clear whether we have a case of the same propositions as opposed to similar propositions. This is much like the complaint that we can't determine when two sentences have exactly the same meaning. The relationship between sentences and propositions is a serious philosophical problem, because it was the more favored theory, and for the sake of expediency and consistency, the theory that propositions and not sentences are the bearer of truth values will be adopted in this article. When we speak below of truths, we're referring to true propositions, but it should be pointed out that virtually all the claims made below have counterparts in nominalistic theories which reject propositions. Constraints on truth and falsehood. There are two commonly accepted constraints on truth and falsehood. Every proposition is true or false, the law of excluded middle, and no proposition is both true and false, the law of non-contradiction. These constraints require that every proposition has exactly one truth value. Although the point is controversial, most philosophers add the further constraint that a proposition never changes its truth value in space or time. Consequently, to say the proposition that is reigning was true yesterday but false today is to equivocate and not actually refer to just one proposition. Similarly, when someone at a specific time says the proposition, the person is really talking about two different propositions, one the time and place, and the other the state of what's happening. And so the truth value would be on both of those separate sentences. Which sentences express propositions? Not all sentences express propositions. The interrogative sentence, "Who won the World Series in 1951?" does not. Neither does the imperative sentence, "Please close the window." Declarative, that is, indicative sentences rather than interrogative or imperative sentences, typically are used to express propositions. Problem cases. But do all declarative sentences express proposition? The following four kinds of declarative sentences have been suggested as not being typically used to express propositions, but all these suggestions are controversial. Sentences containing non-referring expressions. In the light of the fact that France has no king, Strawson argued that the sentence, "The present king of France is bald," fails to express a proposition. In a famous dispute, Russell disagreed with Strawson, arguing that the sentence does express a proposition and more exactly a false one. Predictions of future events. What about declarative sentences that refer to events in the future? For example, does the sentence, "There will be a sea battle tomorrow," express a proposition? Presumably today, we do not know whether there will be such a battle. Because of this, some philosophers, include Aristotle, who toyed with the idea, have argued that the sentence "at the present moment" does not express anything that is now either true or false, although another, perhaps more powerful motivation for adopting this view is the belief that if sentences involving future human actions were to express propositions, were to express something that is now true or false, then humans would be determined to perform those actions, and so humans would have no free will. To define free will, these philosophers have argued we must deny truth values to predications. This complicated restriction that sentences about the future do not now express anything true or false has been attacked by Quine and others. These critics argue that the restriction upsets the logic we use to reason with such predication. For example, here is a deductively valued argument involving predications. Liar sentences. This very sentence expresses a false proposition, and "I'm lying" are examples of the so-called liar sentences. A liar sentence can be used to generate a paradox when we consider what truth value to assign to it. As a way out of the paradox, Kripke suggests that a liar sentence is one of those rare declarative sentences that does not express a proposition. The sentence falls into the truth value gap. Sentences that state moral, ethical, or aesthetic values. Finally, we mentioned the so-called fact value distinction. Throughout history, moral philosophers have wrestled with the issue of moral realism. Do sentences such as "God forbid torturing children is wrong," which assert moral principles, assert something true or false, or do they merely express in a distinguished fashion the speaker's opinion or feelings or values? Making the latter choice, some philosophers argue that these declarative sentences do not express propositions. Correspondence theory. We return to the principal question, what is truth? Truth is presumably what valid reasoning preserves. It is the goal of scientific inquiry, historical research, and business audits. We understand much of what a sentence means by understanding the conditions under which what it expresses is true, yet the exact nature of truth itself is not wholly revealed by these remarks. Historically, the most popular theory of truth was the correspondence theory, first proposed in vague forms by Plato and Aristotle in his Metaphysics. The realist theory says that truth is what propositions have by corresponding to the way the world is. This theory says that a proposition is true, provided there exists a fact corresponding to it. In other words, for any proposition P is true if and only if P corresponds to a fact. The theory's answer to the question, what is truth, is that truth is a certain relationship, the relationship that holds between a proposition and its corresponding fact. Perhaps an analysis of the relationship will reveal what all the truths have in common. Consider the proposition that snow is white. remarking that the proposition's truth is corresponding to the fact that snow is white, leads critics to request an acceptable analysis of the notion of correspondence. Surely the correspondence is not a word-by-word connecting of a sentence to its reference in some sort of exotic relationship between, say, the whole proposition and facts. In presenting his theory of logical atomism early in the 20th century, Russell tried to show how a true proposition and its corresponding fact share the same structure. Inspired by the notion that Egyptian hieroglyphs are stylized pictures, his student Wittgenstein said the relationship is that of a picturing of facts by propositions, but his development of the suggestive remark in his Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus does not satisfy many other philosophers, nor, after a while, even Wittgenstein himself. And what are facts? The notion of a fact as some sort of ontological entity was first stated explicitly in the second half of the 19th century. The correspondence theory does permit facts to be mind-dependent entities. Taggart and perhaps Kant held such correspondence theories. The correspondence theories, Russell, Wittgenstein, and Austin, all consider facts to be mind-independent, but regardless of their mind-dependence or mind-independence, the theory must provide answers to the question of the following sort. Canada's north of the U.S. can't be a fact. A true proposition can't be a fact if it also states a fact. So what is the ontological standing of a fact? Is the fact that corresponds to Brutus stabbed Caesar the same fact that corresponds to Caesar was stabbed by Brutus, or is it a different fact? It might be argued that they must be different facts because one expresses the relationship of stabbing, but the other expresses the relationship of being stabbed, which is different. In addition to the specific fact that ball 1 is on the pool table and that specific fact that ball 2 is on the pool table and so forth, is there the specific fact that there are fewer than a large number of balls on the table? Is there a general fact that many balls are on the table? Does the existence of general facts require there be the forms of Plato or Aristotle? What about the negative proposition that there are no pink elephants on the table? Does it correspond to the same situation in the world that makes there be no green elephants on the table? The same pool table must be involved in a great many different facts. These questions illustrate the difficulty in counting facts and distinguishing. The difficulty is well recognized by advocates of the correspondence theory, but critics complain that characterization of facts too often circle back ultimately to saying facts are whatever true propositions must correspond to in order to be true. Davidson criticized the notion of facts, arguing that if true statements correspond to anything, they all correspond to the same thing. Davidson has also argued that facts really are the true statements themselves. Facts are not named by them, as the correspondence theory mistakenly supposes. Defenders of the correspondence theory have responded to these criticisms in a variety of ways. Senses can be made of the term correspondence. Some say because speaking of propositions corresponding to the facts is merely making the general claim that summarizes the remark that the sentence snow is white means that snow is white and snow actually is white, and so on for all the other propositions. Therefore, the correspondence theory must contain a theory of means that by otherwise is not at fault. Other defenders of the correspondence theory attack Davidson's identification of facts with true propositions. Snow is a constituent of the fact that snow is white, but snow is not a constituent or linguistic entity, so facts and true statements are different kinds of entities. Recent works in possible world semantics has identified facts with a set of possible worlds. The fact that the cat is on the mat contains the possible world in which the cat is on the mat. The motive for this identification is that if sets of possible worlds are metaphysically legitimate and precisely discernible, then so are facts. Tarski's semantic theory. To more rigorously describe what is involved in understanding truth and defining it, Alfred Tarski created the semantic theory of truth. In Tarski's theory, however, talk of correspondence and of facts is eliminated, although in earlier versions of the theory, Tarski did use the term correspondence in trying to explain his theory. He later regretted having done so and dropped the term altogether, since it plays no role within his theory. The semantic theory is the successor to the correspondence theory. For an illustration of the theory, consider the German sentence, Schnee ist weiß, which means that snow is white. Tarski asks for the true conditions of the proposition expressed by the sentence. Under what conditions is the proposition true? Put another way, how shall we complete the following in English? The proposition expressed by the German sentence, Schnee ist weiß, is true. His answer, the proposition expressed by the German sentence, Schnee ist weiß, is true if and only if snow is white. We can rewrite Tarski's T condition in the following three lines. The proposition expressed by the German sentence, Schnee ist weiß, is true if and only if snow is white. Line 1 is about truth. Line 3 is not about truth. It asserts a claim about the nature of the world. Thus, T makes a substantive claim. Moreover, it avoids the main problems of the earlier correspondence theories in that the terms fact and correspondence play no role whatsoever. A theory is a Tarskian truth theory for language L if and only if for each sentence S of L, if S expresses the proposition that P, then the theory entails a T proposition of the biconditional form of T. The proposition expressed by S in L is true if and only if P. In the example we have been using, namely that Schnee is Weiss, it is quite clear that the T proposition consists of containing or outer sentence in English and contain an inner or quoted sentence in German. The proposition expressed by the German sentence Schnee is Weiss is true if and only if snow is white. There, as we see, sentences in two distinct languages involved in the T proposition. If, however, we switch the inner quoted sentence to an English sentence to be snow is white, we would thus have the proposition expressed by the English sentence snow is white is true if and only if snow is white. In the latter case, it looks as if only one language, not two, is involved in expressing the T proposition, but according to Tarski's theory, there are still two languages involved, the language one of whose sentence is being quoted, and the language which attributes truth to the proposition expressed by the quoted sentence. The quoted sentence is said to be an element of the object language, and the outer or containing sentence which uses the predicate true is in the meta-language. Tarski discovered that in order to avoid contradiction in the semantic theory of truth, he had to restrict the object language to a limited portion of the meta-language. Among other restrictions, it is the meta-language alone that contains the truth predicate true and false, and the object language does not contain truth predicates. It is essential to see that Tarski's T proposition is not saying snow is white if and only snow is white. The latter claim is certainly true. It is a tautology, but it is no significant part of the analysis of the concept of truth. Indeed, it does not even use the word true or truth, nor does it involve any object language and a meta-language. Tarski's T condition does both. Extending the semantic theory beyond simple propositions. Tarski's complete theory is intended to work for just about all propositions expressed by non-problematic declarative sentences, not just snow is white, but he wants a finite theory, so his theory cannot simply be the infinite set of T propositions. Also, Tarski wants his truth theory to reveal the logical structure within propositions that permit valid reasoning to preserve truth. To do all this, the theory must work for more complex propositions by showing how truth value of these complex propositions depends on their parts, such as the truth value of the consistent propositions. Truth tables show how this is done for the simple language of propositional logic. Tarski's goal is to define truth for even more complex language. Tarski's theory does not explain or analyze when a name denotes an object or when an object falls under a predicate. His theory begins with these as given. He wants to say that we today call model theory for quantified predicate logic. His actual theory is very technical. It uses the notation of Gödel's numbering, focuses on satisfaction rather than truth, and approaches these via the process of recursion. The idea of using satisfaction treats the truth of a simple proposition such as expressed by Socrates is mortal by saying, if Socrates is a name and mortal is a predicate, then Socrates is mortal expresses a true proposition if and only if there exists an object X such as Socrates refers to X and mortal is satisfied by X. For Tarski's formal logic of predicate logic, he put this more generally as followed. If A is a name and Q is a predicate, then A is Q expresses a true proposition if and only if there exists an object X such that A refers to X and Q is satisfied by X. The idea is to define a predicate is true when it is applies to the simplest, that is the non-complex or atomic sentences in the language. The predicate is true is a predicate that occurs only in the meta-language, in the language we use to describe the object language. At the second stage, his theory shows how the truth predicate, when it has been defined for propositions expressed by sentences of a certain degree of grammatical complexity, can be defined for propositions of the next greater degree of complexity. According to Tarski, his theory applies only to artificial languages, in particular the classical formal language of symbolic logic, because our natural languages are vague and unsystematic. Other philosophers, for example, Donald Davidson, have not been as pessimistic about Tarski about analyzing truth for natural languages. Davidson has made progress in extending Tarski's work to any natural language. Doing so, he says, provides at the same time a central ingredient of the theory of meaning for the language. Davidson develops the original idea of Frege, stating his basic laws of arithmetic, that the meaning of declarative sentences is given by a certain condition under which it is true. The meaning is given by the truth conditions. As part of the larger program of research begun by Tarski and Davidson, many logicians, linguists, philosophers, and cognitive scientists often collaboratively pursue research programs trying to elucidate the truth conditions. That is the logic of semantics for the propositions expressed by complex sentences. Each of these research areas contain its own intriguing problems, almost overcome the difficulties involved with ambiguity, tenses, and identical phrases. It is possible that snow is white as modal propositions. Snow is white because sunlight is white, causal propositions. If snow were yellow, it would melt at -4 degrees Celsius. Contrary to fact conditionals, Napoleon believed that snow is white. Intentional propositions. It is obligatory that one provide care for one's children. Deontological propositions. Can the semantic theory account for necessary truth? Many philosophers divide the class of propositions into two mutually exclusive and exhaustive subclasses, namely propositions that are contingent, that is, those that are neither necessarily true or necessarily false, and those that are non-contingent, that is, those that are necessarily true or necessarily false. On the semantic theory of truth, contingent propositions are those that are true or false because of some specific way the world happens to be. For example, all the following propositions are contingent. The contrasting class of propositions comprises those whose truth or falsehood in the case may be is dependent, according to semantic theory, not on some specific way the world happens to be, but on any way the world happens to be. Imagine the world change however you like, provided, of course, that its description remains logically consistent, logically possible. Even under those conditions, the true value of the following non-contingent propositions will remain unchanged. However, some philosophers who accept the semantic theory for true contingent propositions reject it for non-contingent one. They've argued that the truth of non-contingent propositions has a different basis from the truth of contingent ones. The truth of non-contingent propositions comes about, they say, not through their correctly describing the world the way the world is, but as a matter of the definitions of terms occurring in the sentences expressing those propositions. Non-contingent truths on this account are said to be true by definition, or as it's sometimes said, in a variation of this theme, as a matter of conceptual relationship between the concepts at play within the propositions, or yet another kindred way, as a matter of the meanings of sentences expressing the propositions. It is apparent in the competing accounts that one is invoking a kind of theory of linguistic truth. In this alternative theory, truth for a certain class of propositions, namely the class of non-contingent propositions, is to be accounted for, not in their describing the way the world is, but rather because of certain features of our human linguistic constructs. The linguistic theory of necessary truth. Does the semantic theory need to be supplemented in this manner? If one were to adopt the semantic theory of truth, would one also need to adopt the complementary theory of truth, namely a theory of linguistic truth for non-contingent propositions? Or can the semantic theory of truth be used to explain the truth value of all propositions, the contingent and non-contingent alike? If so, how? What distinguishes non-contingent truths from contingent one is that their truth arises as a consequence of facts about our language or meanings, but that their truth has to do with the scope or number of possible circumstances under which the proposition is true. Contingent propositions are true in some, but not all possible circumstances or possible worlds. Non-contingent propositions, in contrast, are true in all possible circumstances or in none. There's no difference as to the nature of truth for the two classes of propositions, only in the ranges of possibilities in which the propositions are true. And adherent to the semantic theory will allow that there is, to be sure, a powerful insight into the theory of linguistic truth, but they will counter these linguistic theories are really shedding no light on the nature of truth itself. Rather, they're calling attention to how we often go about ascertaining the truth of non-contingent propositions. Well, it's certainly possible to ascertain the truth experientially and inductively of the non-contingent propositions that all ants are females. For example, one could knock on a great many doors and ask the residents were ants, and if so, whether they were all female. It would be needless exercise. We need not examine the world carefully to figure out the truth value of the proposition that all ants are female. We might, for example, simply consult an English dictionary. how we search and find out, determine the true values of non-contingent propositions may, but need not invariably be by non-experiential means. But from that, it does not follow that the nature of truth of non-contingent propositions is fundamentally different from the contingent ones. On the latter view, the semantic theory of truth is adequate for both contingent propositions and non-contingent ones. In neither case is the semantic theory of truth intended to be a theory of how we might go about finding out what the true value is of any specified proposition. Indeed, one very important consequence of the semantic theory of truth is that it allows for the existence of propositions whose true value are in principle unknowable to human beings. And there is a second motivation for promoting the semantic theory of truth for non-contingent proposition. How is it that mathematics is able to be used in concert with physical theories to explain the nature of the world? In the semantic theory, the answer is that non-contingent truths of mathematics correctly describe the world as they would any or every possible world. The linguistic theory, which makes the truth and non-contingent truth of mathematics arise out of features of languages, is usually thought to have a great, if not insurmountable, difficulty in grappling with this question. Coherence theories. The correspondence theory and the semantic theory account for the truth of the proposition as arising out of a relationship between the proposition and features or events in the world. Coherence theories, of which there are a number, in contrast, account for the truth as a proposition as arising out of a relationship between that proposition and other propositions. Coherence theories are valuable because they help to reveal how we arrive at our truth claims. Our knowledge, we continually work at fitting our beliefs together in a coherent system. Specifically, a coherence theory of truth will claim that a proposition is true if and only if it coheres with. For example, one coherence theory fills this blank with the beliefs of the majority of a persons in one society. Another fills the blank with one's own belief, and another fills it with the beliefs of intellectuals in one society. The major coherence theories view coherence as requiring at least logical consistency. Rationalist metaphysicians would claim that a proposition is true if and only if it's consistent with all other true propositions. Some rationalist metaphysicians go a step beyond logical consistency and can claim that a proposition is true if and only if it entails or logically implies all other true propositions. Leibniz, Spinoza, Hegel, Bradley, Blanchard, Neurath, and Hempel, Dummett, and Putnam had advocated coherence theories of truth. Coherence theories have their critics too. The proposition that bismuth has a higher melting point than tin may cohere with my beliefs, but not with your beliefs. This then leads to the proposition being both true for me but false for you. But if true for me means true and false for you means false, as the coherence theory implies, then we have a violation of the law of non-contradiction, which plays havoc with logic. Most philosophers prefer to preserve the law of non-contradiction over any theory of truth that requires rejecting it. Consequently, if someone is making a sensible remark by saying that it is true for me but not for you, then the person must mean simply, I believe it but you don't. Truth is not relative in the sense that something can be true for you but not for me. A second difficulty with the coherence theory is that beliefs for one person or any group are invariably self-contradictory. A person might, for example, believe both absence makes the heart grow fonder and out of sight, out of mind, but under the main interpretation of cohere, nothing can cohere with an inconsistent set. Thus, most propositions, by failing to cohere, will not have true values. The result violates the law of the excluded middle. And there is a third objection. What does cohere with mean? For X to cohere with Y, at the very least, X must be consistent with Y. All right, then what does consistent with mean? It would be circular to say X is consistent with Y means it is possible for X and Y both to be true together, because this proposition is presupposing the very concept of truth that is supposed to be analyzing. Some defenders of the coherence theory will respond that coheres with means instead is harmonious with. Opponents, however, are pessimistic about the prospects of explicating the concept is harmonious without at some point or another having to invoke the concept of joint truth. The fourth objection is that the coherence theories focus on the nature of verifiability and not truth. They focus on the holistic character of verifying that a proposition is true, but don't answer the principal problem of what is truth itself. Okay, that's Australian. Have a great day. God bless. Good for you. A homeless shelter. Yeah, God bless. Good for you. Keep up the great work. Thanks for tuning in. Postmodernism, the most recent coherence theory. In recent years, one particular coherence theory has attracted a lot of attention and some considerable heat and fury. Postmodernist philosophers asked to carefully consider how the statement of the most persuasive or politically influential people become accepted as the common truths. Although everyone would agree that influential people, the movers and shakers, have profound effects upon the beliefs of other people, the controversy revolves around whether the acceptance by others of their beliefs is wholly a matter of their personal or institutional prominence. The most radical postmodernists do not distinguish acceptance as truth from being true. They claim that their social negotiations among influential people construct the truth. The truth, they argue, is not something lying outside the human collective decisions. It is not in particular reflection of an objective reality, or to put it another way, to the extent that there is an objective reality, it is nothing more nor less than what we say it is. We human beings are then the ultimate arbiters of what is true. Consensus is truth. The subjective and the objective are rolled into one inseparable compound. These postmodernist views have received more sympathetic reception among social scientists than among physical scientists. Social scientists will more easily agree, for example, that the proposition that human beings have a superego is a construction of a certain political influential psychologist, and that as a result, it is to be regarded as true. In contrast, physical scientists are for the most part rather unwilling to regard propositions in their own field as somewhat merely the product of consensus among eminent physical scientists. They're inclined to believe that the proposition that protons are composed of 3 quarks is true or false, depending on whether or not it accurately describes an objective reality. They're inclined to believe that the truth of such a proposition arises out of the pronouncements of eminent physical scientists. In short, physical scientists do not believe that the prestige and social influence trump reality. Pragmatic theories. Pragmatic theory of truth holds roughly that a proposition is true if it is useful to believe. Peirce and James were its principal advocates. Utility is the essential mark of truth. Beliefs that led to the best payoff, that are the best justification of our actions, that promote success, are truths according to the pragmatist. The problem with pragmatic accounts of truth are counterparts of the problems seen above with the coherence theory of truth. First, it may be useful for someone to believe a proposition, but also useful for someone else to disbelieve it. For example, Freud said that many people, in order to avoid despair, need to believe there is a God who keeps a watchful eye on everyone. According to one version of the pragmatic theory, the proposition is true. However, it may not be useful for other persons to believe that same proposition. They would be crushed if they believe that there is a God who keeps a watchful eye on everybody. Thus, by symmetry of argument, that proposition is false. In this way, the pragmatic theory leads to a violation of the law of non-contradiction, says its critic. Second, certain beliefs are undeniably useful, even though on other criteria they're judged to be objectively false. For example, it can be useful for some persons to believe that they live in a world surrounded by people who love or care for them. According to this criticism, the pragmatic theory of truth overestimates the strength of the connection between truth and usefulness. Truth is what an ideally rational inquirer would in the long run come to believe. Say some pragmaticists, truth is the ideal outcome of rational inquiry. The criticism that we do not know what happens in the long run merely shows we have a problem with knowledge, but does not show that the meaning of true doesn't now involve hindsight from the perspective of the future. Yet as a theory of truth, does this reveal what true means? Deflationary theories. What all the theories of truth discussed so far have in common is the assumption that a proposition is true just in case the proposition has some property or other corresponding with the facts, satisfaction, coherence, utility. Deflationary theories deny this assumption. Redundancy theory. The principal deflationary theory is the redundance theory advocated by Frege, Ramsey, and Horwitz. Frege expressed the idea in this way. It is worthy of notice that the sentence, I smell the scent of violets, has the same contents as the sentence, it is true that I smell the scent of violets. So it seems then that nothing is added to the thought by my ascribing to it the property of truth. When we assert a proposition explicitly, such as when we say I smell the scent of violets, then the saying it is true that I smell the scent of violets would be redundant. It would add nothing because the two have the same meaning. Today's more minimalist advocates of the redundancy theory retreat from this remark about meaning and say merely that the two are necessarily equivalent. Where the concept of truth really pays off is when we do not or cannot assert a propositional explicitly, but have to deal with an indirect reference to. For example, if we wish to say what he will say tomorrow is true, we need the truth predicate is true. Admittedly, the proposition is an indirect way of saying if he says tomorrow that it will snow, then it will snow. If he says tomorrow that it will rain, then it will rain. if he says tomorrow, so forth. But the phrase is true cannot be eliminated from what he will say tomorrow is true without producing an unacceptable infinite conjunction. The truth predicate is true allows us to generalize and say things more succinctly, indeed, to make those claims with only a finite number of utterance. In short, the redundance theory may work for certain cases, says its critic, but is not generalizable to all. There remain recalcitrant cases where is true is not redundant. Advocates of the redundance theory respond that their theory recognizes the essential point about needing the concept of truth for indirect reference. The theory says that this is all that the concept of truth is needed for, and that otherwise its use is redundant. Performative theories. The performative theory is a deflationary theory that is not a redundancy theory. It was advocated by Strawson, who believed Tarski's semantic theory of truth was basically mistaken. The performative theory of truth argues that ascribing truth to a proposition is not really characterizing the proposition itself, nor is it saying something redundant. Rather, it is telling us something about the speaker's intention. The speaker, through his or her agreeing with it, endorses it, praising it, accepting it, or perhaps conceding it, is licensing our adaptation of the belief in the proposition. Instead of saying it is true that snow is white, one could substitute and embrace the claim that snow is white. The key idea is saying for some proposition P that it is true to say in a disguised fashion, I commend P to you, or I endorse P, or something of the sort. This case may be likened somewhat to that of promising. When you promise to pay for your sister's $5, you are not making a claim about the proposition expressed, I will pay you $5. Rather, you're performing the action of promising her something. Similarly, according to the performative theory of truth, when you say it is true that Vancouver is north of Sacramento, you are performing the act of giving your listener a license to believe and to act upon that belief that Vancouver is north of Sacramento. Critics of performative theory charge that it requires too radical a revision of our logic. Arguments have premises that are true or false, but we don't consider premises to be action, says Nietzsche. Other critics complain that if the ascription is true, is gesturing consent, as Strawson believed, then when we say please shut the door is true, we would consider the doors being shut because that is absurd, says Hugh Price. Something is wrong with Strawson's performative theory. Prosentential theory. The prosentential theory of truth suggests that grammatical predicate is true does not function semantically or logically as a predicate. All uses is true as prosentential uses. When someone asserts it's true that it is snowing, the person is asking the hearer to consider that the sentence it is snowing and saying that is true, where the remark that is true is taken holistically as a sentence and an analogy to a pronoun. A pronoun such as she is a substitute for the name of the person being referred to. Similarly, that is true is a substitute for the proposition being considered. Likewise, for the expression it is true, according to prosentential theory, all uses of true can be reduced to uses either of that is true or it is true, or variants of these with other tenses, because these latter prosentential uses of the word true cannot be eliminated from our language during analysis. The prosentential theory is not a redundant theory. Critics of the theory remark that it can give no account of what is common to all our uses of the word true, such as those unanalyzed operators. It will be true that, and it is true that, and it was true that. Related issues beyond truth and knowledge. For generations, discussions on truth have been bedeviled by the question, how could a proposition be true unless we know it is true? Aristotle's famous worry was the contingent proposition about the future, such as there will be a sea battle tomorrow, couldn't be true now for fear that this would deny free will in the sailors involved. Advocates of the correspondence theory, the semantic theory, have argued that a proposition need not be known in order to be true. Truth, they say, arises out of a relationship between a proposition and the way the world is. No one need know that the relation holds, nor for that matter need there ever be any conscious or language-using creatures for the relationship to obtain. In short, truth is an objective feature of a proposition, not a subjective one. For a true proposition to be known, it must at the very least be a justified belief. Justification, unlike truth itself, requires a special relationship among propositions. For a proposition to be justified, it must at the very least cohere with other propositions that one has adopted. On this account, coherence among propositions plays a critical role in the theory of knowledge. Nevertheless, it plays no role in the theory of truth, according to advocates of the correspondence and semantic theories of truth. Finally, should coherence, which plays such a central role in theories of knowledge, be regarded as an objective relationship or a subjective one? Not surprisingly, theories have answered this latter question in divergent ways. but the pursuit of that issue takes one beyond the theories of truth. Algorithms for truth. An account for what true means does not have to tell us what is true, nor to tell us how we could find out what is true. Similarly, an account of what bachelor means should not have to tell us who is a bachelor, nor should it have to tell us how we could find out who is. However, it would be fascinating if we could discover a way to tell for any proposition whether it is true. Perhaps some machine could do this. Philosophers have speculated for any formal language we know in principle how to generate all the sentences of that language. If we were to build a machine that produces one by one all of the many sentences, then eventually all of those that express truths would be produced. Unfortunately, along with them, we would also generate all those that would express false propositions. We also know how to build a machine that would generate only sentences that express truths. For example, we might program a computer to generate 1 + 1 is not 3, then 1 + 1 is not 4, and 1 + 1 is not 5, and so forth. However, to generate all and only those sentences that express truth is quite another matter. Leibniz dreamed of achieving this goal by mechanizing deductive reasoning. He hoped to build a machine that generate all and only truths. As he put it, how much better will it be to bring under mathematical laws human reasoning, which is the most excellent and useful thing we have. This would enable one's mind to be freed from having to think directly of things themselves, and yet everything will turn out correct. His actual achievements were disappointing in this regard, but his dream inspired many later investigators. Some progress on the general problem of capturing all and only those sentences which express true propositions can be made by limiting the focus to a specific domain. For instance, perhaps we can find some procedure that will produce all and only the truths of arithmetic or of chemistry or of Egyptian political history. Here, the key to progress is to appreciate the universal and probabilistic truths capture or contain many more specific truths. If we know the universal and probabilistic laws of quantum mechanics, then some philosophers have argued we thereby indirectly are in a position to know the more specific scientific laws about chemical bonding. Similarly, if we can expertise the area of mathematics, then we indirectly have captured the infinitely many specific theorems that could be derived from those axioms, and we hope to find a decision procedure for the truths, a procedure that will guarantee a correct answer to the question, is that true? Scientific progress was made in the early 20th century of the problem of expertizing arithmetic in other areas of mathematics. Let's consider arithmetic. In the 1920s, David Hilbert hoped to represent the sentences of arithmetic very precisely in a formal language, then to generate all and only the theorems of arithmetic from uncontroversial axioms, and thereby to show that all true propositions of arithmetic can in principle be proved as theorems. This would put the concept of truth in arithmetic on a very solid basis. The axioms would capture all and only the truths. However, Hilbert's hopes were soon be dashed in 1931. Kierkegaard, in his first incompleteness theorem, proved that any classical self-consistent formal language capable of expressing arithmetic must also contain sentences of arithmetic that cannot be derived within that system, and hence that proposition expressed by those sentences could not be proven true or false within that system. Thus, the concept of truth transcends the concept of proof. In classical formal language, this is a remarkable, precise insight in the nature of truth. Can is true be eliminated? Can is true be defined so that it can be replaced by its definition? Unfortunately, for the clarity of this question, there is no one concept of definition. A very great many linguistics devices count as definitions. These devices include providing a synonym, offering examples, pointing out at objections that satisfy the term being defined, using the term in sentences, contrasting with opposites, and contrasting it with terms which is often confused. However, modern theories about definitions have not been especially recognized, let alone adopted, outside of certain academic and specialist circles. Many persons persist with the earlier naive view that the role of definition is only to offer a synonym for the term to be defined. These persons have in mind such examples as hypothesize means or as a synonym for reify. If one were to adopt this older view of definition, one might be inclined to demand a theory of truth that is provided definition of is true, which permitted its elimination in all contexts in the language. Tarski was the first person to show clearly that there could never be such a strict definition for is true in its own language. The definition would allow for a line of reasoning that produced the liar paradox and thus would lead us into self-contradiction. Kripke has attempted to avoid this theorem by using only a partial truth predicate so that not every sentence has a truth value. In effect, Kripke repair permits a definition of the truth predicate within its own language, but at the expense of allowing certain violations of law exclusive middle. Can the theory of truth avoid paradox? The brief answer is not if it contains its own concept of truth. If the language is made precise by being formalized, and if it contains its own so-called global truth predicate, then Tarski has shown that the language will enable us to reason our way to a contradiction. That result shows that we do not have a coherent concept of truth for a language within systems. Some of our beliefs about truth and about related concepts that are used in the argument to the contradiction must be rejected, even though they might seem to be intuitively acceptable. There is no reason to believe that the paradox is to be avoided by rejecting formal languages in favor of natural language. The liar's paradox first appeared in natural languages, and there are other paradoxes as truth, such as Loeb's paradox, which follows from principles that are acceptable in either formal or natural languages, namely the principles of modus bonum and conditional proof. The best solution to the paradox use a similar method, the systematic approach, that is, they try to remove vagueness and to be precise about the ramifications of their solutions, usually by showing how they work in formal language, that is, the essential features over natural language. The liar paradox and the Loeb paradox represent a serious challenge to the understanding of logic or natural language. The principal solutions agree that to resolve the paradox, we must go back, systematically reform or clarify some of our original beliefs. For example, the solution may require us to revise the meaning of is true. However, to be acceptable, the solution must be presented systematically and be backed up by an argument about the general character of our language. In short, there must be systematic evasion and systematic explanation. Also, when it comes to developing the systematic approach, the goal of establishing a coherent basis for consistent semantics of natural language is much more important than the goal of explaining the naive way most speakers use the term true and not true. The later Wittgenstein did not agree. He rejected the systematic approach and evaluated the need to preserve ordinary language and our intuitions about it over the need to create a coherent and consistent semantic theory. Is the goal of scientific research to achieve truth? Except in the special case, most scientific researchers would agree that their results are only approximately true. Nevertheless, to make sense of this, philosophers need to adopt no special concepts such as approximate truth. Instead, it suffices to say that the research goal is to achieve truth, but they achieve this goal only approximately or only to some approximation. Other philosophers believe it is a mistake to say that researchers' goal is to achieve truth. The scientific anti-realist recommends saying that research in, for example, physics, economics, and meteorology aims only for usefulness. When they aren't overtly identifying truth with usefulness, the instrumentalists Peirce, James, and Schlick take this anti-realist route, as does Kuhn. They would say atomic theory isn't true or false, but rather is useful and for predicting outcomes of experiments and for explaining current data. Given Gear recommends saying science aims at the best available representation in the same sense that maps are representations of the landscape. Maps aren't true, rather they fit to a better or worse degree. Similarly, scientific theories are designed to fit the world. Scientists should not aim to create true theories. They should aim to construct theories whose models are representations of the world. Okay, thanks God. So I lost all my viewership, but I feel important research here. So I'm just going to keep on pounding away. A lot of material here, a lot of important stuff. I want to get this stuff right. So I'm just going to read these long articles, and hopefully the payoff is going to come soon, where really done the due diligence and ground this into my head, and will have working use and knowledge of all these theories to push forward my multiple truth hypothesis. So I'm going to say Kriya Shema. Pour myself another drink, and I got a lot more to do. So a lot of research to share. Okay, so let's look at some more Nietzsche. We talked a little bit about Nietzsche last week in his, famous will to power. So, how did Nietzsche view truth? And so, this is a critical analysis of Nietzsche's view of truth. Nietzsche's conception of truth, correspondence, coherence, or pragmatism by Justin Remhoff. Nearly every common theory of truth has been ascribed to Nietzsche, while some commentators have argued that he simply has no theory of truth. This essay argues that Nietzsche's remarks on truth are better situated within either the coherence or pragmatist theories of truth than the correspondence theory. Nietzsche's thoughts conflict with the correspondence framework because he believes that truth conditions of propositions are constitutively dependent on our actions. Nietzsche's conception of truth has received a lot of attention in recent decades. Unfortunately, there is no consensus about his position in the literature. Commentators have attributed nearly every common theory of truth to his name, namely correspondence, coherence, and pragmatism, while some have maintained that he simply has no theory of truth. My aim is to present passages regarding Nietzsche's understanding of truth that suggest his remarks are best situated within the coherence or pragmatist theory of truth rather than the correspondence theory. Nietzsche's thoughts conflict with the correspondence framework because he holds that true conditions of propositions are constitutively dependent on our actions. With these considerations, my aim is not only to call into question the interpretation that Nietzsche accepts the correspondence theory, but also to explore new ways in which his remarks support the coherence theory, as well as develop a novel approach for reading him as a pragmatist about truth. Consider first the correspondence theory of truth. The correspondence theory holds that a proposition is true if and only if it corresponds to the many things that are true and false if not. The theory assumes that something about the world, typically objects, determines the representational success or failures of proposition. Objects are often considered to be determined with respect to their properties. That is, for every possible property F, an object must either have the property or not have the property. Objects with determinate properties form the truth conditions of propositions. On the correspondence theory, then, the proposition is true if there exists an appropriate object instantiating a property to which the proposition corresponds, and false if not. It is helpful to distinguish two versions of the correspondence theory of truth. The metaphysical correspondence theory of truth, often associated with Kant, holds that objects have a determinate, fully mind independent nature. By contrast, the neoclassical theory of truth, typically associated with Moore, Russell, and many recent analytical thinkers, often hold that objects have a determinate nature, not that they are fully mind independent. Someone sympathetic to the neoclassical theory might contend that there is no use trying to utter a true statement about a fully mind independent world, such as Kant's noumenal world, but this does not mean that truth depends on our minds in any significant sense. We may need to be in some cognitive relation to trees, for instance, in order to utter true or false statements about trees, but this sort of dependence is relatively trivial. The truth conditions of propositions are not mind dependent. According to the neoclassical theory, then, the truth conditions of propositions are cognitively accessible but mind independent. What is Nietzsche's relation to these theories of truth? It is widely accepted that he rejects the metaphysical correspondence theory of truth. This theory posits objects that are in principle independent of our modes of cognition. Nietzsche holds that we can have no conception or only a contradictory one of something in principle independent of our mode of cognition. Thus, something in itself, he remarks, is unthinkable. The conception of objects posited by the metaphysical correspondence theory of truth is either empty or incoherent. This gives Nietzsche reason to reject the metaphysical theory. However, many of Nietzsche's remarks appear to assume that neoclassical correspondence theory, for example, he often argues that the religious people's belief about causality fails to correspond to features of reality. If Nietzsche were to accept the neoclassical theory, however, he would most likely deny the truth conditions of propositions are mind independent. He writes, the will to truth is making fixed, a making true and lasting, a reinterpretation into something that is. Truth is thus not something that must be found out, discovered, but something that must be made and that provides the name for a process, or rather for a will to overcome, a will that left to itself has no end, inserting truth as a process in infinitum, an act of determining, not a becoming conscious or something that is in itself fixed and determinate. The activity of establishing truth brings determinate satisfaction conditions for propositions to correspond into existence. For a proposition to be determinately true or false, something must be constructed, that is, interpreted into something that is or has being. The need to establish truth motivates this construction process. One might think of that Nietzsche's view, we must construct the meaning of terms. After all, for a proposition to be determinately true or false, its terms cannot be meaningless. Altering meaning affects truth conditions, and we clearly create the meanings of our terms. However, the passage seems to target the objects of reference of truth or false propositions. Truth, Nietzsche says, is an active determining, which he contrasts to something that is in itself fixed and determinate. Meanings are not fixed and determinate apart from our own active determining, but it is commonly thought that objects have a fixed and determinate nature apart from our activities. Truth is not out there waiting to be found out and discovered, but something that must be made. Nietzsche says, since truth requires constructing objects establishes truth because objects constitute the truth conditions of propositions. Nietzsche claims that a name must be created for an object to be made. This explains in a crucial Knockless entry, a thing is a sum of its effects synthetically united by a concept. Nietzsche adopts Kant's view that concepts originate or synthetically unify sensory information into objects. Concepts, Nietzsche remarks, are more or less definite image signs for often recurring and associative sensations for groups of sensations. While Kant argues that concepts that structure experience are a priori necessary, however, Nietzsche maintains that concepts are exclusively formed in relation to our contingent needs, interests, and values. On Nietzsche's view, we fashion concepts that organize effects, specifically properties, and organize collections of properties from objects, thus a thing, its qualities, but these equal everything which matters to us about that thing, a unity under which we collect the relations that may be of some account to us. Nietzsche locates the view that we construct objects in history, the reputation, name, and appearance, the worth, the usual measure, and weight of a thing has, through the belief in it and its growth from generation to generation, slowly grown onto and into the thing and has become its very body. What started as appearance at the end nearly always becomes essence and effectively acts as its essence. But let us also not forget that in the long run, it is enough to create new names and valuations, probabilities in order to create new things. Elsewhere, he ties this process of construction to truth. Thus it shall be that stands at the beginning. Later, often after a long series of generations, it becomes a thus it is. Later, it is called truth. At first, it was a will to see something thus and thus, to name it thus and thus, a saying yes to a value creation of one's own. According to Nietzsche, we play an essential role in bringing objects into being by creating concepts that organize the world and experience in relation to our concerns. These efforts eventually solidify referents that determine the truth conditions of propositions. The truth conditions of propositions are then constitutively dependent on our actions in the sense that our contributions are essential for providing the conditions that determine representational success or failure. Nietzsche's view that we construct objects can be made consistent with the neoclassical correspondence theory, but only on the condition that objects are not conceived as having a determinate nature as independent of our actions. Those who embrace the neoclassical theory would likely deny the condition. Commentators who claim that Nietzsche embraces the neoclassical theory believe Nietzsche denies the condition as well. For instance, Robert Noller writes that on Nietzsche's account of correspondence, truths are found or discovered, and Montgomery Clark argues that Nietzsche adopts the common sense version of the correspondence theory of truth, according to which true propositions correspond to objects that exist independently of our representations of them. Nietzsche certainly thinks truths correspond to found or discovered objects within established representational frameworks, but its correspondence first requires us to posit and arrange a world that should be called true by us. Objects independent of us do not determine which propositions correspond or fail to correspond. Nietzsche's view is that we construct the truth condition of propositions is better situated within the coherence theory of truth than the correspondence theory. According to the coherence theory, the truth of proposition consists of coherence with some specified set of propositions. Coherence at least requires consistency, though it typically indicates something stronger, such as mutual explanatory support between propositions. The candidate for the specified set of propositions for a proposition to cohere is often the largest set currently accepted by the best sciences. Nietzsche appears sympathetic to the coherence theory when he remarks, an isolated judgment is never true, never knowledge, only in connection and relation to the many judgment is there any surety. The connection and relation between propositions appears to signal mutually explanatory support. For example, Nietzsche maintains that science operates with various magnitudes that are held constant, but inquires such that the conclusions of science acquire complete rigorous uncertainty in the coherence with one another. One can build on them. Scientific representations about phenomena such as magnitude have strong explanatory power if they cohere with one another. The coherence theory of truth differs from the correspondence theory in at least one important respect. This difference provides reason to believe that Nietzsche's thoughts on truth are better understood through the lens of the coherence position. On the coherence theory of truth, conditions of propositions consist in other propositions rather than mind-independent objects. The coherence theory holds that the true proposition consists of its coherence with a system of beliefs, not in its relations to objects that exist independently of our representations of them. The coherence theory needs not deny that propositions made true or false by objects. However, it could be the case that objects are constituted by the coherent system of beliefs, and true propositions are those that correspond to objects so constituted. Nietzsche's view that we cannot make sensible judgments about fully mind-independent objects in conjunction with its proposition that constructed objects render propositions true or false indicates that he might accept the coherence theory. Importantly, the coherence theory is consistent with Nietzsche's view that truth claims require empirical justification. For Nietzsche, it could be the case that the coherence is that in which truth consists. Well, sense data are essential criterion of truth. Sense data are evidence because they are the test of truth. To judge whether something is the case, Nietzsche thinks we must consider the various ways in which our senses are affected. However, the various ways in which we are affected is inseparable from our conception of how we are affected. Nietzsche says truth is the will to be master over the multiplicity of sensations, to classify phenomena into definite categories. Our being is affected by a multiplicity of sensations provides a criterion of truth, in being master over the ways we are affected requires conceptual organization. If Nietzsche were indeed a coherence theory about truth, he would maintain that truth and falsehood consist in whether or not the various ways we represent how are affected makes our best system of beliefs coherent. Whether Nietzsche accepts a correspondence or coherence theory of truth, he seems to believe that truth and falsehood are products of our practical engagement with the world. In A Rage and Simplified World, he writes, in the Noctis is perfectly true for us. That is to say, we are able to live in it, proof of its truth for us. This suggests Nietzsche is pragmatist about truth. The pragmatic theory holds that holds that proposition is true if and only if it is useful. Commentators claim that for Nietzsche, a useful belief works, provides utility, ensures happiness, satisfaction, and practical benefit. Whatever is valuable to the human species, or whatever is the criterion of survival and at best the increase of power of individual species. These glosses are not very helpful, especially because they occur independently of the context of any pragmatist position. To clarify the meaning of usefulness, it is best to discuss one such position. In Pragmatist Conception of Truth, in the sixth lecture on pragmatism, William James applies the pragmatic maxim to truth. The pragmatic maxim is a methodological principle used to make our conceptions clear. It holds that the content of a concept is identified in the consequences of what accepting it entails. James first agrees with the intuitive view that a proposition is true if and only if it corresponds to a reality and false if not. The problem is that proponents of the position often desire a semantics that renders the truth static, meaning that if the proposition is true, it is presumed to be true at all times. James believes that this conception of truth does not adequately capture the role of truth in inquiry. Concepts change and develop over time, and thus the truth conditions for propositions may alter as experiences grow. James' lecture uses the pragmatic maxim to clarify the role of truth in inquiry. James finds that truths yield satisfactory results when acted upon. Truths are useful in the sense that they help us to get into satisfactory relation with other parts of our experience. A proposition functions satisfactorily when it can be integrated into the stock of accepted belief, confirmed and checked. True ideas are those who assimilate, validate, corroborate, and verify. Truths then tend not to conflict with the subsequent experience. They lead to consistency, stability, and flowing human intercourse. James' view does not imply that a proposition is true if a person simply derives satisfaction upon believing it, or feels, as one commentator on Nietzsche put it, happiness, satisfaction, or practical benefit. James rejects the proposition that a pragmatist regards everything true, which, if it were true, would be pleasant. Assimilation, validation, corroboration, and verification are tests for truth independent of any individual personal happiness. James also embraces the humanist view that truths are man-made products. Truths are man-made because true propositions reference constructed objects. We break the flux of sensible reality into things. At our will, he claims, we create the subjects of our true as well as false propositions. Sensory information, which we have no control over, provides an essential criterion of truth, while truth consists in representing selected portions of sensory input, selected portions of sense data from objects. For James, a thing is something we carve out of sensory experience to suit our human purposes, particularly to employ true and false evaluations. In this manner, man engenders truth upon the world. The preceding discussion suggests two ways James thinks truth is useful. Although he sometimes advances them in tandem, neither implies the other. The first is that true propositions lead to satisfactory results in inquiry. On this view, truth conceived as a first-order evaluation is inseparable from usefulness, but what constitutes the truth conditions of proposition is also inseparable from usefulness. The ability to employ determinately true and false evaluations depends essentially on objects constructed in accordance with satisfying our interest. The controversy over whether Nietzsche accepts pragmatism about truth focuses on the first of these two positions, but commentators have overlooked that Nietzsche accepts the second. Nietzsche understands on how constructing objects establishes truth and falsity, agrees with James' view. For Nietzsche, descriptive representations are organizational instruments that render the world and experience manageable. Rendering the world in experience manageable is partly accomplished by constructing objects. Constructing objects establishes truth conditions of propositions. This construction process is vital for both James and Nietzsche because, as Nietzsche writes, we can comprehend only a world that we ourselves have made. Three passages in Nietzsche's text are often cited to support the view that he rejects pragmatism about truth. It will emerge, however, that each is consistent with at least one of the two ways James thinks truth is useful. More importantly, all passages are consistent with the second way, according to which the truth condition of propositions are essentially connected to our interests. This should prompt a re-examination of Nietzsche's relation to pragmatism about truth. In the first passage, Nietzsche remarks something might be true while being harmful and dangerous to the highest degree. If a true proposition is dangerous to the highest degree, the objection goes truth is not always useful. This objection targets James' view that true propositions yield satisfactory results. Nietzsche continues by saying that because there are dangerous truths, the strength of a spirit should be measured according to how much of the truth one could still barely endure, or to put it more clearly, to what degree one would require it to be thinned down, shrouded, sweetened, blunted, fortified. The claim that truths are harmful and dangerous does not imply that truths fail to deliver successful results. They do so all too well. If truths did not deliver, then for one to endure them would not need to be thinned down. Nietzsche thinks some truths need to be shrouded or sweetened because they may negatively impact a preconceived understanding of the world, but this is not in conflict with James' position. In the second passage, Nietzsche comments, a belief, however necessary it may be for the preservation of a species, has nothing to do with truth. Assuming a belief that allows for the preservation of a species is useful, this appears to be a straightforward rejection of the pragmatic theory of truth. This objection also targets James' view that true propositions lead to successful consequences. Yet Nietzsche goes on to remark that life-preserving belief has nothing to do with truth. For example, because, for example, we have to believe in time, space, and motion without feeling compelled to grant them absolute reality. Pragmatic beliefs have nothing to do with truth, only if truth requires some absolute reality. For Nietzsche, an absolute reality is a fully mind-independent world. Thus, life-preserving beliefs can be true, provided that one rejects the metaphysical correspondence theory of truth, which Nietzsche does. In the final passage, Nietzsche claims the falseness of a judgment is for us not necessarily an objection to a judgment. The question is, to what extent is life promoting, life preserving, species preserving, perhaps even species cultivating? This is incompatible with James' view that true propositions generate satisfactory results, while James holds that it is more advantageous to hold true beliefs than false ones. Nietzsche disagrees, insofar as life-preserving beliefs may actually be false, and according to Nietzsche, we must recognize untruth as a condition of life. Nietzsche appears to side with pragmatism about truth. The objection depends on Nietzsche's understanding of false. In the passage, he continues, without accepting the fictions of logic, without measuring reality against purely invented world of the unconditional self-identical, without constant falsification of the world by means of numbers, man could not live. The examples indicate that life-preserving beliefs involving logic and mathematics are false. Nietzsche's reasoning is that logic, like geometry and arithmetic, applies only to fictitious entities that we have created. Logical and mathematical propositions are false because they fail to refer to a world that exists independently of our contributions. This indicates that, on Nietzsche's view, propositions expressed in life-preserving beliefs can be true if considered within domains of constructed objects. Life-preserving beliefs can be true despite the fact that they may also be false. Disagree with James' position that a proposition's truth conditions are inseparable from usefulness. In conclusion, I've suggested that Nietzsche's remarks on truth are better situated within either a coherence or pragmatist theory of truth than a correspondence theory. The coherence theory supports Nietzsche's view that truth consists not in correspondence to mind-independent objects, but in coherence with other propositions. The pragmatist theory agrees with Nietzsche's position that the truth conditions of propositions are essentially tied to concerns that inform object construction. Moreover, I have suggested that the primary passages used to support Nietzsche's view that rejects pragmatism about truth do not necessarily do so. These considerations, I hope, reveal new ways of understanding Nietzsche's conception of truth. Okay, so next I have some William James. So here from the man himself, some quotes from James on pragmatism. So I read Durkheim on pragmatism, who quoted extensively from James. And, James, the father of psychology, has thought on almost all of these important issues. And, people have been following Week in Review, have been hearing Duvid quote William James, brother of Henry James, the novelist, constantly. So, Pragmatic Theory of Truth by William James. William James, 1842 to 1910, is perhaps the most widely known of the founders of pragmatism. Historically, his Principles of Psychology was the first unification of psychology as a philosophical science. As a teacher of philosophy, in his pragmatism, William James characterizes truth in terms of usefulness and acceptance. In general, on his view, truth is found by attending to the practical consequence of ideas. To say that truth is a mere agreement of ideas with the matters of fact, according to James, is incomplete, and to say that truth is captured by coherence is not to distinguish it from a consistent falsity. In genuine sense, James believed we construct truth in a process of successful living in the world. Truth is in no sense absolute. Beliefs are considered to be true if and only if they are useful and can be practically applied. At one point in his work, James states, the ultimate test for us of what a truth means is the conduct it dictates or inspires. Certainly one difficulty in understanding James lies in the interpretation of his rhetorical flourishes. Ideas as copies of reality. I fully expect to see that pragmatism's view of truth run through the classic stages of a theory's career. First, a new theory is attacked as absurd, then is admitted to be true but obvious and insignificant. Finally, it is seen to be so important that its adversaries claim that they themselves discovered it. Our doctrine of truth is at present in the first of these three stages, with symptoms of the second stage having begun in certain quarters. I wish that this lecture might help it beyond the first stages in the eyes of many of you. Truth, as in any dictionary will tell you, is a property of certain of our ideas. It means their agreement, and falsity means their disagreement with reality. Pragmatism and intellectualists both accept this definition as a matter of course. They begin to quarrel only after the question is raised as to what may precisely be meant by the term agreement and what by the term reality, when reality is taken as something for our ideas to agree with. In answering these questions, the pragmatists are more analytical and painstakingly, the intellectualists more offhand and irreflective. The popular notion is that the true idea must copy its reality. Like other popular views, this one follows an analogy of the most usual experience. Our true ideas of sensible things do indeed copy them. Shut your eyes and think of yonder clock on the wall, and you get such a true picture or copy of its dial, but your idea of it works unless you are a clockmaker is much less of a copy, yet it passes muster for no way clashes with reality, even though it should shrink to the mere word works. That word still serves you truly, and when you speak of the timekeeping function of the clock or of its spring elasticity, it is hard to see exactly what your ideas can copy. You perceive that there is a problem here where our ideas cannot copy definitely their object. What does agreement with the object mean? Some idealists seem to say that they are true whenever they are what God means that we ought to think about the object. Others hold the copy view, although all through and speak of our ideas possessed truth just as in proportion as they approaching to be copies of the absolute eternal way of thinking. These views, you see, invite pragmatistic discussion, but the great assumptions of the intellectualist is that truth means essentially an inert static relation. When you've got your true idea of anything, there's an end to the matter. You're in possession. You know you have fulfilled your thinking destiny. You are where you ought to be mentally, and you have obeyed your categorical imperative, and nothing more need to follow to the climax of your rational destiny. Epistemologically, you are in a stable equilibrium. Truth is verification. Pragmatism, on the other hand, asks its usual question: grant an idea or belief to be true, it says, what concrete difference will it being true make in anyone's actual life? How will the truth be realized? What experiences will be different from those which would obtain if the belief were false? What, in short, is the truth's cash value in experiential terms? The moment pragmatism asks the question, it seems to answer: true ideas are those that we can assimilate, validate, corroborate, and verify. False ideas are those that we cannot. This is the practical difference it makes to us to have true ideas. That therefore is the meaning of truth for it is all that truth is known as. This thesis is what I have to defend. The truth is an idea, is not a stagnant property inherent in it. Truth happens to an idea. It becomes true, is made true by events. Its verity is, in fact, an event, the process, namely, of verifying itself. Its verification, its validity, is the process of validation. But what do the words verification and validation themselves pragmatically mean? They again signify certain practical consequences of the verified and validated idea. It's hard to find any one phrase that characterizes these consequences better than the ordinary agreement formula, just such consequences being what we have in mind whenever we say that ideas agree with reality. They lead us namely through the acts and other ideas which they investigate into or up to or towards other parts of the experience with which we feel all the while, such feeling being among our potentialities, that the original ideas remain in agreement. The connections and transitions come to us from a point to point as being progressive, harmonious, satisfactory. The functions of agreeable leading is what we mean by an idea's verification. Such an account is vague, and it sounds at first quite trivial, but it has results which will take the rest of my hour to explain. Let me begin by reminding you of the fact that the possession of true thoughts means everywhere the possession of invaluable instruments of action, and that our duty to gain truth, so far from being a blank command from out of the blue or a stunt self-imposed by our intellect, can account for itself by excellent practical reasons. Truth is the useful. The importance to human life of having true beliefs about matter of facts is a thing too notorious. We live in a world of realities that can be infinitely useful or infinitely harmful. Ideas that tell us which of them to expect count as the true ideas, and all this primary spirit of verification, and the pursuit of such ideas is a primary human duty. The possession of truth, so far from being here and at the end of itself, is a preliminary means towards other vital satisfactions. If I'm lost in the woods and starved and find what looks like a cow path, it is of the utmost importance that I should think of a human habituation at the end of it, for if I do so and follow it, I save myself. The true thought is useful here because the house which is its object is useful. The practical value of the true ideas is thus primarily derived from the practical importance of their objects to us. Their objects are indeed not important at all times. I might oil another occasion have no use for the house, and then my idea of it, however verifiable, will be practically irrelevant and had better remain latent. Yet, since almost any object may someday become temporally important, the advantage of having a general stock of extra truths or ideas that shall be true of merely possible situations is obvious. We store such extra truths away in our memories. And with the overflow, we fill our books of reference whenever such an extra truth becomes practically relevant to one of our emergencies. It passes from cold storage to do work in the world, and our belief in it grows active. You can say of it then either that it is useful because it is true, or it is true because it is useful. Both these phrases mean exactly the same thing, namely that here is an idea that gets fulfilled and can be verified. True is the name for whatever idea starts the verification process. Useful is the name for its completed function and experience. True ideas would never have been singled out as such, would never have acquired a class name, least of all a name suggesting value, unless they had been useful from the outset in this way. For the simple Q, pragmatism gets her general notion of truth as something essentially bound up with the way in which one moment of our experience may lead us towards other moments which it will be worthwhile to have been led to. Primarily and on a common sense level, the truth of a state of mind means the function of leading that is worthwhile when a moment of our experience of any kind whatever inspires us with a thought that is true. That means that sooner or later we will dip by that thought's guidance into particulars of experience against and make advantageous connection with them. This is a vague enough statement, but I beg you to retain it, for it is essential. Experience, meanwhile, is all shot through with regularities. One bit of it can warn us to get ready for another bit, can intend or be significant of that remoter object. The object's advent is the significant verification. Truth in these cases, meaning nothing but eventual verification, is manifestly incompatible with waywardness on our part. Woe to him whose beliefs play fast and loose with the order which realities follow in his experience. They will lead him nowhere or else make false connections. But by realities or objects here, we mean either things of common sense, sensibly present, or else common sense relations, such as dates, places, distances, kinds, activities. Following our mental images of a house along a cow path, we actually come to see the house. We get the image. Full verification. Such simply and fully verified leadings are certainly the original and prototypes of the truth process. Experience offers indeed other forms of truth processes, but they are all conceivable as being primary verifications, arrested, multiplied, and substituted for another one. Hey, John, God bless. Unverified truth. Take, for instance, yonder objects on the wall. You and I consider it to be a clock, although no one of us has seen the hidden works that make it one. We let our notion pass for true without attempting to verify. If truth means verification process, essentially, ought we then to call such unverified truths as the abortive? No, for they form the overwhelming large number of truths we live by. Indirect as well as direct verifications pass muster. Where circumstantial evidence is sufficient, we can go without eyewitnessing, just as we here assume Japan to exist without ever having been there, because it works to do so. Everything we know conspiring with the belief and nothing interfering, so we assume that thing to be a clock. We use it as a clock, regulating the length of our lecture by it. The verification of the assumption here means it's leading to no frustration or contradiction. Verifiability of wheels and weights and pendulum is as good as verification. For one truth process completed, there is a million in our lives that function as the state of nascency. That they turn us towards direct verification leads us into its surrounding of the objects they envisage. And then if everything runs on harmoniously, we are sure that verification is possible. That we admit it, we are usually justified by all that happens. Truth lives, in fact, for the most part, on a credit system. Our thoughts and beliefs pass so long as nothing challenges them, just as the bank don't pass as long as nobody refuses them. But this is all points to the direct face-to-face verification somewhere, without which the fabric of truth collapses like a financial system with no cash basis whatsoever. You accept my verification of one thing, I yours of another. We trade on each other's other truth, but beliefs verified concretely by somebody are the post of the whole superstructure. Another great reason besides the economy of time for waiving complete verification is the usual business of our life is that all things exist in kinds and not singly. Our world is found once for all to have that peculiarity, so that when we have once directly verified our ideas about one specimen of a kind, we consider ourselves free to apply them to another specimen without verification. A mind that habitually discerns the kind of thing before it, and acts by the law of the kind immediately without pausing to verify, will be true mind in 99 out of 100 emergencies, proved so by its conduct fitting everything it meets and getting no refutation. Indirectly or only potentially verifying processes may thus be true as well as a full verification process. They work as the true processes would work, give us the same advantages, and claim our recognition for the same reasons. All this on the common sense level of matter as fact, which we are alone considering. Truth is made. Our account of truth is an account of truths in the plural, a process of leading, realized in rebus, and having only this quality in common, that they pay. They pay by guiding us into or towards some part of a system that dips at numerous points into sense precepts, which we may copy mentally or not, but with which at any rate we are now in the kind of commerce vaguely designated as verification. Truth for us is simply a collective name for verification processes, just as health, wealth, strength are the names for other processes connected with life, and also pursued because it pays to pursue them. Truth is made just as health, wealth, and strength are made in the course of experience. Here, rationalism is instantaneously up in arms against us. I can imagine a rationalist to talk as follows: truth is not made, he will say, it absolutely obtains, being a unique relation that does not wait upon any process, but shoots straight over the head of experience and hits its reality every time. Our belief that young thing on the wall is a clock is true already, although no one in the whole history of the world should verify it. The bare quality of standing in the transcendent relationship is what makes any thought true that possesses it, whether or not there be verification. You pragmatists put the cart before the horse in making truths being reside in verification processes. They're merely signs of its being, merely our lame ways of asserting after the fact which of our ideas already has possessed the wondrous quality. The quality itself is timeless, like all essences and natures. Thoughts partake of it directly, and they partake of falsity or its irrelevancy. It can't be analyzed away into a pragmatic consequences. The whole plausibility of this rationalist tirade is due to the fact to which we have already paid so much attention in our world, namely abounding as it does in things of similar kinds and similarly associated. One verification serves for another of its kind, and one great use of knowing things is to be led not so much to them as to their associates, especially to human talk about them. The quality of truth obtaining ante rem pragmatically means that the fact that in such a world innumerable ideas work better by their indirect or possible than by their direct and actual verification. Truth ante rem means only verifiability, then or else it is a case of the stock rationalist trick of treating the name of a concrete phenomenal reality as an independent part or entity and placing it behind the reality as an explanation. Professor Marx quotes somewhere in the epigram of Lessing's, Hans and Schloh here treats the principle of wealth as something distinct from the facts denoted by the man's being rich. It antedates them. The facts become only a sort of secondary coincidence with the man's essential nature. In the case of wealth, we shall see this fallacy. We know that wealth is but a name for concrete processes that a certain men lives play a part in, and not a natural excellence found in Messrs. Rockefeller and Carnegie, but not in the rest of us. Like wealth, health also lives in rebus and is the name for a process as digestion, circulation, sleep, etc., that go on happily, though it is in the instance we are more inclined to think of it as a principle and say that the man digests and sleeps so well because he is so healthy. With strength, we are, I think, more rationalistically still and decidedly inclined to treat it as an excellent pre-existing in the man and explanatory of the Herculean performance of his muscle. With truth, most people go over the border entirely and treat the rationalistic account as self-evident, but really all these words in truth are exactly similar. Truth exists ante rem just as much and as little from the other things do. The scholastic spelling Aristotle made such a distinction between habit and act. Health and actu means, among other things, good sleeping and digesting, but as a healthy man need not always be sleeping or always digesting, any more than a wealthy man need not always be handling money or strong men always lifting weights. All such qualities sink to the status of habits between their times of exercise, and similar truth becomes a habit of a certain of our ideas and beliefs in their intervals of rest from their verifying activities. But those activities are the root of the whole matter and the condition of there being any habit to exist in their intervals. Truth as expedience. The truth, to put it very briefly, is the only expedient in the way of our thinking, just as the right is the only expedient in the way of our behaving. Expedient in almost any fashion, and expedient in the long run, and on the whole, of course, for what meets expediently all the experience insight won't necessarily meet all further experiences equally satisfactory. Experiences we know has ways of boiling over and making us correct our present formulas. The absolutely true, meaning what no further experience will ever alter, is that ideal vanishing point towards which we imagine that all of our temporary truths will someday converge. It runs on all fours with the perfectly wise man and with the absolutely complete experience. And if these ideals are ever realized, they will all be realized together. Meanwhile, we have to live day to day by what truth we can get today and are ready tomorrow to call it falsehood. Ptolemaic astronomy, Euclidean space, Aristotelian logic, scholastic metaphysics were expedient for centuries, but human experience has boiled over those limits, and we now call those things only relatively true or true within the borders of experience. Absolutely, they are false, for we know that those limits were causal and might have been transcended by past theorists just as they are by present thinkers. Truth is good. Let me now say only this, that truth is one species of good, and not, as in usually supposed, the category distinct from good and coordinate with it. The true is the name of whatever proves itself to be good in the way of belief, and good too for definite assignable reasons. Surely you must admit this, that if there were no good for life in true ideas, or if the knowledge of them were positively disadvantageous and false ideas the only useful ones, then the current notion that the truth is divine and precious and its pursuit a duty could never have grown up or become a dogma. In a world like that, our duty would be to shun truth rather, but in this world, just as certain foods are not only agreeable to our taste, but good for our teeth, our stomach, and our tissues, certain ideas are not only agreeable to think about or agreeable as supporting other ideas that we are fond of, but they are also helpful in life's practical struggles. If there be any life that is really better, we should lead. And if there be any idea which, if we believe in, would help us to lead that life, then it would really be better for us to believe in that idea, unless indeed belief in it incidentally clash with other greater vital benefits. What would be better for us to believe? This sounds very like a definition of truth. It comes very near to saying what we ought to believe, and in that definition, none of you would find any oddity. Ought we even not to believe for what is better for us to believe? And can we then keep the notion of what is better for us and what is true for us permanently apart? Pragmatism says no. I fully agree with her. Probably you also agree so far as the abstract statement goes, but with suspicion that if we practically did believe everything that made for good in our own personal lives, we should be found indulging all kinds of fancies about the world's affairs and all kinds of sentimental superstitions about the world hereafter. Your suspicion here is undoubtedly well-founded and is evident that something happens when you pass from the abstract to the concrete that complicates the situation. I said just now that what is better for us to believe is true unless belief incidentally clashes with some other vital benefit. Now, in real life, what vital benefit is any particular belief of ours is most liable to clash with? What indeed except the vital benefits yielded by other beliefs when these prove incompatible with the first ones? In other words, the greatest enemy of any one of our truths may be the rest of our truths. Truths have once for all this desperate instinct of self-preservation and the desire to extinguish whatever contradicts them. Okay, so there you have William James in his own words on truth. So it was a little hard to get off my tongue, but good for those words to leave my mouth. So we got William James in his own words on pragmatism, and So that's extremely important. Um, and we'll come back to it more. So I'm just going to do some more of these readings and try to process this and do the due diligence, and hopefully sometime over the next few months, people who follow my work are going to see some some real advancement in having done all this due diligence. So let's do another article more in depth about the various theories of truth and philosophy. From Panu Ratikanam, Truth and Theories of Truth. The concept of truth and competing philosophical theories on what truth amounts to have an important place in contemporary philosophy. The aim of this chapter is to give a synopsis of different theories of truth and the particular philosophical issues related to the concept of truth. The literature on this topic is vast, and we must necessarily be rather selective and very brief about complex questions of interpretation of various philosophers. The focus of this chapter is mainly on the selected systems issues and the most influential, well-established philosophical theories and key concepts. The idea that truth is in some sort of correspondence with reality has been very common in the history of philosophy, though differing views have not been absent either. For a long time, however, there was neither much explicit debate nor more detailed accounts of the nature of truth, only some scattered remarks in the works of various classical philosophers. Many seem to have taken the correspondence idea as a given. More well-developed contemporary theories of truth began to emerge at the beginning of the 20th century when Moore and Russell defended the correspondence view against what they interpreted to be the competing views of truth of some of their contemporaries, such as Joachim's Coherence theory and James' Pragmatist theory, especially as reactions to the alleged problems of the correspondence theory. Different alternatives to it gained some popularity. In fact, there is quite a lot of overlap between the pragmatist, epistemic, and coherence theories of truth, and the views of many relevant philosophers include aspects from more than one such theory. And what follows, however, these theories will be discussed separately and systematically. Truth bearers. There are many different kinds of things to which truth is ordinarily attributed: beliefs, judgments, declarative sentences, utterance, propositions, etc. They're now commonly called truth bearers. However, some of these may inherit their truth from more fundamental truth bearers. For example, perhaps an utterance is true only by virtue of expressing a true belief or true proposition. There have been different claims about what things are primary truth bearers. One natural candidate is the declarative sentence. Apparently, the sentence "grass is green" is true, but the sentence "snow is red" is false. What about the sentence such as "I'm Swedish" or "It is snowing here now"? They are not as such true or false. Their true value depends on the context of the utterance, on the speaker, time, and place. Consequently, it has been sometimes suggested that it is rather particular utterance in specific context, not sentences as types, that are primary truth bearers. One problem with this view is that there exist, in some sense of exist, complex sentences which are never uttered but seem nevertheless to be true or false. Others argue that the primary truth bearer is more abstract entity, a proposition, or a thought in Frege's sense. Propositions are variously characterized, in addition to being allegedly primary truth bearers, as the meaning of sentence, what is said or conveyed in the contents of beliefs and other attitudes. However, it is controversial whether such entities exist at all and what sort of entities more specifically they are supposed to be. There are several quite different rival accounts of propositions on offer. All of these views have their own troubles. There is always the question of whether propositions should have and can have some sort of finer structure. The questions of primary truth bearers is a difficult philosophical problem. In what follows, we should talk quite freely of sentences, beliefs as being true, whatever is natural in the context, without taking any stance on the debate. Classical correspondence theory. The correspondence theory of truth is the view that the truth of a truth bearer lies in its agreement in some sense with reality, or some portion of reality. For a long time, this was at least implicitly the default view in philosophy. The idea can already be found in the works of Plato and Aristotle. Brief expressions of it can also be found in the works of many key modern philosophers such as Descartes, Locke, Spinoza, Leibniz, Hume, and Kant. However, the correspondence theory of a judgment was often taken by the modern classics to hold not with a fact or a state of affairs, but with the object of the judgment. The now classical formulation in terms of facts was given by Russell. Thus, a belief is true when there is a corresponding fact and false when there's no corresponding fact. And by Moore, to say that a belief is true is to say that there is a universe of fact to which it corresponds, and to say that it's false is to say that there is not in the universe any fact to which it corresponds. As such, the correspondence theory seems to be committed to the existence of a special category of entity, namely facts. However, it has remained controversial what kinds of entities they are exactly supposed to be and whether it is all plausible to postulate their existence. Moreover, given the complexity of some truth bearers, the correspondence theory apparently needs to postulate some odd kinds of facts, such as negative and disjunctive facts. Many have taken this to be a fatal problem with the correspondence theory. However, there is also another standard formulation of the correspondence theory that does not postulate facts in terms of state of affairs. According to that thus formulation, the truth bearer is true if it corresponds to some state of affairs that obtains. This formulation, for its part, presupposes possible states of affairs that do not obtain, to which false truth bearers correspond. Some may also find this suspect. The correspondence theory is also has been vigorously criticized for other reasons too. There are complaints that the nature of the alleged correspondence relation is unbearably murky. Furthermore, it is popular to suggest that it's simply nonsensical to suppose that we could somehow step outside of our conceptual scheme of language and compare beliefs or sentences directly with unconceptualized reality. Many have also worried that the correspondence theory opens a gap between reality and our knowledge of it and leads to skepticism. Further developments in correspondence theory are discussed later. The coherence theory of truth. According to the coherence theory, the truth of a truth bearer amounts not to the correspondence with external reality, but to its coherence with a larger system of other truth bearers. Often the focus has been on the truth of beliefs. This has been attributed to among others, Joachim 1906, Blanchard 1941, and Hempel 1935. The standard critique of the coherence theory was famously presented by Russell. He proposed that it is likely possible to construct a coherent collection of sentences that would also cohere, for example, with the statement Bishop Stubbs was hanged for murder, which is, however, blatantly false. This is indeed a devastating objection for the view that truth consists of the mere internal coherence of a set of sentences or propositions in the abstract. However, it is controversial whether any of the paradigmatic coherent theorists has really held to this vulnerable view. It has been objected that in reality, a specific set with which the coherence is required consists of beliefs that are actually held. While this may rule out patent falsehoods such as Russell's statement about Bishop Stubbs, it is not clear that it really gets the coherence theory off the hook. First, the totality of beliefs held at any given time tends to contain beliefs that are true, that are by any reasonable standard false. A larger system of possible beliefs that coheres with them is necessarily also contains false beliefs. Second, even if one managed to avoid any false beliefs, there are typically indefinitely many mutually incompatible comprehensive sets of possible beliefs that are all equally coherent within the given finite set of actual beliefs. Obviously, all the beliefs in all of these sets cannot logically be true, or otherwise contradictory beliefs would be true. Defenders of the coherence theory have also tried to avoid such problems in the following ways. First, one might want to make coherence something stronger than just logical consistency. For example, it has been suggested that coherence consists of particular beliefs being entailed by other beliefs of the system. However, it is not clear that such a more demanding notion of coherence can be defined without an already presupposed notion of truth. Moreover, it is not obvious that even with such a strengthening, there could not be several mutually incompatibly equally coherent comprehensive sets of beliefs. There is still no well-developed account of such a stronger notional coherence to hand. Second, it has been sometimes added that in order to be true, beliefs must cohere with some specific privileged set of beliefs, typically beliefs about sense experiences. And then again, there are in all reasons many mutually exclusive comprehensive sets of beliefs that cohere with all true beliefs about sense experiences, and clearly it would be contradictory to take all beliefs contained in all of them to be true. Third, one might want to qualify the subject of the belief to the nature of the believers. After all, it is a fact of life that people and communities have conflicting beliefs about various matters. Accordingly, the comprehensive coherent system are also necessarily different for them. There is again a threat of unbearable relativism and bare inconsistency. Consequently, it has sometimes been suggested that those beliefs whose coherence is at stake are beliefs of an idealized subject or omniscient being, or that the focus is on the coherence of the set of beliefs held at the ideal limit of inquiry. Such qualified, more defensible versions of the coherence theory come close to the epistemic theories of truth, which will be discussed below. Pragmatist theories of truth. The pragmatist tradition in philosophy was founded by Charles Sanders Peirce, but the pragmatist theory of truth is frequently attributed specifically to William James. According to popular interpretation, James' view is that truth is what works, is useful, is expedient, or pays off something as true if and only if believing it is useful. The bedrock of the pragmatist philosophy is its general view of concepts, which encapsulated in the pragmatic maxim. The maxim was first proposed by Peirce and contends that concepts are constituted by their connections to human practices and experiences. Consider what effects that might conceivably have practical bearings. We conceive the objects of our conceptions to have, then our conceptions of these effects is the whole of our conceptions of the object. The maxim was put forward as a method of clarifying concepts. James specifically believed that as a consequence, many major metaphysical debates would turn out to be idle, as it would make no practical difference which alternative one takes. James' understanding of the concept of truth is seemingly the result of the general maxim. Upon closer scrutiny, it is unclear whether even James unequivocally identified truth with usefulness, and other pragmatist philosophers such as Peirce and Dewey certainly did not. There are at least hints of the correspondence idea in the classical pragmatists, including James. There are also glimpses of the idea of coherence in various epistemic views on truth in James' writing. However, it cannot be denied that in some passages James does suggest something akin to what conventionally taken to be the pragmatist theory of truth. With such provisions in place, let us nevertheless consider the theory systematically. Some people have later found such a straightforward view attractive. To begin with, it has been common to protest that the pragmatist theory conflates the definition and criterion of truth. However, for pragmatists, the objection misses the point. From the perspective of the pragmatic maxim, they are not distinct. Of course, a critic could in turn challenge the maxim in general. The standard criticism is the simple pragmatist picture of truth dates back to Moore in 1908. It contends that although believing truths may indeed be often useful, its utility is neither sufficient nor necessary for a belief to be true. On the other hand, sometimes the truth may be so paralyzing that it's harmful to dwell on it. It is useful not to believe in. For example, confidence based on false beliefs about oneself may sometimes be useful. On the other hand, it is common to possess trivia that is completely useless, and wasting too much time and energy on acquiring such truth is even harmful. The pragmatist theory of truth does not at least amount to a radical subjectivism. A person can be mistaken as to whether a belief is useful or not. Hence, a belief is not true simply because the subject believes it is. Nevertheless, as Moore pointed out, intolerable relativism lurks behind the pragmatist view. Utility is often relative to an individual, a culture, and the circumstance. It may be useful for person A to believe that P, and it's useful for person B to believe in not P. Even for a single individual, several incompatible hypotheses may be equally useful and more useful than abstaining from judgment. Therefore, all would be true. However, that is clearly unacceptable. James attempted to respond to such concerns and insisted later that the expedient he meant expedient in the long run and the whole. Of course, it is not clear, though, that this is really consistent with what had previously said about truth. Be that as may, we shall turn to a more idealized ideas in the following section. Epistemic theories of truth. Epistemic theories of truth contend that truth is constitutively connected to epistemic concepts such as verification, warrant, or justification. Such epistemic concepts are taken as more primary, and truth is to be defined in terms of some common such notion. The motivation have often been the desire to avoid skepticism. The correspondence view allows the possibility that even opinion in idealized epistemic circumstances at the end of future inquiry, the ideal limit might be false. Epistemic theories empathetically deny this. They guarantee that knowability of truth by defining truth as knowability of some kind. Sometimes James, for example, seems to say that belief is true only insomuch as it has been actually verified. This is a truly radical view, as it makes truth drastically temporal. Belief becomes true only if and when it is verified. This differs from our ordinary understanding, according to which the belief must have been true all along. Few have found such an extreme view appealing. Dummett, 1978, has also argued that it is impossible to ground any reasonable logic on such a fluctuating conception of truth. The more stable notion seems necessary. On other occasions, however, James took the more permissive view that a belief is true if it would be possible to verify it. More recently, Dummett has influentially advocated a similar view, although his focus has often been on mathematical truth, and he has identified truth in the context with provability. Dummett has also proposed that truth in general should be equated with verifiability. In principle, this notion has played a central role in Dummett's semantic anti-realism and verificationism semantics. A related, more idealistic epistemic view of truth was already held by Peirce, who argued truth is the opinion which is fated to be ultimately agreed on by all who investigate. Putnam, in his internal realism period, advocated a view not unlike the aforementioned one. Truth in his idealization of rational acceptability. We speak as if there were such things as epistemically ideal conditions, and we call statement true if it would be justified under such conditions. More sophisticated epistemic theories of truth have been quite popular, but they also face problems. To begin with, verification, whether actual or idealized and in principle, seems unfit for the role of primary concept here. Many truths, more theoretical truths in science, and not even verifiable in principle. At best, they can be only achieve confirmation of some degree through observation. Confirmation of a scientific claim by observation is furthermore holistic and depends on the other claims of the theory and various auxiliary assumptions which may vary. The basic problem with all epistemic views of truth is that evidence can be misleading. For example, all the available evidence may point to the conclusion that a person who is in fact innocent is guilty. As a response, it may be added that one must focus on a definite, final, non-defensible evidence. However, can the latter be defined without the concept of truth? Moreover, there are plausibly many different truths about the distant past for which all evidence has perished. No amount of future scientific inquiry, however long it has pursued and the evidence gathered, would be sufficient for the view to determinately converge to such a truth. Although such is for Peirce, independent of any individual subject's belief and hence objective, it may not be entirely mind-independent. He sometimes apparently identifies reality with whatever is postulated in the final opinion. On the other hand, the reliability of the final consensus are approaching it, and the scientific method is explained, according to Peirce, by the fact that reality controls our observation. This seems to entail that something from the future has an impact on our current experience, but that is absurd. Peirce and many of his followers advocate fallibilism as a plausible midway between desperate skepticism and the unrealistic requirement of infallible and certain knowledge. A part of this picture is the idea that scientific method is self-corrective and can approach and approximate the truth. However, the truth is in turn to be defined as the limit of scientific inquiry. The said central fallibilist idea becomes trivial and empty. Justification in general is quite relative. Therefore, Putnam, for example, added to the requirement of epistemically ideal conditions, but it's possible to explicate the notion of such ideal justification without already presupposing the notion of truth. Candidates that first come to mind, such as a reliable indicator of truth, suggest this may not be possible. If so, the whole account is circular. All the same, it seems plausible that in an ideal situation, the subject must possess all evidence relevant to the statement, for otherwise some additional evidence might defeat the statement. On closer scrutiny, though, the whole idea of all relevant evidence is baffling. First, as Elston has pointed out, all beliefs somehow relevant to X likely constitute a contradictory set of beliefs, and restricting attention only to all true beliefs would already presuppose the concept of truth. Second, as Wright, 1992, had noted, in the context of this common knowledge that justification is vastly holistic, whether some evidence is relevant for something depends essentially on background assumptions and is thus relevant in some. It remains unclear whether the concept of all evidence relevant to some statement is even a meaningful concept. As problems such as those mentioned above have accumulated, epistemic theories have become less popular. Formal approaches to the truth. In the early 20th century, philosophers were commonly skeptical about the very meaningfulness of the concept of truth. Awareness was growing of various logical paradoxes and anomalies related to truth, such as the liar's paradox. In addition, more philosophical reasons were given for this aversion. The atmosphere changed dramatically with Alfred Tarski's pioneering logical mathematical contribution to the topic. He aimed to provide a rigorous definition of true without presupposing any semantical concepts. To begin with, Tarski emphasized the importance of clearly distinguishing what he called the object language from the meta-language. The former is the language which is talked about, and the latter is the language in which we talk about the first language. Tarski argued that the object language and the meta-language cannot coincide, and one ends up with paradoxes. Accordingly, it is not possible to give a fully general, rigorous definition of truth, but only to define a truth predicate, X is true in L, for a particular object language, L at one time. It is not permissible in Tarski's setting to iterate the truth predicate. It is admissible to apply it only to sentences of the object language L that do not contain the truth predicate for L. With the Tarskian restrictions in place, paradoxical sentences cannot even be formulated. They are not well-formed sentences in any level. what Tarski did was to show that, assuming that the syntax of the object language L is specified exactly enough, the reference of its primitive expressions, names, and predicates is given in the metalanguage, and the metalanguage has a modest amount of set theoretical power, one can explicitly define a truth predicate for L. Furthermore, what can be explicitly defined can be eliminated. It follows that the defined concept cannot give rise to any inconsistencies, paradoxes. This gave new respectability to the concept of truth. Tarski put his forward in the famous Convention T as the criterion of material adequacy for all proposed definitions of truth predicate. He required that the adequate definition should entail, as its consequence, all instances of the schema X is true for P, where X is the name of the sentence, S is the object language of the meta language, and P is the translation of that sentence S into the meta language. Tarski's theory does not impose any epistemic constraints on truth, however, and is in line with the correspondence theory of truth may well be unknowable in it. However, the question of whether Tarski's account as such amounts to a full-blown substantial correspondence theory of truth, in contradistinction to deflationist view of truth, is more complicated. On the one hand, Tarski empathetically did not propose that mere T sentences would constitute a sufficient theory of truth, as is typically held in contemporary deflationists. Several philosophers have interpreted Tarski's full account of truth as a version of correspondence theory. On the other hand, Field, 1972, have emphasized that Tarski's truth definition rests on a list-like definition of the denotion of primitive expressions. According to Tarski, the definition for names could look something like as noted in Devitt 2001. Such a list-like definitions are in no way explanatory, but are essentially deflationary, and so could not yield anything substantial about reference. Consequently, Devitt maintains that Tarski's definition of truth itself does not show us anything substantial about truth, rather is overall somewhat deflationist flavor. However, if Tarski's account were revised by dropping its list-like definitions and then supplemented by a substantial theory of reference, we would have a genuine correspondence theory of truth. Successful as it has been, Tarski's approach places severe restrictions on the truth predicate. It must be relativized to particular object language L1, and if one wants to talk about the meta-language L2 and the truth of its sentence, a further meta-language L3 and a distinct truth predicate is needed, and so on. The Tarskian theory thus leads us to a sort of type theoretic hierarchy of different languages and truth predicates. It is common to say that such a truth predicates are typed. However, as Kripke 1975 pointed out, there are many natural uses of true in cases where it does not make sense to assign a determinate Tarskian language or to type it, like indirect ascriptions. In Kripke's own new technical sophisticated approach, the general truth predicate is not typed and its application is not restricted. In particular, the truth predicate can be iterated. It is then possible to formulate paradoxical sentences, but they are now underground and lack a true value. Martin and Woodruff, 1975, independently presented a very similar approach. Since then, the variety of different formal theories of truth on the market have been embarrassment of riches. These more general theories come with a price, though. Whatever its limits, Tarski's approach does not deviate at all from the classical logic. In theories like Kripke's, so-called inner logic and outer logic must be distinguished. Roughly, the former refers to logic that sentences inside the truth predicate obey, whereas the latter refers to the logic outside the applications of truth predicate. In recent non-type theories, these two logic often come apart. As Leitgeb 2007 has concisely outlined, there are a number of desiderata that would naturally expect a formal theory of truth to satisfy. They include: 1, the truth predicate should not be subject to any type restrictions. 2, T equivalences should be derivably unrestrictively. 3, the outer logic and the inner logic should coincide. And 4, the outer logic should be classical. However, it is hard logical and mathematical fact that no possible theory can satisfy all these desiderata. It is necessary to compromise on some of them. In particular, if one sticks to 1, then both 2 and 4 cannot be simultaneously satisfied. Tarski, of course, gave up 1. It is far from clear what choice would be ideal, and more philosophical work is required here. Deflationist and minimalist theories. The neoclassical theories of truth discussed above all share the assumption that whatever is its essence, truth is a genuine substantial property. Deflationist and minimalist theories deny this. They hold the truth has no nature to be revealed, nor is truth a substantial property that could do some explanatory work. The most straightforward theory in the family is the traditional redundancy theory of truth, often attributed to Ayer, 1936. It contends that all talk of truth can always be eliminated. According to it, if P is a declarative sentence, to say that P is true is simply to say that P. Intuitive equivalents then resemble Tarski's T sentences. Let him call them T equivalences, play an essential role here. However, it is nowadays well known that so-called indirect descriptions of truth and generalizations involving truth cannot that easily be eliminated. This was indeed the stumbling block of the traditional redundancy theory. By indirectly descriptions of truth, one means uses such that what Frank said yesterday is true, Fermat's last theorem is true, that is true. By generalizations involving truth, uses such as the following are intended. Every sentence that is logically entailed by a true sentence is true. All theorems of the theory F are true. Everything the Pope says is true, etc. In general, the sentences to which truth is ascribed are not explicitly given in such cases. In such context, the truth predicate cannot just be eliminated with the help of T equivalences. Present-day deflationists and minimalists grant this and add that these and related, what they call logical contexts, are the only context where the notion of truth is needed. It plays no further explanatory role. Nevertheless, the standard formulation of deflationism contend that T equivalences exhaust the concept of truth and constitute our theory of truth. Field 1986 has suggested at least most of the uses of true that have proved difficult to paraphrase are always uses where true is serving as a surrogate for infinite conjunction or infinite disjunction. Consider, for example, there are true sentences which no one will ever have grounds to accept. The use of true can, according to Field, be naturally understood as a device of infinite disjunction. P1, but no one will ever have grounds to accept it, or P2, but no one will ever have grounds to accept it. Or, inspired by Quine in 1970, Field in 1986 called this notion a notion of disquotational truth. At the time, Field suggested that even someone who accepts the correspondence notion of truth needs this notion. He then defined a deflationary notion of truth as the view that proposes the latter serves no useful purpose at all, while at the same time preserving the use of the word true. Contrary to the radical redundancy view, a few years later, Haack published a book-length defense of deflationism. He called his own particular brand of deflation and minimalism. The main difference from the above definition was he took propositions as the primary bearers of truth, but besides that, he generally agreed with Field's characterization. According to Horwich, the truth predicate exists solely for the sake of certain logical need, namely the problem of having a single finite proposition that has the intuitive logical power of an infinite conjunction. The unproblematic instances of the schema, the proposition that P is true, from which Haack calls the minimal theory of truth, the epithet non-problematic is intended to rule out the possible paradoxical instances. Haack contends that all facts involving truth can be explained on the basis of the minimal theory. By 1994, Field himself had become convinced of the correctness of deflationism as he had earlier defined it. Since then, this view has had numerous sympathizers. In accordance with Eklund, 2019, the key claims of contemporary deflationism can be summarized as follows. A, truth is not a genuine, substantial, or explanatory property. B, the truth predicate exists solely for the sake of certain logical need. C, the concept of truth is exhausted by the T-equivalent schema, and all there is to know about truth follows from the instances of the schema. Strictly speaking, we must distinguish the official deflationist theory of truth consisting of unproblematic T-equivalences from the general deflationist background view typically comprising claims A to C. Many have found deflationism appealing, however, it is not without its own problems. To begin with, it is a powerful intuition that truths amount to correspondence with reality. Deflationism must at least accommodate this intuition. It is not completely clear how it can do this, though various responses have been attempted. Further, it is common to think that the truth is norm of belief and assertion, that they aim at truth. It has been frequently suggested that deflationism can not account for the normativity of truth. It is nevertheless quite difficult to make this objection more exact. Paradoxes are something that any theory of truth faces. It has been argued, however, that deflationism has special difficulties in solving the paradoxes of truth. It also has been contended that it's particularly challenging for deflation to handle truth value gaps, like sentences that are neither true nor false, if such are allowed. At least when focusing on sentences, truth depends on meanings, but how can a deflationist explicate them? Due to the threat of circularity, the popular truth-referential accounts of meaning seem to be out of question, thus the alternative is required. At present, they propose to use theoretical theories of the leading deflationists are highly programmatic at best. Resorting to propositions may not harmonize well with the anti-metaphysical spirit of deflationism, and it anyway brings with it the difficult questions of the more specific nature of the propositions. In any case, their explanation cannot apparently utilize truth referential concepts. As noted, one central thesis of the contemporary deflationism is that the sole purpose of truth predicates is to be able to express certain generalizations and indirect descriptions, yet now they can be expressed. How can they be known to be true? It would be obviously implausible to require that one's theory of truth in deflationism, T-equivalences entail all generalizations involving truth. For some, such generalizations are not even true. Consider everything that Trump says is true. However, in the case of some very general facts involving truth, seemingly independent of any contingent facts, such as for all sentences S, true S implies not true S, is not true not S. It is difficult to see how that could be achieved if one's theory of truth does not entail them. The standard deflationist theory that consists of T-equivalences is important to deliver them and only provides instances of the generalization. This is now standardly called the generalization problem and is a pressing challenge for a deflationist, at least as it is generally understood. There's also a lack of clarity concerning what exactly deflationism is a theory of. Is it a theory about a property or a theory about a linguistic predicate, or a concept that corresponds to a property? Deflationism contends that truth is not a substantial or explanatory property. However, it proceeds to a claim about the function of the predicate that it serves solely logical purposes. Furthermore, what do T-equivalents constitute a theory of? It seems that deflationist theory are now in flux. The standard version based on T-equivalences face trouble. Still, many find deflationist general minimalist and anti-metaphysical attitude attractive. Perhaps novel theories will emerge that are still deflationist in spirit and more defensible, but that remains to be seen. Developments in the correspondence theory. In spite of all the opposition, the correspondence theory has not vanished. It is still perhaps the most popular view among philosophers. Let's take a brief look at how it has evolved since its classical versions. It's helpful to distinguish between the weak and strong correspondence theories, or correspondence as congruence and correspondence as correlation. According to the weak correspondence theories, or correspondence as correlation view, every truth bearer is correlated to a state of affairs, and if that state of affairs to which a given truth bearer is correlated actually obtains, the truth bearer is true, otherwise it is false. The strong correspondence theory, or correspondence as congruence, or sometimes correspondence isomorphism views, further require that there is a structural isomorphism between truth bearers and the facts or states of affairs of which they correspond. If true, a truth bearer mirrors or pictures the state of affairs to which it is correlated. Nothing of the sort is assumed by the former, weaker idea of correspondence, which holds the truth bearer as a whole is correlated with the state of affairs as a whole. Weak correspondence involves only the idea that truth depends somehow on how things are in the world, which can seem, in Russell advocated logical atomism. According to this idea, there are simple atomic or elementary truth bearers whose truth amounts to correspondence in the strong congruent sense, which is called picturing with atomic facts. However, the truth value of more complex truth bearers is a matter of language, and it is determined by the truth bearer's logical structure and the truth values of the atomic parts along the line of truth tables. Consequently, their logical atomism does not postulate, as earlier Russell and Moore held, any complex and bizarre disjunctive negative facts, only atomic ones. As such, it avoids one powerful objection to the correspondence theories. The correspondence relation has been accused of being entirely mysterious. One might counter that it is more murky than semantic relations. Think about something, refer to something in general, which are very difficult to completely get rid of in philosophy. Whatever unanswered questions there are here, the problem is not specific to the theory of truth. As has been noted, it is possible to take Tarski's formal theory as a model to reduce the truth of even atomic sentences to reference their sentential parts, namely the names and predicates, what object a name denotes or refers to, and to which objects a predicate applies. As Devitt 2001, the early work of Fields, 1972, for instance, suggests, for example, the sentence N is P is true if N refers to O and P applies to O. This strategy avoids presupposing even atomic facts such as Tarski-inspired theory, only assumes correspondence in the weak correlation sense. In the philosophy of language, there are motives to develop a plausible theory of reference for names and predicates, independent of any worries about theories of truth. Although the existence theories are still sketchy, some progress has been made, and such theories can play some explanatory role. It is then just a short step to formulate a theory of truth for sentences along broadly Tarskian lines that is based on such referential relations. One limitation of such an approach is that it is unclear how exactly it could be extended to cover all sorts of sentences involving broadly modal context. Therefore, as such, it is best a simple model for more general correspondence theory. On the whole, the trend among the advocates of the correspondence theory has been away from the stronger congruence idea towards the weaker correlation view. The theory of Austin, 1950, is already a classical example. Instead of the naive ideas of picturing and mirroring reality, weaker and more flexible conceptions of correspondence have been suggested. In Goldman, 1986, for example, has proposed the metaphor of fittingness, that language or thought corresponds to reality like clothes fit a body. Indefinitely many different kinds of trousers may fit one's body, but many others just do not fit. Recycling Ramsey's old metaphor, Kitcher, 2001, has compared scientific theories to maps such as the underground map of London. Depending on its purpose, such a map is highly selective and involves conventional elements such as the colors. It would be absurd to think that comprehensively mirrors London and the whole truth about it. The idea of a uniquely correct map makes no sense. Nevertheless, a map can be more or less accurate for its purpose. Kitcher suggests that our theories correspond or not to a world in a somewhat analogous way. As for the worries about stepping outside of our language or conceptual scheme, an advocate of the correspondence theory could counter that her theory requires no such thing. The objection conflates the definition of the general property true or the meaning of true and other ways of coming to know which particular truth barriers are actually true. However, even if the correspondence theory could be formulated rigorously and defended against all its critics, the question of whether there is any actual demand for such a more substantial notion of truth, in contrast to the deflationist notion, still remains. For some attempts to argue that there is, see the works of Devitt in 2001 and Kitcher in 2002. This is, though, still very much an ongoing debate. Okay, so that was a philosophical update of the current situation of truth theories. And I have one last article on realism related to scientific realism by Jamin Asay, who I shared his video at the beginning and is part of the conference at Purdue in Indiana coming up next fall. Okay, realism and theories of truth. Jamin Asay. The notion of truth has never been far from the ongoing conversation about scientific realism. Scientific realism and its opposition is often defined explicitly in terms of truth, and sometimes it is argued that scientific realism and its opposition requires a commitment to particular conceptions about the nature of truth. It's not difficult to appreciate why the realist perspective maintains that science succeeds or aims at succeeding in correctly capturing the nature of reality, and to correctly describe reality just is to give a true theory about it. While it is fairly indisputable that there is some connection between truth and realism, it remains to be seen just how deep the relationship goes. In this essay, we'll explore some of the prominent ways that scientific realism and the theory of truth have intersected and evaluate the arguments that have been offered concerning their relationship. Two basic positions can be articulated when it comes to the relationship between the theory of truth and scientific realism. Those who favor neutrality believe that one's position on the theory of truth is neutral, with respect to one's position on scientific realism and vice versa. Even though realism might be defined in terms of truth, it is further and false claim that realism or its opposition must be defined in terms of particular theories of truth. Those who favor a partisan view believe that varieties of scientific realism and anti-realism are tied up in the nature of truth, and that the former are committed to particular perspectives on truth. Of course, whether the neutral or partisan position is correct depends on precisely how one understands what realism and truth amount to, and there's no shortage of opinions in this regard. Still, it is worthwhile to explore why various theorists have or have not found views about truth lurking in the debate over scientific realism. I take up the neutral and partisan positions in turning in the following two sections. I begin by considering the case for neutrality and offering alongside some basic remarks about the various theories of truth at issue. I then evaluate a variety of partisan positions, beginning with Arthur Fine's natural ontological attitude. I then relate Fine's view to those major 20th century partisan figures such as Thomas Kuhn, Richard Rorty, and Hilary Putnam, and finally consider some more modest contemporary partisan views. While I do not address the related notions of approximate truth and truth likeness, neutrality. Let's begin by examining some canonical statements about scientific realism. According to Stathis Psillo's account, the realist regards mature and predictively successful scientific theories as well confirmed and approximately true of the world. The constructive empiricist Bas van Fraassen defined his realist opponent as one who subscribes to the thesis that science aims to give us in its theories a literally true story of what the world is like, and acceptance of a scientific theory involves the belief that it is true. Notice how both of these characterizations of scientific realism employ true. By presenting realism as the view that science is ultimately interested in truth, Psillos and Van Fraassen suggest that realists view science as a guide to learning about reality. There are facts about matter as to what reality is like, and the job of science is to discover and describe those facts. Anti-realist views are likewise often defined in terms of truth. Some modest forms of anti-realism maintain that science is not interested in the whole truth about reality, but just some restricted set of truths. Constructive empiricists maintain that science aims at empirical adequacy, truly describing the observable aspects of reality. Entity realism maintains that science is a tool for discovering the truth about what entities exist, but not facts considering what those entities are like. Structural realists hold that science is prepared to find the truth about the structure of reality, though not its nature. More thoroughly, forms of scientific anti-realism deliberately distance themselves from truth. Classical instrumentalism, for instance, is sometimes defined as the view that scientific theories are not even in the business of being true, or that their value and their purpose is in no way related to the truth. By contrast, other strong forms of scientific anti-realism, perhaps under the spell of Kuhn, deny that the notion of truth makes any sense at all, and so the practice and aims of science must be understood without reference to truth at all. The central commitment of the neutral perspective is that accounts of realism and anti-realism that employ truth in the manner described above do not thereby saddle realism in opposition and its opposition with particular views as to what truth itself is. This is to say, the aforementioned statements of realism and anti-realism can be read as not taking an explicit stand as to whether substantive theories of truth or more deflationary theories of truth are correct. Substantive theories of truth take the notion that the truth to be robust one worthy of philosophical analysis. Such views aim to define truth in terms of its correspondence with reality, or in terms of a kind of coherence that obtains between all the members of a particular set of proposition or beliefs. Deflationary theorists find such elaborate accounts misguided, and for them the principal role for truth to play is a kind of expressive device. The truth predicate enables us to reassert claims made by others and make simple generalizations about many claims at once. According to deflationists, when one predicates truth of, say, the sentence there are electrons, one is not ascribing to the sentence some complex property in need of analysis, but rather just claiming once again that there are electrons. Important for our discussion is that the above statement of realism can be neutral with respect to the debates between substantive and deflationary theorists. For example, suppose realism is, as Van Fraassen maintains, in that the realist holds that in accepting a scientific theory one believes it to be true. A deflationist will point to this thesis as a paradigm instance of the utility of the truth predicate. For to say that a scientific theory is true is no more than to say that if the theory entails that aardvarks anticipate avalanches, then aardvarks anticipate avalanches. And if the theory entails that a boa constrictors bustle in Bozeman, then boa constrictors bustle in Bozeman, and so on. In calling a scientific theory true, one asserts all the implications of the theory without having to assert each one individually. What one does not do is ascribe some particular property to the theory. Hence, what is for a theory to be true is that for all P, if the theory entails that P, then P. By rejecting substantive theories of truth, deflationists do not thereby deny that the truth has some connection to the scientific realism. Likewise, there is nothing in Van Frassen or Seele's statement of scientific realism to disturb a substantialist about truth such that it corresponds to theorist. In fact, substantivists about truth can agree with deflationists about the logical and expressive functions of truth. They simply go further, adding that what is for particular implications of the theory to be true is for them to stand in certain relation of correspondence, coherence, or what have you. Hence, the neutralists conclude to define realism in terms of truth is not yet to assign a specific theory of truth to any version of scientific realism or anti-realism. At least core commitments of scientific realism offer no guidance in choosing between the various substantive theories of truth and deflationary theories. That said, the stronger view that does find partisan views of truth within perspectives of the realism debate has a longer history, which is the focus of the subsequent sections. Partisanship, the natural ontological attitude. In discussing the history of realism, Putnam writes that one could have a theory of truth which is neutral with respect to the epistemological questions, and even with respect to the great metaphysical issues of realism versus idealism, would have seemed preposterous to a 19th century philosopher. Indeed, the shift from idealism towards realism in the work of philosophers such as Bertrand Russell and G. Moore in the beginning of the 20th century was accompanied by their eventual adoption of the correspondence theory of truth. The idealism of their forerunners went hand in hand with the coherence theories of truth. That the debate over realism and idealism in whatever domain should have great implications for the theory of truth and vice versa is understandable when the theories of truth in question are loaded with metaphysical content and consequences. Not all views about the nature of truth are particularly metaphysical. However, deflationary views of truth, for instance, offer positive views as to what the expressive function of the truth predicate are, but remain silent on broader metaphysical questions such as the tenability of realism. The same holds for primitive theories of truth. Nevertheless, some philosophers remain convinced that truth plays an indispensable role when it comes to discerning the correct metaphysical interpretation of science. This attitude has been developed quite thoroughly by Arthur Fine. Fine, for instance, goes so far as to claim that scientific realism adopts a standard model theoretical correspondence theory of truth, whereas the scientific anti-realism adopts a pragmatic instrumentalist or conventionalist theory of truth. According to Fine, there is a source of common ground between the scientific realist and the anti-realist. He calls this the natural ontological attitude, and defines it as NOA, natural ontological attitude, and defines it as the acceptance of scientific theories and taking them into one's life as true. It in just the way that one accepts the evidence of one's senses. Where realism and anti-realism differ is what sort of theory they attach to true. The realist concept accepts scientific theories as being correspondence true, whereas the anti-realist accepts scientific theories as being instrumentally true or something similar. Fine's own preference is to reject both perspectives and just accept scientific theories as being true, but without adding on top of it some theory as to what the nature of truth consists in. Fine's presentation of the debate has an appealing structure and theoretical simplicity, but it is not at all clear that it has accurately characterized the role that truth plays in debates over scientific realism. One common reaction to Fine's view is that he is really espousing a realist perspective, despite his claim to being above the debate and advocating non-realism. Consider, for instance, the passage, "When natural ontological attitude counsels us to accept the results of science as true, I take it that we are to treat truth in the usual referential way, so that a sentence or statement is true just in case of entities referred to stand in the referred to relations. Thus, natural ontological attitude sanctions ordinary referential semantics and commits us via truth to the existence of individuals, properties, relationship processes, and so forth referred to in the scientific statement that we accept as true." It is easy for a reader of Fine to find a strong commitment to scientific realism in this passage, as well as a strong commitment to metaphysical realism about contentious entities such as properties and relations. For one thing, some correspondence theories of truth might recognize that our own view of the statement of Fine's. What more is there to a correspondence theory of truth than a view that explicates the relationship between statements of the world via relations of reference? Correspondence theories come in a variety of forms, but at least some who carry the banner of correspondence theory are attractive to views like those that Fine are happy to accept. Furthermore, in attributing the natural ontological attitude to all parties of the debate, Fine mischaracterizes many extant positions. Fine accepts that electrons exist, being a consequence of contemporary physical theories, is true, and thus he is committed to the existence of electrons, to which that sentence refers. The commitment is supposed to be a common ground between realist and anti-realist, yet it is hard to imagine many scientific anti-realists accepting this consequence, since the motivations for their view often lie precisely in being wary of ontological commitments to unobservable entities such as electrons. Van Frassen's constructive empiricist, for example, refuses to believe that electrons exist, is true, and agnosticism is the best stance regarding statements concerning the unobservable aspects of reality, even though such statements may be regarded as in fact being true or false. Other views that aim to reinterpret scientific theories so that they are not committed to unobservable entities will likewise resist the natural ontological attitudes pleased to accept the apparent referential commitments of scientific theories. Hence, it appears that Fine's attempt to define the debate over scientific realism fails to reflect the actual debate between realist and anti-realist. What is especially relevant for our purposes is that the dispute between, say, constructive empiricists and realists do not seem to turn at all on what theory of truth is correct. The constructivist empiricist, for example, recommends agnosticism regarding the truth or falsity of the parts of scientific theories that concern the unobservable. They therefore reject the natural ontological attitude, which endorses the entire truth of accepted scientific theories, but their agnosticism is not a function of their theory of truth. Whatever truth itself is, constructive empiricists stay neutral as to whether what scientific theories say about the unobservable is true. Constructive empiricists may maintain their stance regardless of whether they believe in the correspondence theories of truth, to which Van Frassen seems sympathetic. Deflationist theories, to which Van Frassen is currently more sympathetic, or something else. It is their epistemology that drives their agnosticism, not their theory of truth. Fine's defense of partisanship between truth and realism faces some severe difficulties. His view predicts that realist and anti-realistic alike accept the full findings from successful scientific theorizing, and that their differences emerge only after they engage in more philosophical debates over, for example, what is the best theory of truth is. As Fine might put it, philosophers don't disagree about the science itself, but rather about the best interpretation of that science. Fine, in turn, suggests offering no interpretation at all. In practice, this is not the debate that actually takes place. Theorists offer arguments about underdetermination, the pessimistic induction, the explanation of scientific success, and so on, in order to determine whether or not we should believe in the truth of successful scientific theories. Philosophers of science engage in arguments that assess directly the metaphysical and epistemological characteristics of scientific inquiry. Does the history of science give us reason to distrust the reliability of science as a source of truth? Are the posits of scientific theories metaphysically problematic? Is it epistemologically justified to infer the existence of objects that cannot be perceived by the senses? These questions form the heart of the debate over scientific realism. Concerns about the nature of truth have not been at the forefront and are largely irrelevant to the arguments at hand. Why then does Fine put so much weight on the notion of truth in his account of scientific realism? The answer, I gather, involves the fact that Fine is responding to a philosophical tradition that has an inflated idea as to the kind of truth that realists have traditionally accepted. This conception of truth has little to do with the contemporary dialectic and the theory of truth, which often involves the debate between deflationary theories and contemporary correspondence theories, but it is a notion that has been of importance historically, especially in the mid-century metaphysical debates carried out by seminal figures such as Kuhn, Rorty, and Putnam. Partisanship, Kuhn, Rorty, and Putnam. Kuhn's work on the history of scientific revolutions is often thought to have radical consequences in the very idea of truth and whether scientific theories are in the business of pursuing it. On Kuhn's view, the theories generated by scientists working in different paradigms are incommensurable. They speak, in effect, different languages. As a result, there is no sense to be made of progress from one scientific paradigm to another, at least by way of being measured in their attempts to capture a true shared picture of reality. The very idea of a shared reality, a single world described more or less accurately by successive scientific theories, is something that Kuhn finds objectionable. Instead of claiming that scientists from different paradigms pursue their investigations with different worldviews, Kuhn prefers to say that after a revolution, scientists work in a different world. The notion of truth plays very little role in the structure of scientific revolution. As Kuhn himself notes, this absence is expected given Kuhn's skepticism about the role of truth in science. In the postscript of the second edition, Kuhn puts forward his fairly dismissive attitude about the role of truth in science. A scientific theory is usually felt to be better than its predecessors, not only in the sense that it is a better instrument for discovering and solving puzzles, but also that it is somehow a better representation of what nature is really like. One often hears that successive theories grow even closer to approximate more and more closely to the truth. Apparently, generalizations like that refer not to the puzzle solutions and to the concrete predictions derived from a theory, but rather to its ontology, to the match that is between the entities with which the theory populates nature and what is really there. Perhaps there's some other way of salvaging the notion of truth for application to whole theories, but this one will not do. There is, I think, no theory independent way to reconstruct phrases like really there, the notion of a match between the ontology of a theory and its real counterpart in nature now seem to me elusive in principle. We can learn from this passage that Kuhn understands his realist opponent. When a realist claims that the theory is true, what Kuhn hears is that the theory, in a theory-independent way, matches what's really there. The scare quotes here are revealing. They suggest that the anti-Kuhnian uses those words in a way that Kuhn does not. Presumably, the realist has some inflated notion of really there, of which Kuhn is skeptical. Perhaps Kuhn's idea is that the realist thinks that there is some privileged description of the universe, and that such a theory that fails to employ its terms fails to be true, despite whatever predictive successes it may enjoy. Nowhere else in the book does Kuhn use the phrase theory independent. If so, for Kuhn, truth is essentially connected with some special vocabulary that provides the correct description of reality, whereas scientific theories are always dependent upon their own vocabularies, which may or may not correspond to the privileged one. To better appreciate the perspective Kuhn is endorsing, it would be worthwhile to consider the views of others who also approve of the general idea. Kuhn's claim seems to be that realism is committed to theories being really true in a theory-independent way. Such a commitment is too metaphysically loaded for Kuhn's taste. Fine echoes this thought, which he describes the realist as one who adds onto the NOA a desk-thumping, foot-stomping shout of really. The realist wants to explain the robust sense in which he takes these claims of truth or existence, namely, as he claims about reality, what is really, really the case. It might seem juvenile to joke about whether Fine intends to the realist position to be the one that takes scientific theories to be really true, or one that takes scientific theories to be really, really true. But the joke has some force, since Fine crucially relies on the distinction between the theory being true and a theory being really true in order to separate his view from realism, much as Kuhn relies on distinguishing objects existing from their really existing. The question is, what is the difference supposed to be? Fine, again, points to the correspondence theory of truth as the culprit. Though Fine personally takes the correspondence theory to be empty in content, it is arresting, foot thump, and logically speaking, of no more force. It at least provides the needed wedge between realism on the one hand and Kuhn and Fine on the other. The same dichotomy drawn by Kuhn and Fine, it also appears in the work of Richard Rorty in 1972. He also draws a distinction between the way that realists understand the truth in the world and the way the realist opponents understand these notions. When discussing the idea that the world determines what is true or false, as opposed to the coherentist view that says the truth is a matter of coherence between beliefs, Rorty identifies an ambiguity. He writes, all that determination comes to is that our belief that snow is white is true because snow is white, that our beliefs that the stars are true because of the way the stars are laid out, and so on. This set of claims is unimpeachable, much as Fine's view the commitment of the NOA are. But Rorty says this sense of determination is not enough for a realist. What he wants is the notion of a world so independent of our knowledge that it might, for all we know, prove to contain none of the things we have always thought we were talking about. What is clear that Rorty, like others, portrays the realist as something someone thirsting after something always elusive. For Rorty, this is the distinctive about realist truth that it could obtain in spite of everything we believe about the world being wrong. What appears to concern Rorty is the possibility, according to realism, that scientific theory could manifest any number of empirical and practical virtues and yet somehow fail to be true. Common among Kuhn, Fine, and Rorty is the idea that essential to scientific realism is a doctrine about truth that maintains that is really corresponding to the world, is independent of theory, and that we could in principle be wrong about it. The difficulty with pressing this line, however, is that it risks making a straw man out of the realist. After all, notice that Fine accepts the theories are true. Kuhn admits that scientific theories aim at making correct predictions, and Rorty believes that the world determines what is true. This sounds like the sort of views that realists espouse. Science aims at telling a true and not merely useful story about the world. And it is the world itself and not our beliefs and practices that decide which theories are true or false. In order to distance himself from the realist, Kuhn, Rorty, and Fine insert extra contents into the realist view. Theories aren't just true, they're really true, but at the same time, they seem to suggest that this additional content isn't really additional content at all. A stamp of the foot does not add cognitive contents to an utterance. That's what Fine would say, but then it's unclear what Fine thinks it's a stamp of the foot that separates his philosophical view from the realist. The concerning ultimately is that either these supposedly non-realist or anti-realist stances adopted by Kuhn, Fine, or Rorty are just realist perspectives after all, or that these theorists have unfairly mischaracterized the realist position. Realists, it seems to me, have more than adequate responses to make against each of these critiques. The realist may claim that Fine's real truth is nothing more than truth, and so Fine needs to do more to successfully distance himself from realisms. Kuhn's idea that theory-independent truth needs some analysis that doesn't render the idea innocuous. For example, Kuhn is the author of the structure of scientific revolutions is true, even though some theory T entails it, and some theory T2 entails its negation. Kuhn is the author of the structure of scientific revolutions, regardless of what any theory has to say about the matter. This is a sense of the theory-independent truth of the realist is quick to accept. If the realist is committed to some other notion, such as a privileged vocabulary that is indispensable for describing the real nature of reality, it had better be identified and explained. As Rorty, the realist sees nothing more than a sensible epistemological fallibilism where Rorty detects a grand metaphysical substance that we might be wrong about. Even our most successful theories remains a possibility, however remote. The sensible realist will claim that we're not in fact wrong about the theory of evolution by natural selection, for example, but that in principle we could be mistaken about it. The evidence against the theory could forever lie beyond our ken. This unfortunate possibility is far-fetched, but a modest fallibilist epistemology acknowledges it, where he's mistaken to see inflated metaphysics lurking behind it. Hilary Putnam, for his part, has articulated a similar mindset that attempts to insert a gulf between realist and anti-realist. He writes, what I believe is that there is a notion of truth, a more humble or more humbly of being right, which we use constantly and which is not at all metaphysical realist notion of the description which corresponds to nominal facts. First, notice Putnam's reluctance to even speak about truth. It is more humble to speak about being right and avoid appeal to truth at all. Given the contemporary context of the theory of truth, this supposed humility is uncalled for. To speak of something being true need not amount to anything more than making an assertion. When I assert that it is true that Kuhn has authored the structure of scientific revolutions, I'm not asserting that Kuhn authored the structure of scientific revolution. I'm only asserting. To think that the use of truth requires any metaphysical apology is to assume from the outset the notion is inflated. Second, we see again the common refrain that the realist is committed to a kind of truth that goes beyond what Putnam can accept in good conscience. Putnam invoked Kant's phenomenon noumena distinction, which is a clue to what Kant, Fine, and Rorty may also suspect distinctive about realism. Non-realists, they say, can accept that truth is correspondence to reality in some sense, but not in distinctly realist sense of the truth as correspondence to nominal reality. I'm skeptical that scientific realism rely on this Kantian distinction in developing their view. The distinction plays no role in Silo's defense of realism, and for all of Van Fresen's talk of saving the phenomenon, the scientific image never once discussed the noumena. Perhaps, though, there's a way of articulating this basic thought around which Putnam and the others seem to be circling, drawing the idea of privileged language from above. Imagine there's some language distinct from any extant natural language that carves nature at the joints, that is to say, all of the predicates of the language refer to the genuine natural properties of the world as opposed to gerrymandered properties like grew. The other features of the language, its quantifiers and connectives, for example, also map onto the genuine structure of the world. This language may be used to describe the world as it really is, in a way that our humble natural languages that are overtly concerned with the more derivative parts of reality never could. This is the language of God, the language of the book of the world. Facts expressed in the language are the nominal facts. Sure, it is true that Kuhn authored the structure of scientific revolutions, but presumably that claim reduces down to some complicated set of facts of microphysics that could be expressed using the privileged language. Those are really true facts, the ones about quarks and charms, not about men and monographs. That there is some description of the world and that science aims at it is the distinctive commitment of realism. If this sort of picture is what the partisan opponents have in mind when they speak of real, theory-independent, and nominal truth, I again wonder on behalf of scientific realists as to whether this is a necessary component of the latter's view. To be sure, the account has its defenders. Ted Sider, 2011, began a prominent recent example, yet is hardly necessary for articulating the kind of perspective on science that realists usually defend. The joint carving view is a broader metaphysical perspective one might have, but one reaches far beyond the interest of scientific realism debates and extends to the canonical discussions about metaphysics, empiricism, transcendental idealism, and the like. There are perennial philosophical topics of great interest, but to see them as essential to capture the basic perspective of scientific realists is to inflate the view beyond what's warranted. The partisans, it seems, are guiltier of inflating scientific realism than are the realists of inflating truth. Summing up, the defenders of the partisan perspective on truth and realism, at least those coming to the issue from the non-realist camp, assigned to a scientific realism a conception of truth that is thoroughly metaphysical and involves commitments to views that speak of a host of grand philosophical questions such as the tenability of transcendental idealism and the like. The non-realists appear to take this tack because it allows them to embrace the truth of scientific theories while disavowing the realist position. Yes, scientific theories are true. Of course, what means do we have of discovering the truth about the world better than science? But whether or not they're really true or describe the world in all is a nominal glory are questions that either escape our grasp, are empty, or deny if it makes sense. What's revealing about this conception of the debate is that it's coming from the non-realist camp. As a result, we should be wary of thinking that they have correctly described their opponent's position, when the only option you leave open to your opponents is that their view is meaningless, empty, or entails skepticism. There is cause of reevaluation and concern that you have erected a straw man. In the face of this sort of realist retort, ordinary truth itself is the realist standard for science, not joint carving of the language of God. Nominal truth, the partisan concept of partisan opponents worry that the realism is reduced to triviality or banality. Who would deny that scientific theories are true, even if they're not a source of God's eye perspective truth? Well, plenty of these deeply engaged in the realism debate. Worrell, 1989, doubts scientific ability to teach about the truth about the nature of light. Van Frassen believes that scientific investigation gives no evidence to the existence of DNA molecules and electrons. Landau argues that the history of science shows us that we ought to be skeptical even about our best of our current theories. None of these views, except that we should blithely commit to the truth of our best science. Furthermore, they do not independently of offering philosophically loaded conceptions of truth. If committing to the truth of theories automatically involve such an inflated or at least highly controversial metaphysical worldview, then there would be independent reason to pause before accepting the truth of our best science. But what the actual practitioners in the philosophy of science demonstrate is that even if we commit to fully deflationary conceptions of truth, there is still reason to be cautious about accepting the truth of scientific theory. Truth, even when brought back down to earth from nominal heaven, is still a major commitment, and one to which many philosophers of science object. If the non-realist partisans are happy to commit to it, nonetheless, that highly suggests that they should be interpreted as reluctant realists. Modest partisanship. The partisan views discussed above have all come from those who reject the label of scientific realism. In effect, I've argued that their Criticisms are better directed at those who, like Sider, embrace a particularly loaded, broader metaphysical outlook. Defenders of scientific realism endorse a more modest thesis that need not take a stand on some of the grander philosophical questions of metaphysics. In this section, I address some more contemporary perspectives on truth and realism that don't infuse the issue with such imposing philosophical implications, yet still finds a substantive role for truth to play in the understanding of science and its success. Philip Kitcher, 2002, has defended what he calls a modest correspondence theory of truth, which he more or less equates with the basic commitment of scientific realism. Kircher's modest theory doesn't suppose that there are entities, facts to which true sentences correspond, nor presumably does Kitcher's realist employ the even grander metaphysical thesis adumbrated by the partisans of the previous section. Kitcher's positive account of truth maintains that truths are about objects that exist independently of those who make utterances concerning them, and that a causal theory of reference is required to explain how linguistic tokens represent mind-independent objects. It is the second of these commitments that Kircher believes separate his modest realist and correspondence theorist from the deflationist. The adoption of the causal theory of reference useful to the realist because it buttresses the classical realist argument that truths offer the best explanation of ordinary and scientific success. Both practical and theoretical, truth can explain success because a theory being true means that there are causal connections between how the world is and how the theory represents the world. Maps, by analogy, are successful when they stand in the right causal relationship to the part of the world that they claim to model. All told, Kitcher identifies scientific realism as the view that many of the well-established claims made by science are true in the sense offered by his modest correspondence theory of truth. There is reason to adopt realism in the sense because the kind of truth posited by the view is essential for explaining the many successes of mature science. Here we find a kind of partisanship which theory of truth you maintain makes a difference as to what view of realism is most tenable, albeit one that is not so burdened with the metaphysical extravagances of the past. Still, Kitcher's presentation faces its own challenges. Notably, Kitcher defines deflationism about truth in terms of thesis about reference that are there, is to say, about reference are sentences of the form A refers to A if A exists. This thesis is best thought of a deflationary view about reference, and so is separable from a deflationary views about truth. It is true that Paul Horwich, perhaps the most ardent defender of deflationism, endorses both, but that is not to say that the two views are the same or that one entails the other. For example, one might adopt a causal story about how Kuhn has come to refer to Kuhn and how the structure of scientific revolution has come to refer to the structure of scientific revolution. The proponent of that account about reference could still maintain that there is no substantial property in virtue of which Kuhn is the author of the structure of scientific revolutions is true. There's nothing more to the sentence being true than Kuhn being the author of the book. The upshot for Kitcher is that while realism might be aided by the partisan view of reference, truth ultimately has nothing to do with it. Other modest takes on partisanship might, like Kitcher's, try to find some room for how the theory of truth can lead to progress in the distinction of scientific realism. Stephen Leeds, 2007, considers and rejects some possible avenues down which realism might venture. His view, with which I am sympathetic, is that the deflationary views are perfectly sufficient for the task scientific realism take up. To defend partisanship, theorists need to come up with some task for a substantive theory of truth to perform the deflationists cannot handle. See, for instance, Jared Leplin's argument for why deflationary redundancy theory can't capture the necessary explanatory import of truth needed for realism. Conclusion. The central question about the relationship between truth and realism are: does truth figure into the definition of scientific realism, and are particular views about truth necessary to the debate over scientific realism? I have suggested a positive answer to the first question and presented a number of difficulties for positive answers to the second. Crucial to the realist position is that science succeeds or aims to succeed at discovering the approximate truth about reality, though it may be indifferent as to whether the correct theory of truth is offered by the correspondence or deflationary theories. Whether realism is exhausted by its relation to truth is another matter. I've argued elsewhere, for instance, that realists need to commit not just to the approximate truth of scientific theories, but also to some sort of mind-independent reality of unobservable objects that ground the truth of scientific theories. Otherwise, a phenomenalist view that accepts that scientific theories are true, but made true exclusively by realm of sense data would qualify as a realist theory. Van Frassen speaks to such concerns by requiring that theories be literally true, but I take the issue to be a metaphysical one, not a semantic one. Given the sheer number of different theories that have been defended in the name of scientific realism, the correspondence theory of truth, and others, it is inevitable that some theorists will develop theories about realism and truth that are necessarily connected. Kitcher provides just one example. Nevertheless, it remains plausible that though truth and realism are intimately connected, realism need not adopt a stance on what exactly truth is. This may come as a shock to those with 19th century sensibilities, but times have changed, and for the better, neutrality is the preferred view, methodologically speaking, as it allowed us to develop views with little risk of begging the question against other potentially quite different views on distinctive matters. Okay, so, hey, John, thanks for being active in the chat. So, I had the Stanford Encyclopedia entry on truth, but I'm going to skip that. So let me see if I could come up with some concluding remarks and kind of bring this around to pull together quite a bit of research. I'm reading a bunch of papers, what I'm trying to do with this, how to make sense of this, how to put it together with many ideas that I've been talking about, because I've been doing this many weeks now, and every week I'm reading a lot of papers about a lot of different topics, and my claim is that I'm going to have this multiple truth theory that's going to bring all this stuff together in this unique, meaningful way that will be really powerful. And I'm going to try to write a book, and I'm doing what I call my due diligence, and so to say, basic due diligence is the right word, of just the necessary study to get to the current state of knowledge on the issue. So I was listening to Science of the 20th Century by Stephen Goldman. Hey, Dave, thanks if you're still here. I'll put the link in the chat if you want to pop on and talk. But yes, Stephen Goldman, I was just listening to his great course from quite a few years ago on Science of the 20th Century, and I forgot the exact point I was trying to bring up about, but that he brought up. But there's so many divergent fields of science, and there's been a metaphysical breakdown where there's not really a coherent metaphysics to hold together all areas of thought, and even just physics, even just in terms like quantum mechanics and physics, let alone a comprehensive of all of the sciences, like physics, biology, chemistry, the main sciences, and then to include that with engineering, the social sciences. So when we talk in depth about the cognitive revolution and psychology, theories of mind, quantum theories of mind, and I've tried to be relatively comprehensive in going over the theories of mind. So to try to create some sort of metaphysics to bring it all together appears to be impossible, because there's so many theories, there's so many schools, like the Coherentists and the Pragmatist and the Correspondence, and your scientific realists, you're the Vienna School, and you're just going over all of these incomprehensible discoveries, levels of knowledge. And that's why I got the multiple truth hypothesis as a method to navigate all the uncertainty. So say like you're not going to come up with a comprehensive metaphysical theory to bring this all together. There's just too much there, too many contradictions, too many complications. So you're working to say that there's elements of coherentist, pragmatists, um, correspondence, there's more epistemic, deflationary, and you're going to have to operate with elements of all of these to like a grand unification theory of everything. So the theory of everything just in physics of unifying the forces. And so, when I'm talking about a grand unification theory, I'm talking about a metaphysical theory that would, in the Cartesian sense, where you had, metaphysics as the parent to the sciences. And so just the metaphysics that would allow you a network or some sort of framework to navigate all the sciences. And so, the multiple truth hypothesis is what what I created in my own mind just for my own uses. And, let alone, we're talking about truth. Truth is an extremely important theological issue. Truth is related to history and law and many other topics versus like a scientific realism view of truth. And, even when we talk like history, or, these days, like fact checking, and in politics, studies or like, God forbid, the war in Ukraine, January 6th, just recent things where you like, what's the truth? What actually happened? So like, I've never been to Japan. I know quite a bit about Japan, and I could say I know the truth of Japan, even though I've never been there. And I know, I'm well read. I follow a lot of events, so I know a certain amount of information. But how do I assess its truth value? And, for James, if you look like, pragmatic, in a sense, like, well, there's a mind independent truth out there. If it's history, current events, current status of the factual reality of the world, versus like a pragmatic to my sense perception of my living my own life. I'm just a speck of nothing, 200 pounds of flesh sitting here in Metro Detroit on my computer thinking and reading about these things. And so pragmatically, what does this information matter to me? What I'm going to do with this information? And, chunking theory, because I went in depth about chunking theory. And, is truth, pragmatism, a method of chunking and to make it relevant to benefit my life? And I'm more likely to understand these things, remember these things, the more it pragmatically benefits me. I'm still organizing my father's library and just going through his books and like just all this information and, so much stuff to know. So I don't even know what direction I'm going to take this next. I have, more research to go over. I still have a handful of things on consciousness, on multiple truth. I still have my research on the science of philosophy. I still have a ton of studies on chess. I still wanted to go in the direction of the science of expertise. But I basically covered all of the main aspects that I wanted to, of the main elements of the pillars of the multiple truth hypothesis. A little bit in terms of algorithms that was mentioned today, and a little bit, and I covered a little bit, with the multiple hypothesis testing, and in some of my original streams on the multiple truth hypothesis 3 years ago, in relationship to algorithms and like truth discovery functions. And, say, well, let's say a correspondence view of truth, and besides for human sense perception, artificial sense perception, where you have computers sensing the external reality, like Chat GPT, Alpha Zero, the various programs, but to take a deeper look at truth discovery algorithms and the possibility of using a computer to try to, so to say, correspond ideas between reality and a conceptual understanding. And that, I want to go back to monism. So, like, I still am doing more research on monism, and, like, I'm still leaning towards dualism, but, even this correspondence theory of truth, to, look at it as correspondence, some form of dualism and the interaction problem. So when you say the correspondence theory of truth, could you really look at that as a continuation of dualism and the interaction problem? That the correspondence or some sort of Platonic theories, and like mathematics, the role of mathematics, and universal laws of descriptive power, and then also like the Russell's atomism. None of these papers mention monism, and that Russell had theoretically held monism, and that the correspondence point, where we say, well, what is this neutral dual aspect monism? And that to say, well, what are you corresponding it to? The correspondence theory of truth in a dualistic sense. And I'm not even sure how to word it. I haven't found too much literature on it. But I mean, you see this because you mentioned Russell all day. And, Russell, I talked about Russell's monism. And here, like they went into a little bit about Russell's atomism in terms of his coherence theory of truth. But to get a little bit more into detail into Russell's atomism, coherence theory of truth, and how that relates to monism. And also Charles Sanders Peirce and William James were also monists. And so when I call the multiple truth hypothesis, generally most of these theories have this truth value as like 0 or 1. It's either, the law of the excluded middle or the law of non-contradiction. And so that there's one truth. We might not be able to know the truth, but there's one truth. And so really, I'm speculating in terms of my terminology of calling it the multiple truth hypothesis, that there may not actually just be one truth. There actually is multiple truths. There's actually multiple realities. And that, like the Schrodinger wave function, the collapse of the wave function that we talked in relationship to quantum mind and consciousness, and that's another topic I'm going to try to go back to, is the history of quantum mechanics. That's one other thing I haven't covered. I covered like the multiverse, but I want to go back into the history of like quantum mechanics, and I talked about molecular biology, and there'll be more like I probably will go back to the history of electricity and magnetism. So stay tuned. Like, maybe, I'm not sure next week, what I'm going to do for next week. Could be back to like electricity and magnetism. I think maybe thermodynamics. I talked about the unification of science under the conservation of energy, but maybe I have a little more on like thermodynamics and electricity and magnetism leading into quantum mechanics. But this multiple truth hypothesis, in saying that there's uncertainty in truth, like the collapse of a wave function, is there are actually multiple truths. And to say truth has a probability function, and truth is not properly defined as 0 or 1. Truth is a probability somewhere between 0 and 1. And so that's where I'm leaning with my multiple truth hypothesis. And, so I'm nearing the completion of my due diligence. As I said, like, I want to, hopefully do another thing on computer algorithms related to machine learning and truth discovery functions. I want to continue and hopefully finish my history of science with thermodynamics, electricity and magnetism, and quantum mechanics. which is no small thing. So, probably over the period of the summer. And I also want to get back to finishing the last 5 parts of my series on the philosophy of science. And I have a lot of, different issues within that. And I want to get, into models and more on, realism and different aspects of the philosophy of science. I covered kind of the main historical outline of the philosophy of science in the first 5 parts, but there's a lot more aspects to the philosophy of science I'm planning on covering. So hopefully, by the end of the summer, I'll get to a period where I finish my second 5 parts of the philosophy of science. I have 2 more Ask the Rabbis on, or 3 more Ask the Rabbis on the Goy Gentile distinction, the origin of the Noahide laws, and then slavery. So it's remotely possible I'll end up doing an Ask the Rabbi next week. Probably slavery. Maybe I do it on slavery. But we'll see. So I have 3 Ask the Rabbis. The other 5 videos in the philosophy of science series. But just continue that I do week in review every week, and you're really excited for this research. I hope it's useful to other people, even if it's just like a book on tape, where people are hearing these me just reading these scientific articles. So for my own benefit, just to have these words leave my mouth to improve my articulation and verbalization, and understanding of these concepts, the due diligence in various aspects, to read them out. And if it's just interesting to other people that for people to listen to it, I'm glad to do a public service, and hope that people gain. And I'd like to create a community around common interest, people that are researching these. So join the Discord. If you have any recommendations of who I could speak to, who to talk to, I guess it's tough to tough to find people to speak to. People have done a lot of research. I've been watching Kane B's videos, Arjun, theories of everything, active inference. So I'm not like pushing to have conversations, but if someone wants to facilitate a conversation, Ethan Ralph, if he reaches out for me to do a debate, I'll do it. But like as of now, I haven't been doing that much streaming. I haven't really been talking to anybody, just focusing on my research, what I feel good about. And unfortunately, I have another few months of research that I'm not even sure, like writing or having any breakthroughs, because see, like my due diligence, I have another few months of research. Michael joined my channel, my first member. Thank God, Michael, my first member. So me and Michael hopefully will decide. The link's in the chat if you want to hop on. But if Michael wants to continue streaming Jewish topics, and decide what makes sense. So if you want to get together, I'm home almost every afternoon. I do some work, in the morning. I'm usually done with my work by the early afternoon. So if you just want to get together and learn, or you want to try streaming something, I'm definitely game for both. So if it doesn't make sense to stream, that to make some like educational content, or we're creating a community of common interest, we could just get together and learn, work on our Judaic studies. I felt good about reading through the Orchas Tzadikim, to add the Judaic text, and like truth. Truth is I'm talking about science and philosophy, just knowing reality, as opposed to in Judaism, truth is an essential attribute. It's one of the 13 attributes of God. It's one of the 10 commandments, not to bear false witness. And it's a character trait that someone should strive for. And it benefits all aspects of character refinement in terms of knowing what the goal is, to know what is good and what is bad. Truth and even relation to a more, it was talked about somewhat in terms of the deflationary value of truth, or the statement of moral statements, ethical statements of good person or bad person, and a truth assessment that can't be validated. You might be able to have a coherent ethical or moral system, but it's difficult to externally validate an ethical or moral system. But from the coherent view of truth, to understand truth and then to apply it to all aspects of life, specifically to character refinement, and like we were talking about, the purification of the heart, purification of the mind, purification of speech, purification of action. And the most difficult to purify is the heart. That most sin occurs with the limbs. So, well, I'm basically a good person because I refrain from sinning with my limbs. I'm very careful to not do bad actions with my body. I'm also quite careful to not do bad actions with my lips. Like the laws of lashon hara. Careful not to speak lies, not to cause people pain with my language. And I'm also pretty careful in my mind. I try to keep my mind pure and generally thinking about positive things. Keep my mind out of the gutter. But my heart, it's very hard to purify my heart. Generally, like King David, like my heart desires evil all day. And so my heart just desires bad, but it stops at my mind. So the desires from my heart percolate into my mind, and then at the level of my mind, I'm usually able to stop the negative desires of my heart. But how do I go about actually purifying my heart? And so that's the essential Judaic concept. And there's a relation between purifying thought and purifying the heart. That if you let your heart go wild, then your thoughts will go wild. And if your thoughts go wild, your speech will go wild. And if the speech go wild, your actions will go wild. But through exerting some sort of control, and then the truth of the matter, saying the truth, when the truth is revealed, all the sorrows will be healed. The truth of the matter, there is a God who runs the world. Every action and deed that we do is recorded, and karma is factual, that there is action reaction to all of our deeds. Question of punishment, reward after death, reincarnation, Messiah. And you're saying, so these are truth claims of the religion. So I'm kind of rambling right now, and so I guess I'm just going to end it. And Mike, you could contact me if you want to get together this week, and otherwise we'll see you next week for another week in review. I'm not quite sure what the topic will be next week, so God bless. Have a great week, everybody. And feel free to make any comments and try to be interactive. You join my Discord or anything else. And signing off. So God bless.